Chapter 1, A Baby Boy and a Baby Girl in One Birth. Jiangcheng. Late at night in the depths of winter, the entire city is covered in snow. Olivia Hotel. Ah. No. No. Please, let me go. The pain woke up Xia, who had passed out from being drugged. The pain quickly overwhelmed her senses. Tonight, she could not escape. She wanted to beg this man to let her go, but this man did not seem to have any sense of reason at the moment. She only remembered that her boyfriend Wan Yuliang had brought her to this room and then left, and then she also fainted on the bed. When she woke up, she saw this tall man doing things to her that even her boyfriend had never done. She was very sure that this man was definitely not her boyfriend. In the dim room, she couldn't see the man's face clearly, only a vague outline, which was deeply imprinted in her mind. After being tortured again and again, Xia passed out again. She didn't even have time to turn on the light to take a look at this first man in her life. It was dawn. Xia slowly opened her eyes. The pain made her let out a cry of pain, sigh. The man next to her was gone, leaving only the traces they left on the bed last night. She once thought that this night would leave the most beautiful memories with her favorite man, but she never expected this to be the result. Xia dragged her tired body to the bathroom and took a shower. She kept trying to wash off the traces left on her body last night. She didn't know if the tears running down her face were from the shower or from her emotions. She tried hard to remember what happened last night. She remembered that she was asked out by her boyfriend, and she was only brought here after having a drink. She seemed to have heard Wan Yuliang talking on the phone with someone, saying that the person had been delivered and when the money would be transferred. Was she betrayed by Wan Yuliang? Xia shook her head vigorously. She couldn't believe that the boyfriend she had loved for a year would betray her for money. After taking a shower, Xia found her clothes and got ready to go home. She couldn't report this to the police, and she couldn't tell anyone else either, otherwise her parents would definitely say that she had tarnished the family's reputation and would beat her to death. When she opened the door, she saw the person she least wanted to see standing there. Xiaoya. Are you okay? I've come to get you. Wan Yuliang looked at Xia with a heart full of pain. He felt a little guilty, but he owed a loan, and without this money he wouldn't be able to pay it back. Pop! A slap resounded throughout the floor. You sold me for money. Xia's eyes were full of disappointment. Tears dripped onto the ground. The man she had once dreamed of marrying had sold her innocence to someone else for money. Xiaoya, listen to me, I won't mind, really, I'll pretend it never happened and I'll love you. What about the 50,000 yuan? With that I can pay off my online loans and still have 10,000 yuan left over, I'll buy you a new phone. I don't care if you're a virgin or not, Xiaoya, I love you. Wan Yuliang was so excited that he wanted to grab Xia's hand. He wanted her money, he wanted her, he wanted everything about her. He was lucky to have a beautiful girl like her, so why would he let her go? As for her innocence and virginity, they didn't matter to him. He had already given them away, so he wasn't losing anything. He was getting 50,000 yuan for nothing. But the next second, another slap landed on Wan Yuliang's face, which was thicker than the Great Wall. I'm blind. Get out. Don't let me see you again. Get out. Xia screamed. She didn't want to make a scene in public, and she didn't want to lose her dignity again like last night. Xia, calm down for a few days. I'll come find you after a few days when you've calmed down. Wan Yuliang said, and then he ran off. He was afraid that Xia would want to split the money with him, but he didn't have any money to give to Xia. As for the latest model of mobile phone, he was just talking about it. If he had the money, he would buy it for himself. In the year he had been with Xia, he had never spent any money on her. After all, it didn't cost anything to say nice things. Money is more important than parents. After Wan Yuliang ran away, Xia's heart was ashen. She didn't even want to see this man again. He did such a despicable thing, he will definitely get his comeuppance in the future. Xia forced herself to ignore the pain in her body and went to the pharmacy to buy the morning after pill and took it before pretending nothing had happened in returning home. More than a month later, Xia came out of the hospital with a lab slip in her hand, looking lost. Recently, she had often felt sleepy and had no appetite, and her period had not come. She thought she was sick from working late too often, but the doctor told her that she was pregnant. The doctor also told her that her body type was very special and it was difficult for her to get pregnant. If she gave up this pregnancy, she would probably have difficulty getting pregnant again in the future. What shocked her most was that the doctor said there were 2 embryos in her womb, which were fraternal twins. She was still young, and the doctor advised her to think carefully about it. If she didn't want this pregnancy, she might never have the chance to be a mother again. Jiangcheng didn't even know how she got out of the hospital. She was pregnant, with twins, and after an abortion, she might be infertile. These key words kept playing in her mind. Did she get pregnant that time? Or were they twins? She had clearly taken the pill, but the doctor's explanation was that no method was 100% successful, and there were always exceptions. And unfortunately, she was that exception. What was even more unfortunate was that she didn't even know who the father of her 2 children was. At the moment, she was in a state of chaos. She gathered her down jacket and stroked her flat stomach. She was only 22 years old and had just graduated half a year ago, and she was going to be a mother? Ding dong. The ringtone of her cell phone pulled Jiangcheng, who was at a loss for what to do in the cold wind, back to reality. Jiangcheng. Where the hell are you? Why aren't you back yet? Hurry up. Curses came from the other end of the line. It was her mother, Li Chuanxiu. Li Chuanxiu had never spoken to her properly since she was little. I know, I'll go back right now. Jiangcheng hung up the phone and rode her electric bicycle home. Chapter 2, A Blind Date. Jiangcheng was in a daze the whole way. She still found it hard to accept that she was pregnant. As soon as she entered the house, she heard her mother shouting, Jiangcheng, hurry up, go wash your face and hair and put on some makeup. Look at you, with your unkempt hair, what a sight you are. Your mother really gave birth to a beautiful girl, but why don't you know how to take care of yourself? Li Chuanxiu gave Jiangcheng an unceremonious look. She was so used to it that she didn't even realize what she was doing. Why bother putting on makeup? Jiangcheng hadn't yet recovered from the shock of becoming pregnant, and she hadn't thought about why her mother had called her back in such a hurry. Go on a blind date, your mother has already found someone for you. The only child in our city, with a house, over 100 square meters, paid in full, works in a state-owned enterprise, has a master's degree, and both parents have pensions. Recently, he is preparing to resign and take the civil service exam. There are plenty of girls in our city who would be happy with these conditions. Your mother has brought him here for you, and you will be blessed if you marry him. Just wait and enjoy the good life. Xiaoya, you must listen to your mother this time. Don't get involved with that one kid. What kind of person is he, trying to marry my daughter? Li Chuanxiu patted her daughter on the shoulder. She would never agree to her marrying Wan Yuliang anyway. He is so poor, how will he be able to help out his younger brother in the future and let the 2 of them enjoy their retirement? The Wan family doesn't even know their own good fortune. A toad like him wants to eat swan meat. Her daughter is so beautiful, she should marry someone with good conditions so she won't lose out. When they get old, they'll still be relying on their daughter to support them in their old age, and they'll still be relying on their daughter to help their son. Mom, why are you setting me up with someone again? I'm not going. Jiangcheng rejected without hesitation. Since she was 20, her mother had often introduced her to men for her to meet, even though she hadn't graduated from university yet, and even though she had a boyfriend later on. She didn't care about her feelings at all, just wanted to find her a wealthy husband. Before she started dating Wan Yuliang, she was set up on a blind date with a middle-aged man in his 40s who was divorced and had a son. The reason was that he was rich. She met him once and refused to continue. During that time, her mother scolded her every day for being ungrateful, and even cut off her living expenses. That was the period when she started earning her own living. Now she has saved quite a lot of money behind her family's back, more than enough for her to leave this family and live independently. She received more than 100,000 yuan in royalties last month alone. Of course, she is not stupid enough to let her family know how much money she has. She told her family that she earned all her living expenses while in school by working part-time at KFC. So this time she will not compromise, not to mention that she has 2 children in her belly, so how could she marry someone else? Jiangcheng, let me tell you, don't be ungrateful, you are blessed to marry into this family. I'm telling you, you have to go today, whether you want to or not. Your father and I don't agree with that poor Wan boy. This young man you're seeing today is sincere. He's offering 600,000 yuan in gifts, 600,000 yuan. Li Chuanxiu's eyes were about to light up, and they said that if you give birth to a son, they will give us another 200,000 yuan. That's 800,000 yuan, more than 10 years' income for their family. If their daughter marries into this family and gives birth to a son, they will have it immediately. They will never be poor again. Just over a month ago, Wan Yuliang sold her once, and now her parents want to sell her again. Xin Xia's temper flared up. How much are you going to give me for 800,000 yuan? What are you thinking? Your mother and I have raised you for nothing. This 800,000 yuan is for our old age. Xin Xia's father also joined in. He was also very tempted by the money. After all, his daughter would marry someone sooner or later, so it might as well be someone from a wealthy family with a large bride price, so that they could buy a house for their son more easily. So you want to sell me? Xin Xia was completely disappointed. Even though she had always known that her parents didn't love her, she had never imagined that they would just sell her to a man she had never met for a sum of money. Sister, don't say such nasty things. What do you mean sell? You've cost us a lot of money to raise you, and it's only right to get a bit of a dowry. Xin Xia's younger brother also said. Of course he wanted the money to stay in the family, it would be given to him sooner or later anyway. You were raised too, how much are you going to give your parents, huh? Xin Xia raised her eyebrows and looked at her so-called younger brother. For some reason, she had never felt close to her parents or younger brother since she was a child. It was as if they were not even family, and she was just an outsider living under their roof. I'm the son, and I'm going to carry on the family line. I'm not getting married, so I don't have to give any money. Xin Xia's younger brother said discontentedly. Your son will always be your son, but your daughter will marry into someone else's family sooner or later. Your son will inherit everything from you, and you've always told me that. Ha, that's what people with vested interests would say. I'm telling you, even if I die today, I'm not going on a blind date, so you can forget it. Her wavering heart, which had been torn between keeping the two children, was now firm. She was going to have both of them. She had never received love in this family, and she wanted to give it all to her two children, so that they could be happy children with their mother's love. If you don't go today, then get out and don't ever come back. Li Chuanxiu was completely exasperated with her daughter. In the past, her daughter was very obedient, but ever since she met that one kid, she has become rebellious. Fine, I'll leave, and don't ever look for me again. Xin Xia left after saying this, and went to pack her own luggage. There were only a few clothes, and her household registration ID card. When she graduated from university, she had already taken out her household registration on the pretext of preventing them from threatening her with it one day. A few minutes later, Xin Xia left without looking back. Xin Xia's father wanted to chase after her. After all, if Xin Xia left, the hundreds of thousands of yuan in bride price would be gone. Let her go. See where she can go. With her two measly salaries, she won't have much left over to rent a place. Li Chuanxiu said nonchalantly. After graduating, Xin Xia found a job with a salary of more than 3,000 yuan per month on weekends. For this reason, she scolded Xin Xia many times for being unpromising, saying that other people's children were earning so much money after graduating from junior high school, and Xin Xia's studies had gone to waste. She was afraid that people would laugh at her for earning 3,000 yuan. She felt that Xin Xia would not be able to hold out for long and would come back in shame to accept the good matchmaking conditions she had introduced. Chapter 3, A Pair of Dragon and Phoenix Treasures. Xin Xia dragged her suitcase and left the old neighborhood without looking back. The place where she had lived for 22 years left her with no attachment at all. If it weren't for her family's opposition, she would have wanted to go abroad for graduate school a long time ago. Fortunately, she had saved quite a bit of money, which would be enough for her to study and earn money at the same time to support the three of them. Having made up her mind, she walked to the intersection and took a taxi directly to the airport. While on the way, she bought the nearest flight to the country she wanted to study in, which would depart in 3 hours. She blocked all friends and family related to the Qin family, and since she was leaving, she didn't want anyone to find her. Her children also had nothing to do with the Qin family, and when her parents grew old, she would give them more pension out of consideration for the fact that they had given birth to her. 3 hours later, the plane flew to the other side of the world with a golden sunset. 4 years later. Baby. Xin Xia, who had just finished work, rushed home, where her children were waiting for her. Mommy! Mommy! The two children simultaneously threw themselves into Xin Xia's arms. They had only been apart for a few hours, but they missed their mommy so much that they couldn't stay apart for a moment. 3 years ago, Xin Xia gave birth to twins abroad, a boy named Xin Yu Tian and a girl named Xin Yu Xian. Tian Tian, Xiner, have you missed your mommy? Xin Xia couldn't help but kiss each of her children's little faces. It's been 3 years, but she still can't get enough of kissing them. The thing she regrets the least in these past few years is giving birth to these two adorable children and escaping from her family, where women are treated like slaves. I miss you the most. Xin Yutian raised his hand. I miss you more. Xin Yuxin was not to be outdone. She loves her mommy the most, more than anyone else. Xin Xia looked at her two children and really felt that she was the happiest single mother in the world. In this foreign country, there were no acquaintances, no one would know where they came from, no one would ask what they had been through, and the children would not suffer discrimination, which was quite good. Mommy misses you too. Xin Xia touched the little heads of her two children with both hands at the same time. The palms and backs of her hands were all flesh, and she loved them equally. You're back. A handsome young man in the living room stood up and said. Yes, you've worked hard again taking care of the two little rascals for me, Xin Xia said with an embarrassed smile. Don't be so polite, I really like these two kids, Lin Mo said. These two kids have been born and raised under his watch, just like his own children, and the kids have always taken him as their father. Of course, if possible, he really wants to become the father of these two kids. It's just that Xin Xia has always regarded him as a good friend. We also like to buy. Xin Yuexin threw herself into Lin Mo's arms again. She liked this man, and she also knew that this man liked her mother. If possible, she also hoped that Lin Mo Bai could really be her father. After 3 years of getting along, the siblings had long regarded Lin Mo Bai as their own father. They never felt like they lacked paternal love. Even when some children asked her if that handsome uncle was her father, she would secretly nod. I'll go home first then. Lin Mo Bai said goodbye. Usually when Xin Xia is busy, he helps look after the children. He lives next door. I'll cook a few dishes later, stay for dinner, I want to talk to you. Xin Xia pointed to the dishes placed by the door. Okay. Lin Mo Bai didn't think twice and stayed. Over the past few years abroad, he has also developed a good cooking skill himself, but he still likes Xin Xia's cooking the best. That evening, Xin Xia made a few Chinese dishes. Her landlord, Susan, had gone to visit relatives in the countryside and would not be back tonight, so they were having Chinese food for dinner. When Xin Xia first arrived, she stayed with Susan while she wrote to earn money and took care of her pregnancy. Susan, the landlord, was a foreigner in her early 50s, single, and non-maritalist. She usually lived on rent and her savings, and she was quite carefree. Xin Xia's arrival also gave Susan a lot of company. This fair-skinned woman knew that Xin Xia was pregnant and never asked her where she was from, why she was pregnant and came here, where the father of the child was, and other such questions. She just quietly took care of Xin Xia. Susan thought, a young girl who is pregnant and runs away to a foreign country must have suffered a great injustice. So all she can do is give Xin Xia some warmth in this foreign country. During the year that she was pregnant, Xin Xia applied for a local graduate program and also insisted on attending a language school before giving birth. It was here that she met Lin Mo Bai, who lived next door. From the skin tone and accent, she knew that he was from the same country. After chatting in detail, she realized that they were actually from the same hometown. Lin Mo Bai also came from Jiangcheng. They became familiar with each other and the two became good friends. Lin Mo Bai also gave Xin Xia a lot of help. Until the birth of their children, in addition to Susan's care, Lin Mo Bai also often lent a hand. Later, Xin Xia went to graduate school, taking classes during the day and writing with her children at night. Susan, who was unmarried and childless, also treated the two children with a different skin color as her own grandchildren. Xin Xia would also give Susan some extra money every month as a token of her appreciation. She was grateful to anyone who could help her in her most difficult times. As for Lin Mo Bai, he has never been seen going to work or going to school. He often helps Xin Xia take care of the children. Xin Xia once asked him about it, and he said that he doesn't lack money and has stayed here after graduation to prevent his family from pushing him to get married. He says he wants to live a carefree life in a few years, but in reality, he has been helping Xin Xia take care of the children. What Xin Xia didn't know was that the year she arrived, Lin Mo Bai had planned to return to his homeland. It was because of her that Lin Mo Bai chose to stay, and as a good friend, he had been watching over the three of them. Soon, the aroma of food wafted from the table, and 6 delicious Chinese dishes were served. Xin Xia had learned to cook for her family when she was just starting junior high school, and she was a master of home cooking. During the meal, Xin Xia brought up her idea again, Dubai, I want to go back to China. Back to Jiangcheng? Lin Mo Bai clenched the chopsticks in his hand. This was the last thing he wanted to hear, and he wanted to stay here with her, even as friends. With time, he was sure she would come to accept him. Well, back to Jiangcheng. But aren't there a few people there you don't want to see? Lin Imobai didn't understand why she wanted to go back. He knew everything that had happened to Qin Xia, and he didn't want her to face the pain again. Chapter 4: Returning to China. I won't see any of them. I'm just going back to work, Qin Xia said calmly. For years have passed, and the old Qin Xia is long dead. She won't let those things get to her, and she definitely won't see them. Isn't your job here great? Lin Mo said. Qin Xia had already won 2 awards while studying for her master's degree, and she had joined the best company here after graduation. Her salary and benefits were quite good, and in another 2 years, Qin Xia would be able to buy a big house here on her own. He didn't understand the meaning of returning to China. I received an offer from the Jiangcheng Lu Group, and the salary is twice as much as here. I want to give the children more money. With enough money, the children can have a better future. Qin Xia spoke her mind. A chicken baby is no better than a chicken itself. She never forced her children to learn anything. She just hoped that she could curl up and let her children lie flat. Money I don't lack it. I can give it to you and the kids. Lin Imobai still didn't say it, and he didn't have the position or status to say it either. His fingers tapped the table. The Lu family is really good. Have you made all the arrangements for returning to China? Like accommodation and the children's schools. They should both go to kindergarten. Lin Imobai looked at the 2 children with a face full of adoration. If Qin Xia was determined to return to China, he could go back with her. His family had been urging him to do so for 2 years. No, I only received the invitation today. I have to start work next Monday, so it's really very rushed. I'll take the kids to a hotel for a few days and slowly look for a house, said Qin Xia helplessly. Although it was a bit rushed, she didn't want to miss this opportunity. Although her salary at her current company had been rising, it was still far from the conditions offered by Lu's company. She wanted to buy a big house for her children to live in, so that they could receive a good education and have more choices in the future. Well, I'll go back to China with you, and I'll take care of the house. Lin Imobai decided right away. I can't keep troubling you. Hey, if you still consider me a friend, don't say anything. I'm just asking a friend to help you find a place to live in China. You pay the rent yourself, it's no big deal. Lin Imobai knew that Qin Xia would refuse. Whenever money was involved, Qin Xia would definitely calculate it very clearly with him, and she would not take any advantage of him. Okay, we'll leave the day after tomorrow. Have you thought it over? Qin Xia asked. I have. I was supposed to go back to China anyway. The 2 kids next to her, still enjoying the delicious meal, looked up. Xin Yuexin looked at the 2 adults with her big round eyes. Mommy, Dubai, are you saying you want to go back to China? To that place we've never seen before? It's called hometown, idiot. Xin Yutian said disdainfully. How stupid his sister is. Yes, our hometown, Jiangcheng, is a very long way from here, more than 10 hours by plane. Qin Xia looked at the 2 children with a smile. At the same time, she was worried that the children would not be able to adapt to the long flight. After all, they had never been to such a faraway place before. Yes. Xin Yuexin happily raised her hand, then lowered her head dejectedly. But I don't want to leave Grandma Susan. They have never met their grandparents, and apart from their mother, their favorite people since they were little have been Susan's grandparents and Big White. Mommy, will Susan's grandparents come with us? Xin Yuexin asked in a small voice. No, this is Susan's grandparents' own country, and they will always live here, while we will go back to our own country. Qin Xia pulled her daughter close and comforted her in her arms. No matter where they are, Susan's grandparents will always love you. When you have a holiday, Mommy will take you back to see Grandma Susan. Qin Yuexin nodded understandingly and buried her face in her mother's arms again. Tears of crystal seeped into Qin Xia's clothes. On the last day of living in a place where she had lived for 4 years, Qin Xia went to the company to pack her things and prepare to take the children to the park, zoo, shopping mall, and supermarket they usually went to, and wait until the next time she came back, which would not be for sure when. She was reluctant to leave suddenly, and she was also very reluctant to leave this place. Fortunately, Lin Imobai was also returning to China, otherwise there would be one more person here that she would miss. That evening, Susan returned home and cooked dinner for them while they were playing outside. Yesterday, Qin Xia had called her to tell her that she was going to take the children back to China, and Susan hurriedly returned from the countryside. She was reluctant, but she also respected all of Qin Xia's decisions. The years they had spent together had allowed them to enjoy the happiness of family life. She believed that the children would not forget her. In the evening, the family had a proper farewell. Before going to bed, Qin Yuexin hugged her pillow and her bunny doll and ran to Susan's room to go to bed. She wanted to hug this grandmother, who had a different skin color from theirs, for one more night. She would always remember her. The next day, the two children clung to Susan the whole day, and Susan, unusually, did not go out. In the afternoon, Lin Mo's car pulled up at the door on time. "Are you packed? Let's go, the flight leaves in 2 hours." Lin Mo took the suitcase from Qin Xia's hands. "Auntie Susan, we're leaving now. We'll come back to see you when the kids have their holidays." Qin Xia led the children one by one, looking back at her every step of the way, her voice a little choked with emotion. "Okay, I'll wait for you to come back and see me. I'll save the room for you." Susan forced back her feelings of reluctance and smiled. She didn't want the children to be sad. Suddenly, Qin Yuexin let go and turned around, throwing herself into Susan's arms. "Grandma Susan, I don't want to leave you." "Oh, my dear, don't cry, Grandma will always love you." Susan kissed Qin Yuexin's forehead and tightly embraced the little girl in her arms. Seeing this scene, Qin Xia could no longer hold back her tears. Qin Yuexin's eyes were red and his lips pursed. He was a boy, and he couldn't cry, not allowed to. Pat, pat, pat. Tears dripped onto the ground from the little face like broken pearls. Lin Mo watched all this silently at the door. Even he couldn't bear to let go of Susan, this outgoing old neighbor, let alone Qin Xia and the children who had been with her day and night for 4 years. Chapter 5, Sister? It wasn't until 20 minutes later, when they were about to miss the boarding time, that Susan reluctantly let go of the children, who were crying their hearts out. "Okay, we promise not to cry, it's not like we won't see each other again. I'll wait for you to come back, I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. Go to the airport, we'll miss the plane." Susan wiped away her tears. At that moment, Lin Mo walked in, picked up Qin Yuexin, said goodbye to Susan, and walked towards the car. "Let's go, we're going to be late." "Okay." Qin Xia dried her tears, smiled, waved goodbye to Susan, and walked away without looking back. She didn't dare to look back. She hadn't felt this sad when she left home pregnant and went abroad. In the past few years, Susan had really given her a motherly love that she had never received. It wasn't until she became a mother herself that she realized how much a mother can love her child. The children were still in a low mood and were still immersed in the pain of parting until they boarded the plane. "Mommy, we will come back to visit Grandma Susan, right?" Qin Yuexin leaned on Qin Xia's arm and asked. "Of course we will come when you have a holiday. Baby, are you sleepy? If you are, you can sleep for a while." Qin Xia covered her daughter with the blanket she had asked the flight attendant for. "It's going to be a long flight of more than 10 hours, so the kids will definitely need to sleep." They had just cried themselves tired, and the kids fell asleep quickly, with Qin Yuexin's small face still with unwashed tears. Qin Yutian and Lin Mo were sitting in the row behind them, and Qin Xia looked back and saw that her son was also asleep. At this time, a man in his 30s sitting next to her suddenly asked in a low voice, "Hello, are you from Jiangcheng?" He was rushing back to China, and there were no tickets left in business class, so his assistant bought him an economy ticket. He never expected to see two unfamiliar yet familiar faces next to his seat as soon as he boarded the plane, a young woman in her 20s and a little girl about 3 years old. They looked very similar to his sister, who had gone missing many years ago, especially the little girl, who looked exactly like his sister when she was little. His sister was just over a year old when she went missing. At that time, there were no surveillance cameras, and his sister was just momentarily distracted by the nanny, and she was taken away by someone else. They searched for many years but never found her, and his mother developed depression because of it. His heart pounded wildly when he saw this mother and daughter. How could there be such similar people in the world? He looked at them secretly again and again, and waited until the little girl fell asleep before he tried to ask. "Ha? Yes." Qin Xia looked at this man with very strange eyes. Ever since they boarded the plane, she had felt that the man next to her was looking at them, intentionally or unintentionally. But she didn't feel uncomfortable in his gaze, so she didn't take it seriously. "I'm from Jiangcheng too, what a coincidence." "Yes, what a coincidence." Qin Xia felt a little embarrassed. She rarely communicated with strangers, but this handsome man next to her inexplicably gave her a sense of familiarity and security. And she also felt that this man looked very familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. "Is this your daughter?" the man asked. He had just heard the little girl call this girl mommy, and he hadn't expected such a young child to be so old. He was already 30, and still single. "Yes." Jiangcheng looked at her sleeping daughter with a smile on her face. Slowly, she relaxed her guard around the man next to her. "How old is she?" 3 years old. "She looks a lot like you. Everyone says so. It's rare to see a mother as young as you." "I'm not young anymore, I'm 26. Jiangcheng's casual reply stung the man's nerves. 26? It had been 24 years since his sister went missing, and if you counted the time, she would have been 26. Could it be a coincidence? Looking at the man's suddenly agitated expression, Jiangcheng felt very strange. What's wrong with her being 26? Are you okay? Are you feeling unwell?" Jiangcheng asked in a low voice. "No, I'm fine. I have a younger sister who is also 26, the same age as you. It's just that she got lost when she was little." The man sighed. After so many years, his sister is still the source of his family's unhappiness. Even though his parents later had another daughter, whom they spoiled, it could never replace their eldest daughter who got lost. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." Jiangcheng hurriedly apologized. "It's okay." The man smiled, his smile was very nice, and he handed Jiangcheng his business card again. "It's nice to meet you, my name is Gao Yunxian." "Hello, my name is Jiangcheng." Jiangcheng smiled and took the business card. The next second the words on the business card surprised her. President of the Gao Group, Gao Yunxian. Gao's. She had heard of it before she went abroad, second only to Lu's in Jiangcheng. She didn't expect the president to be so young, and even less expected that the president was actually flying economy class like them. She had thought that these rich people always traveled on private jets. Gao Yunxian found another topic to chat about with Jiangcheng for a while, and casually asked her about her family. Although Jiangcheng was still on her guard and didn't say much, from the few words and Jiangcheng's slight expressions, he could tell that the Qins didn't treat her well, and the possibility that Jiangcheng was his lost sister became even greater. The two spoke in a low voice, afraid of disturbing others. Lin Imobai, who was sitting in the back row, could hear them talking, but he couldn't make out the details, but this made him feel very uncomfortable. How could Jiangcheng be so naive, so easily accosted by a stranger, and she was smiling so happily? Lin Imobai just felt his heart ache. So he let himself stew in his jealousy all the way to the airport. "Where are you going?" "I'll have the driver give you a ride." Gao Yunxian finished, and gave Lin Imobai a glance. He had just learned during the conversation that the little boy behind them was also Jiangcheng's child, a pair of twins, but the man accompanying her son was not the father of her children, but her best friend. But he saw hostility in Lin Imobai's eyes, and he was afraid that this friend was what Jiangcheng unilaterally believed. However, Gao Yunxian didn't care about that. He only cared about whether Jiangcheng was his sister and whether those two children were his nephews. If so, it would be a joyous occasion for his family, as his parents would not only get their daughter back, but also have such a cute pair of grandchildren. After he returned to the company, he immediately set out to investigate Jiangcheng and the Qin family. "No need, I've arranged a car," Lin Imobai said. Gao Yunxuan's eyes were full of barbs. Chapter 6, Nightmare. Feeling Lin Mo's sharp retort, Gao Yunxian just gave a light smile, then goodbye. "Goodbye, Uncle Gao." Xin Yuexin waved her hand. After she woke up, she saw her mother chatting with a handsome uncle. She was also amused by Gao Yunxuan's teasing, and although they didn't spend much time together, she really liked this uncle, and she also felt that the uncle really liked her. "Goodbye, Xiner." Gao Yunxian gave a big smile and waved goodbye to Xin Yuexin again. If this child really is his niece, then he is truly blessed, and he likes this child very much. Seeing that they had only known each other for a short time, not only was Jiangcheng talking very well with this man, even Xiner, who usually clings to him, seemed to be very close to that man, which made his heart even more upset. Xin Yutian sniffed hard in the air and sniffed again, inhaling hard. "Who spilled vinegar here? Why does it smell sour? Or has someone not taken a bath? You're the one who's sweating, let's go. I've already found a house for you guys, packed your bags, and you should take a shower." Lin Imobai could only drag Xin Yutian along to hide the embarrassment. His driver had already been waiting outside. As the car drove along the road, the two children looked out the window in amazement at the ever-changing scenery. They realized that this was their old home, so developed and full of high rises, so beautiful. They really liked it here. The car finally stopped at the entrance to a relatively upscale neighborhood in Jiangcheng. Lin Moba, sitting in the passenger seat, got out of the car first, helped Qin Xia open the car door, hugged the children as they got out, and then went to carry the luggage. From the outside, it looked like a happy family of four. When they arrived at the door, Lin Moba skillfully entered the code, as if it were his own home. The door opened to reveal a clean and tidy 3-bedroom, 2-living room, 2-bathroom house with almost brand new furniture and appliances. It was obviously been carefully cleaned and had household items added. Wow, our new home is so beautiful. Xin Yuexin let go of her mother's hand and jumped onto the sofa. Although it was not as big as the house they lived in abroad, it was full of warmth, and as long as she was with her mother, it was the warmest home. I'm going to find my room. Xin Yutian also put on a pair of small slippers and ran inside to find his room. Xin Xia knew that Lin Mobai had arranged this when she saw that even the slippers at the door were the size the children were currently wearing, and that everything in the house, including the countertop water purifier, brand new water glasses, etc., were all brand new. Here are the keys, and I've sent the code to your phone. Do you like the house? Lin Mobai's gloom had vanished. Seeing the happy faces of the mother and her two children, he knew that he had done everything perfectly. Their happiness was the most important thing, and it didn't matter how much effort he had put in. I really like it, thank you. These things must have cost a lot of money, so you can send me a bill later, and I'll transfer you the money, along with the rent. Xin Xia said, taking the keys. Okay. Lin Mobai did not refuse. He knew that if he refused this time, Xin Xia would never ask him for help again. This was also a bit sad for him. After 4 years, Xin Xia had not relied on him at all, and she even wanted to pay him for even the smallest favor. He always felt that only people who were not close enough would be so calculating. The house has been cleaned inside and out, including the bed sheets and covers, which are all brand new and washed. You can move in as soon as you have unpacked your belongings. I'm going home first, you take a shower and get some rest. Lin Mobai was ready to go home. After all, they had been on a plane for more than 10 hours, and they all needed to rest, especially the children. He had not returned home for 2 years in order to avoid his family. It was time to face everything. Good. Xin Xia was quite tired. Xin Yue, aren't you going to say goodbye to your uncle? Lin Mobai asked, looking at Xin Yuexin, who was still lying on the sofa. Bye, Uncle Debai. Xin Yuexin didn't even lift her head, but waved her small hand directly up in the air. Lin Mobai couldn't help but feel helpless. Just now, when he said goodbye to Gao Yunxian, the little guy didn't act like this. It seems that he should also take a good shower when he gets home. He really smells sour. After seeing Lin Mobai off, Xin Xia picked up her daughter and took her to the master bedroom to shower, while her son cleaned up in the bathroom outside. Apart from being tired, they also needed to adjust to the time difference. It was morning in Jiangcheng, while in the country where they had previously lived, it was now night. They needed to rest. It was Friday, and there were still 2 days before they left for Luz to report for work. She had to get used to the domestic work schedule as soon as possible. Xin Yutian really likes his room, which was custom-made according to his own preferences. After taking a shower, he fell asleep in bed without his mother's prompting. He is a carefree person who can sleep anywhere. His younger sister, Xin Yuexin, is different. Suddenly, she has been relocated to an unfamiliar place without Susan by her side. She feels very insecure and, hugging her little rabbit, she went back to Qin Xia's room and insisted on sleeping with her mother. Xin Yutian had been sleeping in her own room since she was 2 years old, but Xin Yuexin had only been separated from Qin Xia for 2 months, and she was already changing environments. Only her mother's embrace was the most familiar and warm, and she could only fall asleep peacefully next to her mother. After coaxing her daughter to sleep, Qin Xia also fell asleep in a daze. She had a very strange dream in which she saw a little girl about 1 or 2 years old being abducted right on the street. The little girl struggled desperately, crying and screaming, but the person who abducted her tightly covered her mouth, and that's how the little girl was taken away. Qin Xia felt that this child looked very familiar, and she tried very hard to see the child's face clearly, but when she was looking more and more clearly, she was struck by lightning. The child turned out to be her daughter Qin Yuexin. Xin Ye. Xin Ye. Mommy is here, Mommy will save you. Let go of my daughter, let her go. In her dream, Qin Xia was struggling with the person who took her daughter away. When she looked up and saw the face of the human trafficker clearly, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. The person who abducted the child was none other than her parents. Ah! Jiangcheng sat up, screaming. Mommy, what's wrong? A soft, plummy, young, childish voice with worry in it pulled Jiangcheng's thoughts back. Xinye? Jiangcheng gasped and took her daughter in her arms. She was so scared, it turned out to be just a dream, and fortunately it was just a dream. Qin Yuexin's first reaction upon waking up was to comfort her mother, who had just screamed, by patting her mother's back, as her mother had done when she was scared before. Mommy is fine, Xinye, I just had a nightmare. Jiangcheng looked at the clock. It was already 10 o'clock at night. It was time to let the children eat something and go back to sleep for a while. Chapter 7, Meeting Wan Yuliang again. She had just had a nightmare during that whole nap, and Jiangcheng didn't sleep well either. She yawned and ordered takeout for the children. Domestic takeout is really convenient. When they were abroad, they mostly cooked for themselves, and the nearby Chinese restaurants were few and expensive. After ordering takeout, Jiangcheng wanted to go wash her face to refresh herself. When she looked in the mirror after washing her face, she was stunned. She finally knew why Gao Yunxian looked familiar, and she knew who he looked like, because the person in the mirror was actually 50-60% similar to Gao Yunxian, except that her features were softer, while Gao Yunxian's were more rugged. She remembered Gao Yunxian saying that his sister, who he said had gotten lost, was also 26 years old this year, and she also thought back to the dream and the Qin family's indifference to her over the years. Perhaps the little girl who was abducted in the dream was not Xiner, but herself. After all, Xiner was 9/10 like her when they were young. Although Xiner and Tian are twins, they look completely different. The only thing they have in common is that they are both very good looking. Tian is not like her either. Maybe his real father is also a handsome guy. Putting everything together, an absurd thought took root in her mind. She may not be the Qin family's biological daughter, or she may be Gao Yunxian's lost, oh no, abducted sister. No wonder Gao Yunxian kept staring at her and Xiner on the plane. Xiner really looked just like her when she was little. Gao Yunxian was now 30 years old, and 6 years old 24 years ago, so she should remember her sister's appearance very clearly. This idea was so absurd that she couldn't believe it. She had always thought that her parents didn't love her because they preferred boys, but now it seemed that might not be the case. All the clues were starting to add up. In the 20-odd years she had been in the Qin family, she had never felt the warmth of a family or the love of her parents. She suddenly wanted to know the truth, to know who her real parents were. After so many years, did they still remember her? Did they still think about her? Jiangcheng ran to the entrance hall and took out the business card Gao Yunxian had given her from her backpack. She pressed the phone number on the card to call Gao Yunxian, but she never dialed. She wanted to ask Gao Yunxian about his sister, but she didn't know how to start. She put the business card away and put the phone on the coffee table. Jiangcheng just laid on the sofa, feeling lost. It had been 4 years, and she had returned to the city that she once hated. She wondered how her parents had been doing over the years, what had happened to her younger brother, what had happened to her family, and how Wan Yuliang was faring. She wondered if he had received his comeuppance. She also wondered about the children's real father, the man who had taken her innocence. She hated this man, but she also wanted to know his identity. She didn't want her 2 children to remain in the dark, not knowing who their father was. She thought about it for a long time, until the phone rang. "Hello, your delivery is here. Please come to the south gate to pick it up. The security guard at your community won't let you in. Please hurry, I'm in a hurry to deliver the next order." A voice that sounded a little familiar but was also very hoarse came over the phone. Jiangcheng changed her clothes without thinking and went downstairs to get the takeaway. It's not good to keep people waiting. She knew that the takeaway industry was not easy right now, with very tight schedules. She didn't want to waste the other person's time. Without having time to wake up her 2 children, she dashed downstairs to the south gate of the community. Fortunately, the building was still very close to the south gate, and she arrived at the door in 2 or 3 minutes. "Hello, is this your takeaway?" "Here you go." The delivery boy handed the takeaway to Jiangcheng. "Thank you." Jiangcheng thanked him habitually. She respected everyone who earned clean money with their own hands. "Jiangcheng? You are Jiangcheng?" The delivery boy suddenly became excited when he saw the other person's face. No wonder he had seen this woman's figure look familiar just now. Hearing the other person call her name, Jiangcheng looked up, just for a glance, and she felt so sick that she wanted to vomit. "You've got the wrong person, you nut." After cursing, Qin Xia quickly ran into the community with the takeaway. No matter how the delivery boy shouted behind her, Qin Xia did not stop for anything. He tried to break into the community to chase after Qin Xia, but was stopped by the security guard. That woman must be Qin Xia, he would never be mistaken. This woman who had disappeared for 4 years had returned, she had actually returned. Qin Xia's heart was pounding, she never expected that on the first day she had just returned to the country she would encounter the person who made her feel the most disgusted and unforgettable, Wan Yuliang. No wonder her voice sounded familiar when she answered the phone just now. It's just that Wan Yuliang's voice and appearance had changed so much that she didn't recognize him at first. Wan Yuliang had not changed after using the money he had sold Qin Xia for to pay off his online loans 4 years ago. He had just paid them off and then borrowed again, spending his time eating, drinking, whoring, gambling, and doing all kinds of things, but not going to work. He soon ran up huge debts, and his relatives and friends avoided him. He couldn't borrow a single penny. When the people from the illegal online loan company came to collect the debt, Wan Yuliang couldn't pay them back, so they crippled one of his legs and forced him to swallow a head, injuring his vocal cords. His face was also covered in scars from the beating. In order to survive, he switched to online lending as soon as possible to feed himself, and Wan Yuliang began to think about getting a job. However, a cripple with scars all over his face, a hoarse voice, and a limp leg was disliked everywhere he went. In the end, he had no choice but to join the takeaway industry. Only this industry has no infectious diseases, as long as you can work, no one cares if you are disabled. Qin Xia later heard about what had happened to Wan Yuliang in recent years from someone they both knew. Of course, these are all later stories. At the moment, Qin Xia ran back home in one breath, afraid that Wan Yuliang would chase after her. She put the takeaway on the table and then collapsed on the dining table. She had not yet recovered from the scene just now. How could it be such a coincidence? She had just returned to China, and the first takeaway she ordered was delivered by the person she hated most. Before she returned to China, she thought that Jiangcheng was so big, so how could she easily run into these people? She did not expect that sometimes the world is so small and things are just so coincidental. Qin Yutian, who had already woken up and was rubbing his eyes with his small hands, had just walked into the living room when he saw his mother slumped over the dining table. He immediately felt no longer sleepy, and tiptoed back to his room, opened his computer and messaged Lin Mo Bai. "Daba, have you woken up? My mommy doesn't seem happy, do you want to comfort her a little?" Lin Mo Bai, who had just woken up, was about to eat something and go back to sleep, received Qin Yutian's message and immediately replied, "Got it." The next second, Qin Xia's phone rang. "Hello." Qin Xia pressed the answer button listlessly. "Unhappy? Tian told you again, didn't he?" Qin Xia knew without even thinking that her son had reported the news. Every time she was in a bad mood, her son would find Lin Mo Bai to comfort her. Tell me. I just saw Wan Yuliang. Chapter 8 Mommy, I've been sealed in my crib. Wan Yuliang? Lin Mo Bai on the other end of the line clenched his fists. Although he had never met this man before, Wan Yuliang's hatred was no less than Qin Xia's. He knew the story of Qin Xia. This kind of man who betrays his girlfriend for money makes him feel ashamed, and it was also this man who ruined Qin Xia's life. The only blessing in disguise was the 2 lovely children. Although if Wan Yuliang hadn't betrayed Qin Xia first, he and Qin Xia would never have met, he would rather he had never met Qin Xia and hoped that she could live a happy and peaceful life. Well, he is now crippled on one leg, his face is full of scars, and he looks like he is having a hard time, but this is his deserved retribution. Qin Xia gritted her teeth and said. She thought that after so many years, she would have been able to let go of this matter long ago, but seeing Wan Yuliang with her own eyes today still made her feel hatred. However, Wan Yuliang's disability also made her feel a little bit more balanced. Do you need to change houses? So as not to see him again and dirty your eyes? Lin Mo Bai asked. He was worried that Wan Yuliang would harass Qin Xia again. No, his betrayal can only hurt me once, and I will not have any contact with him in the future. If he dares to come, I dare to call the police. Qin Xia refused. Since Wan Yuliang already knew that she had returned, what was the point of hiding? Besides, she had never done anything to wrong Wan Yuliang, and even after that incident, she had not sought revenge on Wan Yuliang, but had chosen to leave the city. She was not afraid of him. Respect your decision. If he comes to harass you, call me first and I will deal with it, Lin Mo Bai instructed. Since he has already returned to China, it is time to find someone to teach Wan Yuliang a lesson, so that he will not dare to approach Qin Xia and the children again. This is also a way to avenge Qin Xia for what happened back then. The two of them chatted for a while before hanging up. Qin Xia had wanted to tell Lin Mubai about her dream and Gao Yunxian, but then she thought that Lin Mubai seemed to dislike Gao Yunxian, so she decided not to. She had a feeling that she would definitely be in contact with the Gao family again in the future, so there was no rush. After a simple dinner, it was almost 11 o'clock. The mother and children couldn't sleep, so they sat together on the sofa watching TV and eating the snacks that Lin Mubai had prepared long ago. "Mom, how about I take you to see the school tomorrow? In a few days, my two babies can also go to kindergarten. Mom will be very busy at work in the future, and I won't have time to take care of you during the day." Qin Xia stroked one little head with her hand. Both children snuggle up in her arms. "Kindergarten, does that mean there are lots and lots of children? Is it fun?" Xin Yuexin asks, hugging her little rabbit doll. She has only heard that there are lots of children in kindergarten. "There will be lots of children your age to play with, and when school is over, mommy will come and pick you up." "Can Xin not go to kindergarten? My brother and I can take care of each other at home, and my brother can cook." Xin Yuexin doesn't really want to go to kindergarten. It's hard to think about getting up early every day to go to school. Her little bed always seals her in the morning. No, no, no. In China, all 3-year-olds must go to kindergarten, or they won't be able to go to elementary school later. Qin Xia said helplessly. When she was a child, she didn't go to kindergarten and it didn't affect her going to elementary school. Now the rules are different. Some of the better elementary schools in Jiangcheng not only specify kindergartens, they also require school district housing. She has to hurry and earn money to buy a school district house before her children go to primary school, even though she can only afford the down payment. After all, school district houses generally cost more than 100,000 yuan per square meter. "Mommy, don't worry, I will take good care of my little sister," Qin Yutian assured her, patting his chest. He actually didn't really want to go to kindergarten, because the kids there were all too childish. He didn't like playing with such childish kids, but since mommy had to go to work and didn't have time to take care of them, he could only reluctantly go to kindergarten to take care of his little sister. After all, he is the only boy in the family. He has to grow up quickly and protect his mother and sister for the rest of their lives. "Okay, then I'll leave my sister in your care." Qin Xia pressed her forehead against her son's. "Mommy, I want to press my heart against yours too." Qin Yuexin saw her mother press her brother's and immediately wanted to do the same. Parents of twins have to be masters at pouring water, otherwise there is bound to be chaos. Mommy and Xin also pressed their foreheads together. Qin Xia then pressed her forehead against her daughter's. Qin Yuexin's big, round eyes were now crescent-shaped. Her mother gave her brother as much love as she could, and she received just as much in return. The mother and children did not start to feel sleepy until 4 a.m., and each went to their own room to continue adjusting to the time difference. 9 a.m. Xin Yuexin got up, had breakfast, and then her mother took them out to see the city where she grew up. Qin Xia had already washed up and changed, but her daughter was still in bed. "I don't want to get up, I'm sealed." Qin Yuexin rubbed her eyes and buried her head in the pillow again. She was best at one thing, sleeping in. When she was abroad, she basically slept until she naturally woke up, because no matter what time she got up, Grandma Susan would always prepare her breakfast. His brother, Qin Yutian, was the opposite. He got up at 6 o'clock every day, without fail. But he never forced his sister to get up either. In his opinion, girls should be spoiled a little, and he was willing to spoil his sister forever. Even though he was jet-lagged and his sleep was a bit chaotic, he still woke up at 8 o'clock in the morning and went out to find a breakfast shop by himself. He bought breakfast for his mother and sister. They had just returned the previous day, and the fridge was still empty. Once it was full, he could wake up in the morning and make breakfast. When Susan was away abroad, he was not yet 3 years old, but he was already very skilled at getting up and going to the kitchen to make breakfast for his mother, who was going to work, by stepping up onto a stool. He really worried about the family. Well, there was nothing he could do, because he was the only man in the family. Qin Xia picked up her daughter and held her in her arms as she slowly helped her get dressed. "My dear, get up, otherwise your brother and I will go buy ice cream." "Ice cream? I want some too." Qin Yuexin's eyes opened immediately, and she was no longer sleepy when she heard the word ice cream. Now that it was warm, she could finally have ice cream. When it was cold, her mother wouldn't let her eat it, but her grandmother Susan would secretly eat it with her. This trick really worked. Qin Yuexin not only perked up, but also got up from her mother's arms, dressed herself, and washed her face. "Let's go, I'm ready for ice cream." Xin Yuexin put on a little skirt she picked out herself and sat on the shoe-changing stool in the entrance hall to change her shoes. "Oh my god, you haven't eaten yet." Xin Yuexin. Xin Yutian saw this scene and slapped his own forehead with his hand. Chapter 9, You have two such good-looking children. Before she officially started her job, Xin Xia took the two children and asked Lin Mo to go out and play with them all over the city, so that they could experience everything she had missed out on as a child. When she was little, she wanted to go to the amusement park, but her mother wouldn't buy her a ticket, so she could only watch with envy as other children went to play, and then watched her younger brother go in. It took her 20 years to buy a ticket for the 20 yuan admission fee. Now that she has children of her own, she knows for sure that those so-called parents never really loved her. Ever since she was a child, she has suspected that she was not their biological child. Although her parents favored her younger brother, they treated their cousins better than her. She is now working so hard to earn money to give her children a good life, to make up for the childhood she had. While raising her children, she is also raising her childhood self all over again. "Have you found a suitable kindergarten yet?" Lin Mabe asked when they went out on Saturday. "No, the two children were born abroad and don't have a household registration in China. The kindergartens that can accept them are very expensive, and so far I haven't found a suitable one." Xin Xia sighed. She can afford the tuition for the two children, but the most important thing right now is to save money to buy a house in the school district and enroll them in a good elementary school. "Don't worry, they're not even 4 years old yet, there's still time. I'll ask around for you too," Lin Mo said. He could actually help find a suitable kindergarten very quickly. There is one near their home, but he also has his own little plan. Xin Xia had no contact with the Qins anymore. As long as she went to work, the two children would inevitably still need someone to take care of them, so the most suitable and most reliable person was him. He wanted to strengthen his relationship with the two children at this time. His encounter with Gao Yunshan last time had made him feel very frustrated. The relationship he had built with the children over the past 3 years was not something that could be easily surpassed by others. Moreover, he was ready to confront his family. He would marry Xin Xia no matter what, and he would not regret it even if she had two children. At this time, the relationship with the children is also particularly important. As long as the children cannot live without him, he thinks that Xin Xia will also be willing to slowly accept him. "I'm going to trouble you again," Xin Xia said apologetically. Lin Mobai has helped her so much over the past few years that she doesn't know how to repay him. A debt of gratitude is the most difficult to repay. "You and I don't need to talk about trouble or not trouble, we've known each other for so many years." Lin Mobai gave a faint smile. Xin Xia of course knew Lin Mobai's good nature, but she only regarded Lin Mobai as a good friend, and the incident back then also made her not want to fall in love with anyone again. She just wanted to raise her children well. Not to mention that Lin Mobai's family was very wealthy and he was an only child, it was simply impossible for them to be together. "It's good to have you as a good friend." Xin Xia also returned a smile to him. "Well, that's good." But he didn't want to be her best friend. On Sunday, Xin Xia didn't take the kids out again. Today, she was going to show off her cooking skills at home and entertain a guest. And that guest was her childhood friend, Jiang Yingxue. After she left for abroad, the only person she kept in touch with was Jiang Yingxue. She was also the only old friend she wanted to see in Jiangcheng now. The last time they met was a few years ago when she was pregnant and Jiang Yingxue took a vacation to fly to see her. Xin Xia hummed a tune as she prepared the food in the kitchen, while the children gathered around the table to help with the vegetables. She told Jiang Yingxue the day after she returned to the country, and Jiang Yingxue was still abroad at the time. As soon as she received the news, she booked a flight and flew back. They were both looking forward to this meeting. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Xin Xia, who was washing vegetables, wiped her hands casually and rushed to open the door. "Xiaoya, you're finally back. I've missed you so much." As soon as she opened the door, Jiang Yingxue threw her arms around Xin Xia. She knew exactly what Xin Xia had been through in the past few years, and she felt very sorry for the girl who had never experienced the warmth of a family since she was a child. If it hadn't been for Xin Xia's decision to leave without telling her until she had settled down abroad, she would have definitely asked her to stay, and the two of them would have moved in together and looked after Xin Xia until she gave birth. Later, she also flew over there to see Xia and persuaded her to come back and live with her so that she could look after her at all times, but Xia, who was already pregnant, was determined not to return to this place and gave up. Unexpectedly, this girl suddenly returned to China with her child. Let me see. Wow, you haven't changed at all over the years. You still look like a recent college graduate, not someone who's had children. Jiang Yingxue let go of Qin Xia and looked her over. Qin Xia had a really good figure, she didn't gain weight easily, and it was impossible to tell that she had given birth to children. Her fair skin was so soft you could almost squeeze the water out of it, and there weren't any freckles or spots. She has seen photos of her children, and although they don't look very similar, it is obvious that they are outstanding looking even at such a young age, and they will definitely not be worse than their mother in the future. What enviable good genes! In terms of appearance alone, they have already won at the starting line, and nowadays people say that the real watershed is the amniotic fluid. You haven't changed either, you're still so pretty, oh no, even prettier, with a little more mature beauty. Qin Xia also looked up and down at Jiang Yingxue. In the past, Jiang Yingxue had a cute look, but now that she has grown up, she has a touch of mature charm. While the two of them were excitedly praising each other, a soft and plummy voice came from the side. Hello, Auntie Xiaoxue. Qin Yuexin blinked her big watery eyes at the beautiful but unfamiliar aunt in front of her. She likes beautiful aunts and beautiful sisters, oh, yes, and handsome guys like Uncle White and Uncle Gao. She is a pure-hearted cutie, and her values have been shaped by her appearance since childhood. Hello, sweetheart, you must be Xinyu. Come, let Auntie give you a hug. Jiang Yingxue was amazed when she looked down at this soft and adorable little cutie. This child is even prettier and more lively than in the photos. Her big, round, and tender eyes seem to be able to speak, and her round and tender little face looks just like her mother's. She couldn't help but hug this child, and at that moment, her auntie heart was bursting. Qin Yuexin threw herself into the arms of Jiang Yingxue, whom she was meeting for the first time, and stroked her face with her small hands. Auntie, you're so pretty, just like my mommy. She praised two people at once, and both Qin Xia and Jiang Yingxue couldn't stop smiling. Ahem, hello auntie, my name is Qin Yuexin, I'm mommy's son. Seeing that her sweet-talking sister was attacking the pretty auntie again, Qin Yuexin felt embarrassed and greeted her. Mom! Yeah, you actually have two such good-looking children. Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but exclaim when she saw Qin Yutian. But why does this kid look a bit familiar? He looks a lot like someone she's met before. Chapter 10, What kind of genius child is this? Can I hug you too, little brother? Jiang Yingxue was excited and eager to get started. Such a good-looking child, it would be a shame not to hug him more. And she was a big believer in fairness, having just hugged her sister, now she had to hug her brother too. She couldn't let the child feel left out. Okay, Qin Yutian said with reluctance. He actually didn't like being around unfamiliar people, but his mother said that this auntie was her best friend since childhood, so he had to give her face. Qin Yutian's face turned red when Jiang Yingxue tightly embraced him and pressed her body against his. This auntie is also too enthusiastic. Qin Xia couldn't stop smiling when she saw her son's expression. The personalities of the siblings were really different, one being sweet and clingy, while the other was aloof and quiet. She wondered who her son took after in terms of personality. Maybe it's like his father. Qin Xia quickly stopped her thoughts. There was no need to think about that man. Although occasionally she did wonder what that man looked like. After Qin Yutian was released, Qin Xia put on her apron again. Shue, come in and sit down. Today, I'll cook with Tian Tian and make you something delicious. Great, hey, no, you said you'll cook with Tian Tian? Tian Tian? Jiang Yingxue, who had just sat down in the dining chair, pointed at Qin Yutian, who was selecting vegetables. This child seems to be just over 3 years old, can he cook? Yes, my brother cooks really well, it's even better than what you can buy outside. Before Qin Xia could reply, Qin Yuexin jumped in. Her brother is amazing, every time she praises him for cooking well, he'll cook even more delicious food for her. She was so happy living like that. Wow, the little handsome guy is so amazing, he has already filled up all his skill points at such a young age, what a genius kid. Jiang Yingxue looked at Qin Yutian with envy in her eyes. Other people brag about their 3-year-old children being able to eat well and not being picky eaters, but this child can already cook at such a young age. She also really wants to have such capable children, so that she can live a happy life of relying on her children and grandchildren. It's not bad, just a few home-cooked dishes. Qin Yutian said modestly. As long as mommy and sister like to eat, he can learn more and more. Xiaoya, you said your 2 children were born so perfect, I'm so jealous. Jiang Yingxue said bluntly. But after she said it, she regretted it. She knew exactly how Qin Sia's two children came about, and by saying that, wasn't she stabbing a knife into Qin Sia's heart? No, I mean these two children are really wonderful, you were so happy. Jiang Yingxue almost hated herself, and she could never change this short-sighted habit. Qin Xia, on the other hand, didn't take it seriously and teased, I have good genes. Having grown up together since childhood, she knew very well that Jiang Yingxue didn't mean any harm. She didn't care about Jiang Yingshue's words, but was afraid that Jiang Yingxue would feel embarrassed. You really do have good genes, I'm jealous. Jiang Yingxue felt the kindness in Qin Xia's words, and the embarrassment in her heart eased a little. If you're jealous, just have 2 kids yourself. Huh? I wouldn't do that, I don't want to get married and have kids so early. I'm not interested in men, I'd rather travel. I've been to. Jiang Yingxue is also a chatterbox, and once the topic is opened, she just keeps talking like a flood. Qin Xia responds to her while preparing the food. The fact that the two of them hadn't seen each other for more than 3 years didn't affect their relationship at all. There was no sense of estrangement at all, and it was just like the old days. With Jiang Yingxue trying to help but actually making a mess, an hour later a table full of piping hot, delicious-looking food was served. Wow, I really can't live up to my parents now, Jiang Yingxue exclaimed. She had just watched Qin Yutian cook, and she knew that Qin Xia had learned to cook when she was very young. She never expected her son to be even younger. Maybe that was what geniuses were like. When she was 3 years old, she was still peeing and playing in the mud. She was praised by her family for being able to eat properly, let alone cook. Now she is almost 30 years old and still can't cook. After she fried the kitchen once, she never asked to learn to cook again. So she envies people who can cook well. Come try the food. These are the dishes I made, and those are the ones I make every day. Qin Xia greeted her warmly. Jiang Yingxue didn't hesitate to pick up the chopsticks and start eating. Delicious, your cooking has improved even more than before, and I can only describe Tian's cooking as genius. Jiang Yingxue was too busy eating to speak. She was good at everything, and she was number 1 at eating. Eating is the most important thing in the world. She had been annoyed by the nagging about marriage in the past 2 years, so she had moved out on her own. She couldn't cook, so she either ate out or ordered takeaway, except when she ate in the company cafeteria. She hadn't had such delicious meals for a long time. Qin Yutian looked at Jiang Yingxue as she gobbled up her food and sighed in her heart, this aunt really has a completely different personality from mommy. You're just sweet talking. Oh, right, a while ago you said you were going to change jobs. Which big company did you go to? Qin Xia asked. During the year she was studying abroad, Jiang Yingxue studied for her master's degree in China. Although they had known each other since childhood, Jiang's family was much stronger than her family in terms of wealth, and Jiang Yingxue was also the only child in her parents' eyes. Unlike her, she had to earn her own living in university, and her family even tried to stop her from taking postgraduate exams, wanting her to marry a rich man as soon as possible, saying that it was useless for girls to study so much and that it was better to get married and have children early. If she hadn't earned a lot of money writing novels while at university, she wouldn't have had the money to study abroad or support 2 children. She's now living off the royalties from her books, which have high readerships, and will wait until she's settled down here before starting to write new ones, otherwise it'll be too exhausting. She changed jobs some time ago and went to work at Gao's group headquarters. Jiang Yingxue said without looking up. It's really delicious, she's definitely going to have 2 bowls of rice today. Gao's? Gao Yunxuan's company? Qin Xia blurted out. She clearly remembered that the identity on the business card given by Gao Yunxian was the president of the Gao Group. Right, how do you know our president Gao? Jiang Yingxue wondered. Qin Xia had been abroad for 4 years, and Gao Yunxian had only been in office for 3 years, so logically the two could not have met. Well, I met him on the plane, he was sitting next to me. What a coincidence. A few days ago, it seemed that President Gao was on a business trip. Jiang Yingxue stopped eating and pondered. She never would have imagined that her best friend would know her boss. Yes. Do you know that your boss Gao has a younger sister who got lost as a child? Qin Xia asked tentatively. She wanted to be sure that it was true, even though she didn't think Gao Yunxian had any reason to lie. Chapter 11, The Truth from More Than 20 Years Ago. Is that it did happen? How did you know? Jiang Yingxue said. She had also heard it from a colleague when she was gossiping, and she didn't expect Qin Xia to know as well. Gao Yunxian told me, his sister is the same age as me. Qin Xia told the truth. Jiang Yingshui immediately perked up with her gossiping ears. So Gao talked about family matters with you the first time you met? Gao doesn't have any feelings for Qin Xia, right? Hey, her daughter Xiaoya is a good girl, and to be honest, she is a good match for Gao, but it's a pity that she already has 2 children now, so it's definitely not going to work out. It was just idle chat, so don't look at me with that expression. Qin Xia could tell from Jiang Yingshui's expression what nonsense was going through her head. Gee. Jiang Yingshui was about to make a joke when she noticed something incredible. Xia, why do I suddenly feel that you look a lot like Gao Yinshan, especially your eyebrows and eyes, almost exactly the same, even your noses are similar, the only difference is your face shape and mouth. Things shouldn't be this coincidental. Jiang Yingshui, no matter how slow she is, understands the relationship between them at this moment. Jiang Yingshui saw that Qin Xia was very calm after hearing her words and continued, have you noticed it yourself? At this point, the 2 children had already finished eating and gone to watch TV, so they were the only 2 people in the dining room, and Qin Xia didn't hide anything. Well, I think Gao Yunxian must have a reason for telling me this. I also want to ask you, your parents have known my parents for so many years, do they know anything about my background, for example, whether I was born to my parents or not? Qin Xia looked at Jiang Yingshui with eager eyes. She hoped that her dream was true. If she really had been abducted by the Qin parents, then not only would she not be grateful for their so-called kindness, she would hate them. Well, I have always spoken my mind. Jiang Yingshui suddenly became hesitant. She had heard her parents talk about some things about the Qins and Qin Xia, but her parents had repeatedly warned her not to tell Qin Xia, that it was the Qin's own family business and it was inappropriate for outsiders to get involved. Xiao Shui, we grew up together since we were little, more than 20 years, is there anything you can't tell me? Qin Xia frowned lightly. Just by looking at Jiang Yingshui's expression, she knew that she must know something, but she had been hiding it from her. Xiao Shui, you must know something, right? Qin Xia grasped Jiang Yingshui's hand. I'm sorry, Xia, there's something I've been hiding from you for a long time, but I swear I have a kind of this thing to hide from you, and it's my parents who forbid me to tell you. Jiang Yingshui couldn't hold back any longer. The 2 of them had never kept any secrets from each other since they were young, and they had told each other everything in the first instance. However, she had kept things from Qin Xia for so many years, and she still felt very guilty about it in her heart. Now that Qin Xia had long since severed her ties with the Qin family, what couldn't she tell her? Just tell me, I won't blame you. Your uncle and aunt must have had their own reasons for not letting you tell me. Now that I have nothing to do with the Qin family, I just want to know the truth that they didn't love me all these years. Qin Xia's voice was a little choked up. Even though so many years had passed and she had never seen the Qins again, she still couldn't let go of the fact that she had never been loved by her parents. She could accept that they were just biased, but she couldn't accept that they treated her like an outsider. Jiang Yingshui put down her chopsticks and sat up straight, as if she were about to announce something big. Xiaoya, my parents have repeatedly told me not to tell you, but since you brought it up today, I will tell you everything I know. Jiang Yingshui took a deep breath and continued, my parents told me that Uncle Qin and his wife got married quite early, but they didn't have a child for several years. They heard that as long as they adopted a child with siblings in their family, they could bring them a child. They had no children in their destiny, but the adopted child had siblings in their destiny. So they got the idea. Most of the children in the welfare institution had an unknown origin, and they were not sure that these children would definitely have siblings. But at that time, it was the era of family planning, and except for wealthy families, no one could afford to have more than one child. They loved their own children too much, let alone giving them away. They asked around everywhere but couldn't find a family willing to give up their child. They didn't have high expectations, and if there was no boy, a girl would do, as long as it would bring blessings to their family and allow them to have another son. But their hopes were in vain. Then what? Qin Xia seemed to have guessed the ending. Her dream might not have been a dream, but a real experience from her childhood. She was just too young and too panicked to remember it, and chose to forget. Gao Yunxuan's appearance awakened the memory that had been buried for many years. Then one day, Uncle Qin and the others suddenly brought home a little girl who was over a year old. They said they had adopted her from someone from a different place, and they had kept her because she looked pretty and cute. Later, they did have a biological son of their own. But none of us knew the real origin of that little girl. And that little girl was you. Jiang Yingshui finished and stared at Qin Xia, afraid that she would be too emotional if she learned the truth. From what Qin Xia had just said, it was not difficult to see that she must have learned something, and she should not have been adopted from another place as the Qins claimed. Qin Xia's eyes were filled with tears, and her hands were clenched tightly together. She was indeed not biological, and it turned out that there had been clues for so many years. You mean to say that I was over a year old when the Qins took me back? Xia asked. She remembered Gao Yunxian saying that his younger sister was also over a year old when she got lost. My parents said so, because I had just had my first birthday, so they remember it very clearly. And Uncle Qin and the others were later laid off because they had a second child, and we were all very impressed. Jiang Yingxue said. Over the years, the Qins have been very clear about how they have treated Xia. The more they know the truth, the more they feel guilty towards Xia. She had also considered telling Xia directly, but at that time Xia was still in school, and knowing the truth would only make her feel sad. Now it's different. Now Xia has become a mother, and she has the ability to settle down and make a living. What's more, she may be the daughter that the chairman of the Gao group lost years ago. This matter is of great importance. If she doesn't tell the truth now, she would be doing Xia a great disservice. She may be a bit simple, but she can still tell right from wrong. Sure enough, I'm not really their biological child. No wonder they treat me like this, no wonder they never loved me and only loved my younger brother. I just want to say that even if they are patriarchal, they shouldn't treat me like this. Xia's voice had changed. Even if she was mentally prepared, when she really learned the truth, it was still hard to accept. Chapter 12, The 3-Year-Old Hacker. Jiang Yingxue also didn't say anything, just sitting with Xia, knowing that she needed time to accept and digest the truth. If she hadn't been taken away by the Qins, her life might have been very different. Although the two little treasures were really cute and had won her heart, compared to the two children, she still hoped that her best friend from childhood to adulthood could have a happier life. Xia herself took a long time to struggle out of this pain. She suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. As long as the Qins had never given her life, then she owed them nothing. After all, she had worked like a dog for them for so many years, doing the laundry, cooking, and taking care of her younger brother. And if she really had been abducted by the Qins back then she wouldn't feel too much psychological pressure when she sent them to face justice. Xiaoya? Xiaoya, are you feeling better? Jiang Yingxue asked in a low voice. She was afraid of provoking Xia. I'm fine now. Xia sat up straight. Jiang Yingxue let out a sigh of relief. Do you think that when Mr. Gao mentioned this to you, he felt that you looked a lot like his long-lost sister when he was a child? Most likely. He even gave me his business card, telling me to contact him. Are you worried about something? Well, I'm afraid that my hopes will be dashed. What if I really was given up by my biological parents and sent to the Qins? Wouldn't that be even more difficult? Xia smiled bitterly. This possibility is not without reason. There are many people in the world who look alike, so it might just be a coincidence with the Gao family. What's there to be upset about? Just try it and you'll know. If you really are Mr. Gao's sister, then you'll be the Gao family's eldest daughter, my Lilia, and that's a direct promotion, you know. And even if it's not you, you won't lose anything. You're doing so well now, and your biological parents who abandoned you back then will only regret it. Okay. Jiang Yingxue still very much supported Xia contacting Gao Yunxian. You have to find out the truth. Well, you're right. Let's wait a while. Tomorrow I'll start working at Lu's. I'll be very busy adapting to the new company, and I'll also have to find kindergartens for the kids. Xia suddenly felt very tired. There was still a lot to do, and she didn't know what the work environment at Lu's was like or whether her colleagues would be easy to get along with. She was only willing to come to Lu's because of the money, and she hadn't considered anything else. Jiang Yingxue stayed at Xia's house until the evening before reluctantly hugging the two children again before going home. The sleep and wake times of the family of three were becoming more and more similar to those in China. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Yuexin was lying in her mother's arms, hugging her own little rabbit. Mommy, are grandparents not Mommy's real grandparents? Mommy once told them that they had grandparents and an uncle in China, but he never heard Mommy, and they stopped contacting him long before they were born. Since then, the two children have never mentioned their grandparents again. Xia froze for a moment when she heard her children ask this question. She realized that they all knew and had heard it. Well, Mommy was brought here from somewhere else when she was a child, and Mommy doesn't know who your real grandparents are. Is it possible that they are Uncle Gao's parents? Yuexin asked. She and her brother had both vaguely heard their mother talking to Aunt Xiaoxue, but her brother had told her not to interrupt, otherwise she would have gone over to hug their mother and comfort her. It's just a guess, she wasn't sure. Xia hadn't wanted to hide anything from her two children, but they were still too young to bear too much, so she would just let things take their natural course. If they asked, she would still tell them the truth, including the fact that they had once asked who their real father was, and she had simply answered, "Mommy, I like Uncle Gao. I think he's very kind, and Mommy looks a bit like him, and my heart also likes Uncle Gao," Jin Yuexin said. Although they had only met once, Uncle Gao gave her a very kind feeling, like a long-lost relative. Mommy also feels very kind to Uncle Gao. After this period of time, Mommy will contact Uncle Gao, and then we will know the truth. Be good, go to sleep quickly, Mommy has to go to work in the morning, Xia patted her daughter. Xia patted her daughter. She coaxed her to sleep, and she herself fell asleep. In the next room, Xin Yutian was wide awake. He was tapping away at the computer, using the internet to find out everything he could about the Gao family. He also wanted to know if his mother was really the Gao family's biological daughter. If she was, then in the future, she would have a mother and father and an older brother to love, and he and his younger sister would have grandparents and an uncle. Although he is a little more mature than children of his age, he is still an introverted child who longs for affection and needs a sense of security. Xin Yutian started to recognize words when he could speak, and at the age of 2 he could slowly type on a computer. By the age of 3, he could program and hack proficiently. He has also made a lot of money using the internet, although his mother doesn't know about it yet. After saving up, he wants to buy his mother a big house so that she can enjoy her life and he won't have to work hard to support them. To find out about the Gao family, the superficial information on the news is not enough, but he has built up his own network over the past 6 months and someone can help him find out. Soon he logged into a chat software that only a small number of people in the world had. The group prompt, Long Xiaotian has logged in. The group immediately became lively. Hey, Long has not been here for a few days. Yes, Long is a busy man. Why does he have time to come and chat with us today? Xiaoyao, hurry up, your sweetheart Long is here, at Xiaoyao. If you say anything else, I'll cut out your tongue. Humph. Seeing that the group had started teasing him and Xiaoyao again, Xin Yutian just felt speechless. They usually only communicated online, and they even hid their LP addresses. In reality, they had not met any of the other members, and he knew that the other members had met in private. However, he dared not show his face. Who would believe that Long Xiaotian in their group was actually a 3-year-old baby? Stop joking around, this is serious business. Is there anyone near Jiangcheng? Help me find someone. Xin Yutian directly interrupted the bantering in the group. I'm right next to Jiangcheng, go ahead and tell me who you want to find. Xiaoyao volunteered. Gao Yunshan of the Gao group and his family, find out and send it to me. Xin Yutian frankly stated his purpose. The Gao family, sure, but you have to treat me to dinner, let's meet offline, I'll make you pay for it. Xiaoyao jumped at the chance. She had long been curious about Long Xiaotian, who had been in the group for a few months, and had been elusive. The more elusive he was, the more she wanted to know what he looked like. Great. Xin Yutian gritted his teeth as he typed the word on the keyboard. How could he meet the people in the group like this? He would have to think of another way. Chapter 13 Lu Beichuan, President of Lu's. After explaining the Gao family's situation, Xin Yutian went to bed. His mother had to go to work in the morning, so he had to get up early to make breakfast. It was not good for the body to go to work on an empty stomach. His mother had to stay healthy and by their side. At 6 a.m., Xin Yutian got up on time as usual. His biological clock had always been very accurate, even after the time difference of more than 10 hours. The rented house they live in is not too far from Lu's, just a 10-minute taxi ride away. Xia doesn't need to get up too early for work, which starts at 9 o'clock. She can leisurely get up at 7:30 to wash up and put on her makeup. She knows her good son will definitely make her breakfast. Xin Yuexin, who is rarely stuck in bed, gets up with her mother today. By the time Xia has finished washing up, Xin Yuexin has already helped her pick out the clothes she will wear to work today. Mommy, do you think this looks good? Xin Yuexin's big, sparkling eyes looked at Xia. It looks good, Xiner is so good. Xia kissed her daughter on the cheek. She had to admit that the little girl really had a good eye for fashion, and the outfit she had put together looked much better than the one she had picked out herself. She really was blessed to have given birth to such 2 little angels. After breakfast, Xia changed into the clothes her daughter had prepared, put on a light makeup, and was ready to go out. Light makeup was enough to make her shine in the crowd. Her son had already helped her put the bag and shoes she would wear today at the entrance. My babies, mommy has to go to work to earn money. Dubai will come over in a while, so you have to be good. Lin Imobai said that he would help her watch the children today, and at the same time help her find a kindergarten. Having someone to help out at times like this makes her life a lot easier. Although her two children are smart and sensible and won't wander off, she still feels more at ease when there is an adult around. Don't worry, mommy, I'll take care of my little sister, Jin Yutian promised. He definitely won't let his sister out of his sight. Goodbye, mommy, and good luck at work. Shin Yuxian gave her mother a hug and said, Goodbye, my darlings. When Shin Xia came out, the online car service she had called arrived just in time. Her company's working hours were relatively late, and there was not much traffic at this time, so it took her only 10 minutes to arrive at the Luz Company building. The entire office building was the headquarters of the Luz Group. Even the building was built by Luz Real Estate, which was very imposing. Facing a new environment, Shin Xia was still a little nervous. She took a deep breath downstairs before walking into the Luz Group building. Today was her first day at work, so she had arrived a little early on purpose. There weren't many people in the office yet, so she pressed the elevator button and it opened directly on the first floor. She had to report to the Human Resources Department on the 6th floor first. The elevator was about to slowly close when a large hand reached in. Wait a minute. It was the voice of a young man. Shin Xia quickly pressed the open button. Then she saw a young man in a suit walk in, not much older than her. Thank you, the young man said. Then another man in a suit came up, cold and arrogant. The man exuded his own aura of power, and a sense of keep away spread through the elevator. Shin Xia unconsciously backed up to the corner. This man was very tall, taller than Shin Xia, who was 165 centimeters tall, and his sturdy body filled the suit, which did not have a single wrinkle, and his inverted triangle back could be seen through the clothes. The man glanced at Shin Xia with a slight tilt of his head. Is she new here? There has never been anyone in the company who is more beautiful than Ren Xingqing, because she cannot be contained. Of course, he is not even remotely interested. Over the years, apart from that girl who let him indulge for one night, his pants have usually been pulled very tight, and he has never been interested in any woman's seduction, even though he did not clearly see the girl's face at the time. He just doesn't know how long this beauty will be in the company, so he wishes her luck. Feeling that she was being stared at, Shin Xia, who had been looking down, raised her head, and their gazes met. The man gave a small smile and turned his head back. Shin Xia was startled. When the man turned his head just now, the outline of his profile vaguely overlapped with the man in her memory. Even his tall figure was similar. No way, absolutely not, how could it be such a coincidence? She hadn't seen the man clearly, and there were just too many people with similar outlines and figures. There are no such coincidences in this world. The elevator quickly reached the 6th floor. Just as Shin Xia was about to say that she would step aside and get off the elevator, she saw the man take the lead and step out with his leg. Coincidentally, they were both going to the Human Resources Department, and Shin Xia followed behind them. The Human Resources Department was relatively early for work today. When they saw the tall man enter, the Human Resources Manager immediately came up to greet him. President Liu, what brings you here? Good morning, President Liu. The rest of the personnel department hurried over to say hello as well. It was a rare occurrence for the personnel department to have the president visit. Is designer Chini, who the company just poached from abroad, here today? Liu Beichuan asked. If he remembered correctly, Chini was reporting for duty today. This was a designer he had carefully selected who had won several awards despite being young and having only been working for a short time. Designers were the foundation of their company. The top designers in the country are basically all in their company, except for the ones who went to Kyoto. They have even poached many from abroad in Kyoto at high prices. The salary is basically double that of their previous companies, and not a few people are tempted. This is the biggest change Liu Beichuan has made since taking office. Which person doesn't work for money? Since everyone is doing it for money, money can definitely attract talent. And the benefits that this talent brings to the company far outweigh the salary they give them, so why not? He has always felt that his father is too conservative, which makes it difficult for the company to reach the next level, and tradition will be broken in his hands. Just as he thought, the Lius are booming under his leadership. Reporting to President Liu, she hasn't arrived yet, but I spoke to her on the phone yesterday, and she said she has already returned to the country and will report for duty on time before 9 o'clock today. The Human Resources Manager said. She is still very concerned about Qin Xia. She knows that the company attaches great importance to the position of designer, and Qin Xia was lured away by the company with a high salary, so she dare not be negligent in any way. As soon as the human resources manager finished speaking, she heard a soft voice coming from behind Lu Beichuan's tall figure. "Hello, my name is Qin Xia. I'm here to report for duty today." Hearing the voice, Lu Beichuan turned around. "So it's you." Chapter 14, The Children's Suspected Father. Turned out to be the woman in the elevator. No wonder he didn't know there was such a pretty woman in the company. Lu Beichuan then carefully observed Qin Xia's face. Not only was she pretty, she looked familiar. Yes, she did. He had a good memory and didn't remember meeting this woman before, but she looked familiar, like the outline of the woman from that night, and she also had the surname Qin. The woman that night also had the surname Qin. He only knew her surname but not her name. After all, that night was just a one-night stand in a moment of desperation, so he didn't care much about it. He just asked his assistant to find the man who took the money and tell him to make the woman take the medicine. He didn't want to leave any seeds outside. The man said that he had already given the woman the medicine, so they could rest assured, and that this matter would definitely be kept secret and no one else would know. The assistant knew that this man would not dare to play tricks on them, so he did not investigate further and just reported to Lu Beichuan according to what the man said. Lu Beichuan also kept this matter to himself. For him, this was also considered a personal blemish. As long as he didn't leave a seed outside, it was just a small incident in his life. The arrival of Qin Xia awakened memories from 4 years ago. However, this thought was quickly dismissed by him. 4 years ago, that woman was sold by her boyfriend's own hand. How could someone who could find such a shoddy man as a boyfriend become such an excellent designer? That woman is now probably married with children and living a life at the bottom. Lu Beichuan turned around, and Qin Xia was able to see her face clearly. She opened her eyes wide. No way. Is this really a coincidence? Just now, it was just the side profile that looked familiar, but this face is exactly like her son's. It can be said that Tian is a miniature version of Lu Beichuan, with the same nose, eyebrows, and eyes. Tian only has her mother's mouth, and the rest of him looks like Lu Beichuan, even the way he stands and the proportions of his body. Just now, the personnel department called him President Lu. Is he an executive here? The convergence of these pieces of information made Qin Xia feel like running. She regretted returning to China. She knew that the man might be Lu Beichuan. She would rather starve to death abroad than return to China. But she had already started working. In order to prevent the designer from being poached by another company, they signed a special contract, which stated that if the designer unilaterally breached the contract, they would have to pay the company 5 million yuan in compensation. She doesn't have that kind of money. She hasn't even saved enough to buy a house in a good school district for her kids. If she gets into debt, how will she support her babies later on? She can't let her kids suffer like she did. And she hardly keeps in touch with anyone in Jiangcheng, so where would she find that kind of money? Designer Qin, welcome to the Lu family. Lu Beichuan's mouth curled up slightly. Just don't look at me so directly, I know I'm very handsome. Qin Xia? This man is so narcissistic, she's never seen anyone so confident in saying they're handsome in public before. Although he is indeed very handsome. Seeing Qin Xia still made him a little dazed, the manager of the Human Resources Department spoke warmly first. Hello, Designer Qin, welcome to Lu's. This is our president, Mr. Lu Beichuan. Lu's president, Lu Beichuan? Qin Xia was struck by lightning, even more surprised than before. She had originally thought it was just some manager, but she never imagined it was the president of Lu's. Oh my god. What a curse. Is it too late for her to run away now? She can't afford to pay the money back, but she absolutely can't let Lu Beichuan know about the 2 children. If he doesn't care, it's fine, but if he does, there's no way she can protect the 2 children. A head-on confrontation with the Lu family is like using eggs to break stone. She heard that the president of the Lu group is still single. Under these circumstances, even if he finds out the truth, he probably won't fight her for the 2 children. After all, it will affect his future marriage. She can give up everything, but she can't give up her children. Designer Qin? The human resources manager shouted again when he saw Qin Xia still staring at Lu Beichuan. These young girls are really infatuated these days. There are quite a few young girls in their company who are obsessed with Lu Beichuan, but the pretty ones have all been squeezed out by Jiangcheng. If this Qin Xia doesn't rein herself in a bit, she won't be able to stay in the company for long either. It's fine if she's pretty, but if she doesn't know how to keep her distance from President Liu, it will be hard for her to survive. Although she is a designer who was poached at a high price, she can't withstand Ren Qingqing's pranks, and in the end, it's really hard to say. Ren Qingqing is the live and father of their company, and no one can handle her except President Liu. She can only silently wish Qin Xia good luck in her heart. Ha! Oh, hello, you are Manager Huan, right? We spoke on the phone. Qin Xia's eyes came back from Liu Beichuan's face. What a shame, he just said that she wouldn't think that she was a flower girl to him, eh? Qin Xia felt goosebumps rising all over her body. She had previously fantasized about what her children's father would be like, and as Tian grew older and older, and looked nothing like her, she knew that he must be like her father. She had always thought that the man should be quite handsome, and Tian following him would be fine. But today, it seems that although he is handsome, he is so disgusting. Oh my god, please don't let her baby Tian follow the character of this man. Qin Xia's slightly disgusted movement of the corner of her mouth was captured in Liu Beichuan's full view. He frowned lightly. This woman was just infatuated with him, but why did she change her face so quickly? Was that expression just now a look of disgust? Liu Beichuan had never seen anyone show him such an expression before, especially a woman. Ha, this woman is a bit interesting. Liu Beichuan quickly left the personnel department. He had come in early to check whether the new designer had started work that day. He wanted to see for himself the person who had won a major award while still a postgraduate student. He didn't care what achievements she had made at her previous company, but since she had been poached with a high salary, she should work hard for the Liu family. He hoped that she would surprise him at work. After Liu Beichuan left, Qin Xia let out a long breath and felt much more relaxed. What was this called? A narrow escape? If Liu Beichuan really is the children's father, then they can be considered enemies. She used to think that Jiangcheng was very big, one of the largest cities in the country, with tens of millions of permanent residents. On the first day back, she ordered takeaway and ran into her ex-boyfriend, and on her first day at work, she ran into the suspected father of her children, who is also her boss. She suddenly remembered a song, "This world is so small." Chapter 15, Oh no, my real father is here. Since Qin Xia was poached from abroad at a particularly high salary, the company attached more importance to her, and the human resources manager personally accompanied her during the induction process. After completing the induction process, the human resources manager took her to the design department. The personnel manager had a good impression of Qin Xia from their earlier conversation, and couldn't help but remind her, "Designer Qin, there's something I want to remind you. The working atmosphere in our company is not bad. As long as you work hard for the company, the rewards will definitely satisfy you. Just don't offend Ren Qingqing, the deputy director of your design department." Hearing Ren Qingqing's name for the first time, it piqued Qin Xia's curiosity. Why? What else could it be? A family friend. Ren Qingqing's father is a high-ranking official and has been friends with General Manager Liu's father for a long time. After graduation, she didn't want to listen to her family's arrangements and insisted on coming to work in our company. General Manager Liu gave her the position of deputy director of the design department. No one in the company dares to touch her head, except for General Manager Liu. In the future, if you run into her, try to say as little as possible. Just do whatever she tells you to do. That's it. We work for money, so there's no need to make trouble for ourselves. The human resources manager said in a very low voice, worried and gritting his teeth. She has also suffered a lot from Ren Qingqing's temper. Although she is only the deputy director of the design department, her temper is worse than that of all the vice presidents in the company. She wants to interfere in the affairs of every department and manage everyone she dislikes, whether they are in her department or not. Anyone who offends her is not far from leaving. Qin Xia was hard for them to recruit, and she doesn't want to be squeezed out soon, otherwise the pressure will be put on their human resources department again. There are designers everywhere, but not many are good, and the mediocre ones don't even get Liu's attention. I see, thank you, I'll keep that in mind. Although she didn't know why the HR manager said that, she was still grateful for the reminder. It was already past 9 when Qin Xia arrived at the design department. Everyone was working at their own workstation, and Qin Xia's arrival immediately attracted everyone's attention. The director of the design department had left, and the position had been left vacant ever since. Ren Qingqing had repeatedly asked to be made director, but Liu Beichuan had refused. So Qin Xia was introduced by the human resources manager. Design department colleagues, let's welcome today's designer Qin to our design department. The human resources manager clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. Wow! When everyone saw Jiangcheng for the first time, they couldn't help but exclaim, "How can someone be so beautiful just by applying a little makeup?" Jiangcheng smiled and greeted everyone. "Hello everyone, my name is Jiangcheng. I hope you can look after me in the future. I have to see if the sun is rising in the west today, as our department has suddenly got a beautiful woman." Is this the legendary designer Qin? She's so young. Of course, she only graduated from graduate school last year, and she already won an award before graduation. A graduate student? I thought she had just graduated from undergraduate school. Holy shit, she's even prettier than Director Rin, and she's got a great figure. Keep your voice down, if Director Rin hears you, you're in trouble. After Jiangcheng had introduced herself, everyone applauded to welcome her while whispering among themselves. They were happy for her but also worried for her, as anyone in their department who was even remotely attractive had been squeezed out by Rin Xingqing. Feeling the enthusiasm of everyone, Jiangcheng responded with a smile. "This is your workstation. It has already been cleaned up by the cleaning staff, and you will be working here from now on." The human resources manager led Jiangcheng to her prepared workstation. The design department occupied a large office with a revised layout, with workstations in rows. Everyone worked together in an open-plan office, giving the impression of a large dormitory. Jiangcheng was a little uncomfortable with so many people, but it was also good, as it made it easier to communicate with colleagues about work. After the HR manager left, several colleagues who were interested in such things gathered around. "Hello, Designer Qin. My name is Niu Yangfu. I graduated from the School of Design at Jiangcheng University. I am 26 years old, and we will be colleagues from now on. Please take care of me." A young male colleague introduced himself first. Even if Rin Xingqing could not tolerate Jiangcheng, it did not affect the possibility of him pursuing Jiangcheng. Such a beautiful woman is not easy to come by, although he knew he was not good enough for her, but how would he know if he didn't try? "My name is Bai Jianfei. Let's add each other on WeChat so we can communicate more easily about work in the future." Bai Jianfei was a nearly 200-pound fat guy who shouted about losing weight every day, but stuffed his face with food anyway, earning him the nickname Bai Diets. Although he was fat, he was very picky about his women and only wanted beautiful women. "Fat guy, go lose weight somewhere else, don't get in the way." "Designer Qin, my name is Wen Jialiang. Let's have tea sometime and chat about work. I can quickly familiarize you with our workflow." Another male colleague also squeezed over and said, "He dares to hit on a fat girl, what's there that he's afraid of? Will you all move aside, one by one?" The voice of a female colleague rang out, "Pretty Qin, do you have time to go out for dinner and shopping together? Let's get acquainted, we'll be colleagues in the future." Compared to men, girls like beautiful women more. Several people got acquainted with Jiangcheng one after the other. "You guys are pretty idle. This is working time. What are you all doing? If you don't want to work anymore, just go home and rest. You have plenty of time to be idle." A voice with a pleasant tone but an extremely unpleasant tone broke up the hustle and bustle. "Oh no! Here comes the living father." The few people who were talking around Jiangcheng quickly returned to their workstations and started working, as if they weren't the ones who were talking around Jiangcheng just now. Ren Xingqing had every reason to find fault, so where would they dare to speak much? Jiangcheng turned her head to look at the source of the sound and saw a tall woman with a net height of about 1.7 meters, a curvy figure, a small V-shaped face, almond-shaped eyes, a straight nose, full lips, fair skin, and big waves of hair down to her waist standing at the entrance to the design department. Looking at everyone's reaction and the reminder from the HR manager just now, she probably guessed that this beauty was the Ren Xingqing they had been talking about. Sure enough, she had the demeanor of a young lady. The people in the design department all seemed to be afraid of her. No wonder the HR manager had told her not to provoke Ren Xingqing. "You are the new Jiangcheng?" Ren Xingqing gave Jiangcheng a contemptuous glance. Jiangcheng's face made her feel very uncomfortable. She had heard that the design department was getting a new designer poached from abroad today, but she never expected it to be a beauty. What's more, the lightly made up Jiangcheng was actually more beautiful than her, who was heavily made up and carefully dressed up. This made her feel very unbalanced. She had spent a lot of money and suffered a lot to get this face. In order to maintain her figure, she dared not eat too much at every meal, so how could she be willing to be outshined so easily? What's more, she didn't want Liu Beichuan to see a woman who was more beautiful than her. Chapter 16, Being Targeted on the First Day at Work. If she had known that she would be hiring such a beautiful designer, she would have protested to Liu Beichuan long ago. She had to find a way to get rid of this woman, no matter how much talent she had in design or how much profit she could bring to the company. None of that mattered to her, she just wanted Liu Beichuan for herself. As for money, she didn't lack it, and she didn't have any concept of it either. Since she was young, she had been firm in her belief that she would marry no one but Liu Beichuan. Even if the line of suitors after her stretched all the way to Paris, she would not be swayed. "It's me." As Ren Qingqing gave her a malicious glare, Qin Xia remained calm. This was also thanks to the reminder from the human resources manager earlier. She had been mentally prepared for it, but she had not expected that she had just arrived, and had not yet spoken a word to Ren Qingqing, let alone offended her, and yet she had already begun to be targeted. Although Ren Qingqing looked down on everyone else, she looked at her with pure malice. This was the second time today that Qin Xia had regretted returning to China. She had only been back a few days, and she had already encountered so many problems. Her mood fluctuated greatly every day, just like riding a roller coaster. She suddenly had a feeling that with Ren Qingqing around, she might have a hard time here in the future. "Here, these are the latest orders, and you have 3 days to complete them." Ren Qingqing placed several orders on Qin Xia's desk. She originally came to give everyone their tasks, and these orders were not urgent, but the moment she saw Qin Xia, she changed her mind. "These are for Qin Xia." According to the normal schedule, these tasks would be enough for an average designer to work on for a week. But she only gave Qin Xia 3 days. She didn't have the right to fire someone, but she had the right to make life difficult for someone she didn't like. As long as the other person couldn't stand it, they would naturally resign of their own accord. But she didn't know that when Qin Xia came to the company, a special contract was signed to ensure that she wouldn't be poached, and the compensation was simply not acceptable to Qin Xia. Her tolerance far exceeded Ren Qingqing's imagination. Oh, no, it's the level of poverty. If Qin Xia had an endless supply of money, she wouldn't even need to work. Her greatest wish in life was to make enough money quickly and lie down with her children. "So many?" Qin Xia looked at the orders in surprise. "What? This is a lot? I heard that you're quite capable, so this shouldn't be too difficult for designer Qin, right?" Ren Qingqing smiled seductively. "It feels good, really good." She loves seeing the look on the faces of people she hates. She can't stand them, but she can't get rid of them, so she has to let them have their way. Her confidence comes from the fact that she is the only daughter of the Ren family, from the fact that Liu Beichuan's parents like her, from the fact that she and Liu Beichuan have known each other since childhood, and from the fact that even though she has always acted like this, Liu Beichuan can't do anything about her. In the end, she always gets her way. 3 days was too short. Qin Xia had a headache. She knew that Ren Qingqing had done it on purpose. The Liu family's work intensity was just like this. Otherwise, would you get such a high salary for nothing? If you don't want to do it, you can also leave. Ren Qingqing twisted her waist and left. "Remember that it must be handed in to me in 3 days. After saying this, Ren Qingqing left without looking back. Just now, while Ren Qingqing was there, no one dared to breathe a word, and it was only after she had left that they vented their anger towards Qin Xia in their hearts. Although they had all been suppressed by Ren Qingqing to varying degrees, this was the first time that she had been suppressed so blatantly and with such high intensity and purpose. Is it humanly possible to complete these orders in 3 days? Qin Xia leaned listlessly against her chair. She knew that Ren Qingqing was deliberately targeting her, but there was nothing she could do about it. If only she could earn that kind of money, she would never put up with this. You may not know it when you first arrived, but she is just like that. She treats the company like her own home, herself like a princess, and everyone else like cattle and horses. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. I can help you share some of the workload. A woman in her 30s at the workstation next to Qin Xia said in a low voice. Before Qin Xia came, she was considered the best-looking person in the design department. The only reason she was still there was because she was married and relatively old, although she was not spared from bullying. Thank you, Sister Fong. Alas, Qin Xia was very grateful for the other person's kindness, but meeting such a supervisor on her first day at work was something she hadn't expected before returning to China. She thought that the Qin family and that bastard Wan Yuliang had already shown her the evils of the world, but there are always more mountains beyond the first. This was the first time she had seen the purest kind of evil between strangers with no conflict of interest. Sister Fong patted Qin Xia on the shoulder to comfort her. By the way, Sister Fong, just who is this Ren Qingqing? Why is she so? Qin Xia leaned very, very close to Sister Fong and asked in a very low voice. She was afraid that someone might hear. There are so many people in the office, and maybe someone is Ren Qingqing's spy. She is very cautious about this. Sister Fong looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to them, and then lowered her voice and said, she is the daughter of a high-ranking official in Jiangcheng. She is the only child in her family, and she is very willful. After graduating from university, she was directly transferred here to become the deputy director. She has no real talent, but she likes to make trouble. Sister Fong couldn't help rolling her eyes. Her father and President Lu's father were old friends, and the Lu family needed to go through her family's channels for some things. She and President Lu had also known each other since childhood, and they were willing to give the Ren family face by letting Ren Qingqing do whatever she wanted at the company. And Ren Qingqing had always been in love with President Lu, and she couldn't stand the idea of someone prettier than her in the company. You mustn't get close to President Lu, or she won't just target you for this little thing today. Sister Fong pointed at the documents on the table with her eyes. Xia understood instantly. What Fong had said tallied with what the HR manager had said earlier. As for Fong's warning not to get close to Liu Beichuan, well, she was avoiding him already. In order not to attract attention, the two of them simply spoke in low voices and then got back to work. Xia was so busy that she didn't even go to the company cafeteria for lunch. She ordered takeout and ate a few bites before continuing with her work. Fortunately, the design requirements were relatively simple, and she was able to quickly finish the draft. Before she knew it, it was time to go home, and her colleagues had already left. She realized that it was dark outside. Oh no, it's already past 6 o'clock. I'm not going to work on it anymore. I'll finish it at home. Xia looked at her watch and immediately started to pack her things to go home. She didn't want to stay here and work overtime. She could do the work at home as long as she saved the draft. Xia had just run downstairs to get a taxi when she heard a somewhat familiar voice behind her. Designer Qin. Chapter 17. It was as if something had tickled his heart. Liu Beichuan gave a playful smile and looked at Xia through his peach blossom eyes from the car window. He was right to guess that Xia had been forced to work overtime on her first day at work, and who was responsible for this except Ren Qingqing. He had long since told Ren Qingqing to return to the Ren family company and not come to his place to stir up trouble, but his father had never agreed, insisting on selling the Ren family patriarch face. He even secretly wanted to matchmake him with Ren Qingqing. Hearing this voice, Xia trembled as if she had been electrocuted and turned around, waving her hands quickly. No, thanks, I called a car online, goodbye. Then she turned around and ran away in her high heels. Oh my, why is this Liu Beichuan so persistent? She ran into him twice in one day. Does the president work overtime too? She doesn't want to say another word to this man. Whether it's for the sake of the child or because of Ren Qingqing. As she watched Xia's fleeing back, Liu Beichuan tapped his fingers against his thigh. This is interesting. This is the first woman who has taken the initiative to distance herself from him and avoid him. It seems like something has tickled his heart. Mommy! Why did you just get back now? I was about to call you. Do you know that I was worried about you? As soon as Xia entered the door, she saw Qin Yuexin with her little hands on her hips, pouting with a small mouth, pretending to be angry. Mommy is such a big person, but she still doesn't make her life easy. Xia looked at the time. It was almost 7:30. Baby, I'm sorry, Mommy had to work overtime today and forgot to call you. Mommy can't do that again, okay? I and my brother will worry. Qin Yuexin pouted and helped Xia take off her bag and change her shoes. Mommy, you've worked hard. Sit here and I'll massage you. Qin Yuexin pulled Xia onto the sofa and massaged her shoulders. Why did you come home so late? Lin Imobai put a glass of water in Xia's hands. He had promised Xia that he would take care of the kids today, and he would not leave before she returned. It also happened to be a good time to have dinner with them. He loved eating with them the most. It was so warm and homely, just like a family of 4. I worked overtime and forgot to look at the time, Xia said listlessly. Overtime on the first day of work? Is Liu Beichuan Joe Boppy? Lin Imobai said puzzled. He and Liu Beichuan also knew each other quite well. They had also had dealings before he left for abroad, but at that time they were still studying. When it came to Liu Beichuan, Xia's body visibly froze, and the face that looked exactly like Tiantian's flashed before her eyes. It wasn't a problem with Liu Beichuan. Then who was it? My leader, the deputy director of our department. Did he bully you? Lin Mo asked anxiously. He had thought that Xia might not have a particularly smooth time returning to work in China, but he had never expected her to be bullied on her first day. Seeing that Qin Xia was silent, Lin Mobai was certain of his guess. If they bullied you on the first day, what will they do in the future? If you're unhappy, just change jobs, I'll help you arrange it. No way. I signed a contract, and if I leave, I'll have to pay Lu several million yuan in compensation. I don't have that kind of money. Qin Xia thought that if she had that kind of money, she definitely wouldn't meet with Lu Beichuan again. I'll pay for it. Lin Mobai said very seriously. He knew about the contract, and he felt that it was unreasonable at the time. Lu's was too dogged, and he had persuaded Qin Xia not to go, but Qin Xia had already made up her mind, and he couldn't interfere. No, I absolutely can't cause you any more trouble. Qin Xia immediately refused. Although she didn't know much about Lin Mobai's family situation, from his previous life abroad and the card that picked them up when they returned to China, the Lin family was definitely wealthy. But she could never let Lin Mobai pay for her, otherwise she would be in debt to him for the rest of her life. She didn't want any taint on her friendship with Lin Mobai. Lin Mobai's eyes flashed with disappointment. He really wanted to hold up the sky for her, hoping that she would rely on him for everything, rather than being so clearly divided from him as she was now. After getting a clear rejection, Lin Mobai did not continue to speak, but helped Qin Yutian prepare dinner together. After dinner, Lin Mobai left, and Qin Xia took an early shower and turned on her laptop to continue her work from the day. According to the current progress, she could only finish in 4 days at the earliest, which was the limit. Ren Jiangcheng is really a ruthless person who doesn't care about other people's lives and deaths. She stayed up until midnight, and couldn't hold on anymore, so she went to bed. The next day at work, she didn't look as energetic as the day before. She looked listless and had dark circles under her eyes. She had slept for less than 5 hours, and the alarm didn't even wake her up. In the end, her son made breakfast for her and woke her up, and she almost missed work. On the way to work, she ordered 2 iced Americanos from a takeaway to refresh herself and get back to work. Since Ren Xingqing did it on purpose, she definitely couldn't let her get away with it, otherwise she would have to suppress her even more in the future. After 2 cups of coffee, Qin Xia felt much more energetic. Xia, you can't drink coffee like that. Sister Fong said worriedly. She did the same thing in her 20s in order to work and improve herself, but the disadvantages became apparent over time. It's fine, Fengjie, otherwise I won't have any energy. Qin Xia responded with a smile. Since they met yesterday, she had felt that Fengjie was a good person just by looking at her face, and today's concern had made her like Fengjie even more. I'll be a bit free these 2 days, so you can give me 2 orders and I'll do them for you. Don't worry, no one will know. That's too much trouble for you. Qin Xia felt a bit embarrassed. After all, the work here is still quite busy, and there is no need for Fengjie to cause herself trouble. What are you doing being so stubborn? Hurry up and give it to me. When you have some free time, you can treat me to a meal, and I won't have helped you for nothing. Sister Fong said. Qin Xia knew that Sister Fong had said this because she was afraid that she would feel embarrassed, and she rated Sister Fong even higher in her heart. In such a fast-paced era, everyone is very busy, and it is rare to find people who take the initiative to help others. With Fong's help, Qin Xia finally felt a lot more relaxed. It wasn't until the 3rd day that she finally had time to eat at noon, and there was only a few more things to finish. The Lu Group building. A little girl dressed in a princess dress as pretty as a doll, holding a bunny doll, stood in the sun. She was looking for her mother. She heard that her mother had been working overtime the past 2 days and hadn't eaten well, and she felt bad for her. But she had called several times but there was no answer, and she couldn't get in, so she could only wait downstairs. Little girl, what are you doing here? Chapter 18. Hello, handsome uncle. I'm Xin. Xin Yuexin was enveloped by a tall figure, blocking the sunlight that had been above her head. She lifted her little head, and what met her eyes was a very handsome face, a bit like her brother's. It was very much how she imagined her father would look, and it made her feel very close to him, just like when she saw Uncle Gao. Although she was only 3 years old, she was a person whose values followed her facial features, and she was defenseless in the face of handsome men and beautiful women. Hello, uncle, my name is Xin. My mummy works here, and I'm here waiting for her. Seeing such a handsome face, Qin Yuexin suddenly beamed a smile. At this smile, Lu Beichuan's heart felt like it was melting, and he unconsciously crouched down to look at Qin Yuexin. Hello, little friend Xin, I'm Uncle Lu. Lu Beichuan revealed a rare gentle smile. He had never liked children, but for some reason, as soon as he saw this little girl, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He really wanted to get to know her and stroke her cute little face. He wondered what kind of magic this child had. Upon closer inspection, the child actually looked a bit like Jiangcheng. If he didn't know that Jiangcheng was only 26 years old and had just graduated from graduate school, he would have thought that this was Jiangcheng's daughter. "Uncle Lu, you are so handsome." Qin Yuexin's eyes sparkled. "You have good taste." Lu Beichuan's smile grew even wider, and he couldn't help reaching out to pinch Qin Yuexin's plump little face. "Senny, tell uncle how old you are." "Senny is 3 years old." Qin Yuexin held up 3 fingers. "You're only 3 years old, so don't run around, it's dangerous." Lu Beichuan was inexplicably worried about the child's safety. The child's family has a lot of heart, and such a young child actually dares to come find her mother on her own. "Well, don't worry, uncle, I'll go back when I've waited for my mommy, I won't run around." Qin Yuexin shook her head. "Good girl, uncle still has things to do, so I'll go first." "When you've waited for your mommy, go home early." Lu Beichuan stood up, he still had a dinner appointment and had to hurry. Even though he felt a little reluctant inside, and even wanted to pick up the child, his reason told him not to. This was not his child, and he could not get too close to it. "Goodbye, Uncle Shui." Qin Yuexin waved to Lu Beichuan. "Goodbye, Xinye." Lu Beichuan turned and left. Just before getting into the car, he told the security guard at the door to keep an eye on the little girl at the door and not let anyone abduct her. "Hey, when I came back from lunch, I saw a little girl downstairs. She was so pretty." "I saw her too. I don't know whose kid she is, but she was so dangerous downstairs by herself. She looked like she was only 3 or 4 years old." Jiangcheng, who had just finished work and was thinking about what to eat later, pricked up her ears to listen to the gossip from her colleagues. Suddenly she saw her phone screen light up. It was her son calling. She quickly pressed the answer button. "Mommy, why are you answering the phone now? I've called you several times already." Qin Yutian's anxious voice came over the phone. "I was busy just now, and I set my phone to silent, so I forgot to turn it back on," Jiangcheng explained. "My sister ran out, and I just called her. She said she went to find you," Qin Yutian said helplessly. Today, Debai didn't come, so there were only the 2 siblings at home. He didn't notice Qin Yuexin for a while and she ran out. He had previously promised his mother solemnly that he would watch his sister, and this was only the 3rd day. He called his sister, but she just hung up after saying, "I want mommy." He hurriedly called his mother, but it took several tries before she answered. This pair of inconsiderate mother and daughter really made him speechless. The whole family is asking a 3-year-old to take care of them. Combining what her son said with what her colleague said about a little girl downstairs, Jiangcheng immediately realized that it was her daughter, Qin Yuexin. "I understand. I'll go downstairs right away." Jiangcheng hung up the phone and ran outside while holding the phone. As soon as she rushed out of the office building, she saw Qin Yuexin standing under the sun not far from the entrance, hugging a rabbit. "Qin Yuexin!" Jiangcheng shouted. Qin Yuexin nervously hugged the rabbit in her hands. Whenever her mother called her name, she knew she was about to be scolded. "Mommy, Yuexin missed you so much." Qin Yuexin gave a pleasing smile. "In that case, mommy won't criticize her too much, right? You've got some nerve, haven't you, running off without saying a word." Jiangcheng was a little angry, but seeing her daughter's pouty face made her anger dissipate. She really couldn't do anything with this child, especially when she was being spoiled. "Mommy, I was worried about you. You haven't had a proper lunch in the past 2 days because you've been working overtime, and I came over to eat with you, but you're still scolding me." Qin Yuexin looked pouty. Jiangcheng had casually muttered this sentence last night while working at home, and she never expected her daughter to remember it. Her heart immediately softened. "Then why didn't you call mommy when you came?" "I did, but you never answered, so I had to wait here." Jiangcheng slapped herself on the forehead. Mommy's phone was on silent, so she didn't hear the phone ring. "You don't blame mommy, do you?" Even she herself didn't notice that in the space of a few sentences, the person who had made a mistake had changed from her daughter to her. "No, Xaner loves mommy the most, and mommy eats what Xaner eats together." Qin Yuexin's tone had changed from trying to please just now to coquettish. Who could resist this, and Jiangcheng's anger had completely dissipated, because her daughter was so cute. "Let's go home and eat, there's still time." Jiangcheng immediately called a taxi and took her daughter home. Even if she ate out, she would still have to take her daughter home afterwards, so she might as well go home and eat. Her eldest son had already finished lunch, but she hadn't realized that her younger daughter had taken advantage of the situation to run away while he was cooking. After eating lunch at home, Jiangcheng hurried back to the office, as there was still some work to be done. Before leaving, she repeatedly reminded Qin Yuexin not to go out again. Qin Yuexin readily agreed, saying that she definitely wouldn't go out this afternoon. Jiangcheng was satisfied with the answer and left. She only said that she definitely wouldn't go out this afternoon, but she didn't say that she wouldn't go out the day after tomorrow or the day after that. Chapter 19. Uncle Lu is the second most handsome guy in the world after my brother. The next day, when it was almost noon, Lu Beichuan finished what he was doing and, for some reason, went downstairs, eager to see if the little girl had come that day. He didn't know why he was doing it, or what he was expecting. It was a strange feeling, and he had never expected anything from anyone before. The downstairs was empty. Lu Beichuan shook his head and smiled. He felt as if he had been bewitched, and he was crazy. It was just a little girl. Just as he was about to turn back and go upstairs, he saw a small figure running towards her. A little girl wearing a puffy dress and holding a bunny rabbit doll shouted as she ran, "Handsome uncle, handsome uncle." Senny. Lu Beichuan's heart felt as if it had been filled up all of a sudden. He had never had such an experience before. He couldn't help turning around again, and walked over to Qin Yuexin with long strides. "Slow down, you'll fall." Lu Beichuan didn't notice that even his voice had become softer. "Look at you, running so fast on such a hot day, you're all sweaty." Lu Beichuan crouched down and arranged the stray hairs on Qin Yuexin's forehead that had been stuck to her face by sweat. For a moment, Lu Beichuan felt as if the little girl was his own daughter. In the past, he had always resisted having children, but now he felt that if he had a daughter like this, his life would be very happy. He. Qin Yuexin smiled. She saw this handsome face again. It is indeed pleasing to the eye to see someone who is good-looking. Here to see your mommy again? Lu Beichuan took out a tissue and helped Qin Yuexin wipe the sweat off her face. Yes. Why do you always come out alone? Where is your family? Lu Beichuan asked. No adult in the world would let a child that young go out on their own every day. Qin Yuexin lowered her head and nodded gently. There's only me, my mommy, and my brother in our family, no one else. I've never even met my father, and my mommy says that my grandparents don't want us anymore. The only one who's ever been good to us is Dabai. Lu Beichuan's heart was moved. Such a cute child, how could her grandparents and father bear to let her go? Then he caught another key piece of information, Dabai. Who is Dabai? Lu Beichuan asked. Dabai is a handsome uncle and my mommy's best friend. He wants to be my father, but my mommy doesn't like him. Qin Yuexin is, after all, a child, and she blurted out Lin Mobai's innermost thoughts in one breath. Oh? Handsome uncle, are you as handsome as me? Lu Beichuan asked. He clearly didn't know the little girl's mother, but why did he vaguely feel a little sour? Hey, no, Uncle Lu is the second most handsome man in the world after my brother. Qin Yuexin immediately put on a smile. Although Dabai is also very handsome, he is no match for Uncle Lu at all. Although Dabai has always been by her side since she was little and she relies on him a lot, she seems to prefer Uncle Lu in her heart compared to Dabai. There's no way around it, looks are justice. And although she doesn't object to Dabai dating her mother, Uncle Lu really matches her image of her father better. I wonder if Dabai will feel she's a little ungrateful when she finds out. That's more like it. Lu Beichuan finally felt a little better. Your brother is better looking than me? Lu Beichuan is not someone who is unaware of his own good looks. He knows very well that he is handsome, and so far he has not seen anyone who surpasses him in terms of appearance, not even male celebrities. Am a little better looking, really just a little. Qin Yuexin pinched it with her thumb and forefinger to indicate that this little bit is really just a little bit. How old is your brother? Lu Beichuan asked. The child is only 3 years old, and her brother is probably not much older. How could a little kid be more handsome than him? At most, he could be called cute. 3 years old. Twins? Lu Beichuan exclaimed in surprise. I don't know which employee of hers gave birth to such a lucky child. Yes, my brother came out a few minutes before me. We are twins. Qin Yuexin said proudly. Because she and her brother were conjoined twins, she had heard a lot of envy from others since she was young. Your mother is really blessed. Have you had lunch yet, little girl? Lu Beichuan asked. It was only a little after 11. No. Are you hungry? Do you want your uncle to take you out to eat something delicious? What delicious food? Xin Yuexin's eyes lit up. She had almost forgotten that she was here to have lunch with her mother today. You can eat whatever you want. Lu Beichuan never thought he could be so patient with a child. I want steak. Xin Yuexin said loudly. She had basically eaten Chinese food for the past few days since returning to China, and she wanted steak. Let's go eat steak. Lu Beichuan laughed and picked Xin Yuexin up in his arms. She was tall, and it was easy for her to pick up a 3-year-old. Xin Yuexin put her arms around Lu Beichuan's neck. At that moment, she felt that Uncle Lu was her father. She had always wanted to have a father like other children, but she was afraid of hurting her mother's feelings, so she never dared to say it. Dabai had hugged her like this before, but she could only feel like she had a father when she was in Lu Beichuan's arms. Lu Beichuan walked with Xin Yuexin to a Western restaurant next to the company and ordered a lot of her favorite dishes. The two of them laughed while eating, and people who didn't know the truth would really think they were father and daughter. The company was in an uproar. Several people not only saw Lu Beichuan chatting with a little girl downstairs, but also carrying the little girl in his arms and taking her out for steak. Some people with a strong sense of curiosity followed Lu Beichuan all the way, although they didn't dare get too close and didn't know what they were talking about. They saw General Manager Lu smile for the first time, and he was smiling very happily. He also helped the little girl cut the steak, wiped her mouth, and fed her. This behavior was very similar to that of a loving old father. And the little girl looks a bit like Lu Beichuan between the eyebrows. Is this true? I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be fake? Have you ever seen General Manager Lu smile before? Just now, General Manager Lu's smile at the little girl was so bright, it was like a different person. Yes, and when you look closely, the little girl really does look a bit like General Manager Lu. Holy shit! Big news, it can't be General Manager Lu's daughter, can it? Otherwise, why would Mr. Lu treat her so well? Apart from one's own parents, who else would be so attentive to a child? But isn't Mr. Lu still unmarried? Is there an inevitable link between getting married and having children? That's true. Everyone was chatting away happily about gossip, not noticing the person behind them at all. Chapter 20, Uncle Lu and Mommy are a perfect match. You're all full, right? If you're full, then get to work. Is the company a place for you to chat idly? Anyone who talks nonsense will be fired. Run Qingqing slammed the documents in her hands onto the table. This scared the people who had just been gossiping together. They immediately scattered. How could they have forgotten this ancestor? Run Qingqing was breathing heavily with anger. The sentence that Lu Zong had a daughter just now exploded in her head like a bomb. When did Lu Beichuan have a child? She didn't know. This is impossible. She has known Lu Beichuan for so many years and there has never been another woman around. She is the closest to Lu Beichuan, so how could she have a child with someone else without her knowledge? Ren Qingqing's fingernails were sunk into her flesh, but she felt no pain at all. Meanwhile, Jean Xia was still drinking coffee and answering the phone in the pantry, and did not hear the sound of the office gossip. What? The heart ran away again? She really spoiled her daughter, and yesterday she clearly promised to do it, but today she ran away again. Oh dear, she had finally finished the task within the time limit set by Ren Qingqing, and she hadn't even had a chance to catch her breath yet. Jean Xia was really exhausted. In the past, her daughter had always been a sweetheart who gave her no trouble, but why had she suddenly become so disobedient? After hanging up the phone, Jean Xia couldn't finish her coffee. She kept calling her daughter while walking, but there was no answer. Have you finished eating, Xin? After leaving the restaurant, Lu Beichuan took Qin Yuexin's hand all the way to the bottom of the building. I'm full, thanks to Uncle Handsome, but Uncle Handsome, my brother definitely won't let me out tomorrow, so I won't be able to come find you. How about we add each other on WeChat? Qin Yuexin opened her dedicated phone and discovered several missed calls from her mother. Oh no, she probably won't be able to get out tomorrow. You can read? Lu Beichuan was surprised. At most, 3-year-olds have just started kindergarten, and this little girl not only has a phone, but she can also read. Of course, I could read when I was 2. I have a good memory. Here, my WeChat QR code, scan it. Qin Yuexin smiled and handed over her phone. She was going to die in the next second anyway, so she might as well add Uncle Lu's WeChat. In case he could match them up, he and Mommy were so good looking, they were a perfect match, and she liked Uncle Lu so much, she would be so happy if he really was her father. Lu Beichuan laughed out loud, this kid was so much fun. After scanning Qin Yuexin's WeChat, Lu Beichuan tidied his jacket a bit and prepared for the meeting. Xinhua, I have to go to the meeting now, if you want to find your mommy, I can take you in. No need, uncle. My mommy should be down in a little while. Although Qin Yuexin really wanted her mommy to get to know Uncle Lu better, she didn't want him to see her mommy scolding her. There would be plenty of opportunities for that in the future. She had asked Uncle Lu sideways during dinner, and he hadn't married or had any children, and neither had her mommy. They were a perfect match. Well, then you wait here obediently, don't run around. Uncle is going to a meeting first, see you online. Lu Beichuan smiled, shook his phone a little, and then prepared to go upstairs. Handsome uncle. Seeing Lu Beichuan about to leave, Qin Yuexin hurriedly called out to him. What's wrong? Look down. Lu Beichuan obediently lowered his head, and the next second Qin Yuexin kissed him on the cheek. Bye, uncle. Okay, goodbye. Lu Beichuan rubbed Qin Yuexin's head and went upstairs. He finally understood why his friends with daughters suddenly seemed like a different person. They didn't go out for dinner or drinks anymore, and they spent the whole day after work hanging around their daughters. Who wouldn't be confused by such a cute daughter? This scene left the employees of the Lu group next to them dumbfounded. Holy cow! General Lu really does have a daughter. It seems that way. No one else's daughter can be so close to him, not even a niece or a nephew. And they really do look alike. It seems that this rumor is true. Look, President Lu is smiling. He's actually smiling. Oh my, is this what it means to be a daughter's slave? When Lu Beichuan turned his head, these people immediately pretended to have not seen anything and walked into the company. After a short lunch break, they were about to start the afternoon's work. You can only whisper about the boss's gossip. Lu Beichuan walked into the lobby with a smile on his face. He happened to bump into Qin Xia, who was hurrying towards the exit. The two of them exchanged glances, and Qin Xia immediately looked away. What was she seeing? Lu Beichuan had never smiled like that before. Oh my, goosebumps all over. Lu Beichuan was in a hurry to get to the meeting, so he just glanced at Qin Xia's back and went upstairs. Qin Yuexin. Qin Xia stormed out of the office building and saw her daughter at a glance. Hello, mommy. Qin Yuexin immediately put on a smile to save her life. Come here. Qin Xia looked around. It was lunchtime and there were not many people around, but she still dragged her daughter to a shady place. She did not approve of scolding her child in public, and she was also afraid that the sun outside was too strong and would tan her daughter. How could you run out again? Qin Xia asked sternly. This is a very serious problem. It is very dangerous for such a young child to run out on their own. Especially when she thinks about how she was abducted by her family when she was little, she is even more afraid. She will definitely not let her child repeat her mistake. Mommy, don't worry, I'm so smart that I won't get abducted, and I know the way too. Qin Yuexin looked confident. Qin Yuexin. Qin Xia was rarely angry. I'm telling you something very serious, so don't be flippant. Didn't you promise me yesterday that you wouldn't run around anymore? Well, I did promise not to come out in the afternoon yesterday, but I didn't say I wouldn't come out today. Qin Xia raised her hand and then let it drop. She couldn't bring herself to hit her child. But this child is really annoying. Mommy, I'm sorry, I won't run around tomorrow. Qin Yuexin saw that her mother was really angry, so she carefully shook her mother's hand and cooed. What about the day after tomorrow? I won't run around the day after tomorrow either. What about the day after that? Mommy is taking a rest the day after that, and I definitely want to keep her company. Besides, I'm just as worried about her not eating properly today as I was yesterday. Qin Xia was quickly talked around by her 3-year-old daughter, and it sounded as if it was her fault. Chapter 21 Lu Beichuan, come out here. She just wanted to come see mommy. What's wrong with that? Qin Xia was just about to soften her tone when she realized that something was wrong. How did she get talked into it? No matter what the situation is, it's just not right for a little kid to sneak out on their own. Mommy knows you want to see me, but you could have come with your brother, or you could have called me in advance, and I would have come home at noon to see you. Anyway, it's just not right for you to run away by yourself, and you must never do it again, or I won't talk to you anymore. Qin Xia still put on her stern motherly manner and said, I know I was wrong, Mommy, don't be mad, okay? Qin Yuexin immediately admitted her mistake, knowing the situation. What she didn't dare to say was that apart from wanting to see her mother, she also wanted to see Uncle Lou today. I just called you and you didn't answer. Mommy, would you believe me if I said I forgot to turn the ringer back on? Yuexin asked. She really had forgotten to turn it back on. Xia. That's what she seemed to have said yesterday. Of course I believe her. If I didn't, then yesterday she would have been lying too. The child is only 3 years old, and she can't even argue with her now, let alone when she grows up. Mommy is the best. Has mommy eaten yet? Xinr is having dinner with mommy. Yuexin saw that she had gotten her way, and started to act spoiled again. Her mommy fell for it the most. Sure enough, Xia was quickly subdued by her daughter, and didn't say a word of the criticism she had prepared before going downstairs. Soon, Xia was as calm as she was yesterday. They ate at a random restaurant. Xia ate quickly, hurrying to get to work, while Yuexin just slowly ate the ice cream in her hands. Don't ask, she just wasn't hungry. She didn't say a word about just now eating steak with Liu Beichuan. I'll call your Aunt Xiaoxue to come pick you up later. Xia said without looking up, that she didn't have time to go home again. Although she had finished her work for the previous 3 days, it did not let Rinqingqing let her go, and she still had a busy day ahead of her. Hey, isn't Auntie Xiaoxue not working today? Yes. She is on annual leave and is taking a few days off. Great, I'll have someone to play with in the afternoon. Yuexin was very happy. She really liked Jiangcheng. Every day at home with her brother was really boring, and she would rather go to kindergarten now, at least there were a lot of people. In the afternoon, Jiangcheng took Yuexin home. Shiner, let me tell you, it's very dangerous for children to run around. If you get caught by a bad person, you won't be able to see us again. Jiangcheng said, putting her arms around Yuexin. Especially such a good-looking child is more likely to attract the attention of human traffickers. Needless to say, Xia was worried, and she was extremely worried when she heard about it. Let me tell you, Auntie, I actually went to meet someone today. Meet someone? Who? A handsome uncle who was a good match for mommy. Handsome uncle? A good match for your mommy? Tell me. Jiangcheng immediately perked up with her gossiping ears, as it was rare to hear some gossip about Xia. I told you not to tell mommy. Okay. It's... Yuexin blabbered to Jiangcheng about the handsome uncle she met. That's it? Jiangcheng asked. She had thought that Xia had found someone she liked so quickly, but it turned out that the two of them worked in the same company and didn't even know each other. She had been excited for nothing. Yes, Uncle Handsome is very handsome, just like my brother, no, a little less handsome than my brother, or else my brother won't be happy when he hears it. Yuexin added. You like handsome guys at such a young age. Jiangcheng rested her forehead against Yuexin's and stroked her little hand. Not really. Auntie Xiaoxue, I'll tell you a secret. You can't tell anyone else, but I feel like Uncle Handsome is like my father, that's why I want to go find him. I really want to know who my father is, but I'm afraid to ask mommy. Yuexin turned her head and lay in Jiangcheng's arms. Jiangcheng stroked her head, not knowing how to break the news to her. She couldn't tell the children that their father didn't even know their mother. She suddenly felt very sad for the two children. No matter how good a mother is, she will still long for her father's love. But she felt even more for Xia. Who could have predicted what happened back then? She thought about the Gao family again. If Xia really was the lost daughter of the Gao family, then when they recognized their relationship, the children would have a few more relatives to love them. She should persuade Xia to contact Gao Yunxian at some point. On the other side of the Lu Group building, Liu Beichuan was in the middle of a meeting when the door to the conference room suddenly opened. Director Rin, Mr. Liu is in the middle of a meeting, you can't. Liu Beichuan, come out. Rinqingqing completely ignored the people outside trying to stop her and barged straight into the meeting room, completely ignoring the fact that the meeting was in progress. Liu Beichuan frowned, stop messing around, the meeting is in progress. His father really knows how to cause him trouble, putting such a nuisance in the company. He just couldn't understand what his parents saw in Rinqingqing, who was as willful as a princess and did whatever she wanted. I don't care, you come out now, I have something to ask you. Rinqingqing said angrily. Just now she heard about Liu Beichuan's illegitimate daughter again, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't help but rush over to Lu Beichuan directly to ask him clearly when he had a child with another woman, why she didn't know about it, and would he marry that woman? She would never accept this. If Lu Beichuan insisted on having that child, she wouldn't mind being the stepmother. After all, it would just be a daughter, and she could feed and clothe her and give her some family assets in the future. The Lu family would still be her world. Her parents and Lu Beichuan's parents both wanted them to get together, but she didn't know why Lu Beichuan kept refusing to accept her. But she knows that her father has always given a lot of help to the Lu family. Many things that are difficult for the company are not a problem if her father says so. Lu Beichuan's parents have always been very pleasing to their family, so they are unlikely to easily agree to Lu Beichuan marrying someone else. Mrs. Lu's position will be hers sooner or later. But this matter today must not be easily dismissed. Even if it has already happened, Lu Beichuan must give her a satisfactory explanation. Chapter 22. Sure enough, pretty women can't stay in the company. The meeting is adjourned. Lu Beichuan said in a bad mood. Today's meeting was relatively urgent, mainly to hear reports from various departments on their performance. However, it was just halfway through when Ren Qingqing disrupted it. But from what he knew about Ren Qingqing, if he didn't go out with her today and listen to her say what she wanted to say, the meeting would definitely not be able to continue. Hearing the order, everyone else immediately dispersed. Lu Beichuan got up and went to his office. Anything to say, come here and say it. Ren Qingqing hurriedly followed in her high heels. She was 1.7 meters tall, and in high heels she was still half a head shorter than Lu Beichuan. She liked tall men like this. Looking at Lu Beichuan's tall and straight back, Ren Qingqing's anger subsided by half. Close the door. Lu Beichuan didn't even give Ren Qingqing a glance, and said bluntly. He didn't want any of the conversations between him and Ren Qingqing to be heard by people outside. Ren Qingqing obediently closed the office door, and now that they were alone in the room, she felt her heart pounding. After work, she could hardly find Lu Beichuan, and when she came to see him during work hours, he almost always left the door open. Just say what you want. Lu Beichuan had no patience at all. Often, he was annoyed by Ren Qingqing's emotions. He knew that she liked him, but he didn't like this kind of woman. She was in her 20s, but still acted like a spoiled brat, completely unable to consider the feelings of others. She did everything according to her own whims. He had received many complaints about Ren Qingqing, saying that she suppressed the people under her. He had also talked to his father many times. He didn't want Ren Qingqing to stay in the company, and he would never marry her. With the Lu family's current development, there is not much need for the Ren family to be involved, and in the past, the money they paid to Ren Qingqing's father for his help has long exceeded the normal range. The Ren family has received enough money from them, enough for the three of them to spend recklessly for the rest of their lives. He doesn't feel like he owes the Ren family anything. Achuan, can you please not talk to me like that? Lu Beichuan's attitude made Ren Qingqing feel a little aggrieved. Why does he keep this attitude towards her? What is wrong with her? No. If there's something you want to say it quickly. I can't finish my meeting, it's about the company's performance. Lu Beichuan said coldly. If I marry such a person, the Lu family will go bankrupt within 2 generations. Thinking about this, his mind suddenly flashed the face of Qin Xia. He had to admit that the image of his ideal wife had always been like Qin Xia's, even though they hadn't met much, but he was sure. Ren Qingqing pursed her lips before she began to mutter, I heard that you took a little girl to lunch today. Yes. Ren Qingqing didn't expect Lu Beichuan to admit it without a second thought, and he didn't even try to hide it from her. When did you have a child? Who is that woman? What is better about her than me? Ren Qingqing was a little anxious. Lu Beichuan frowned, who said that Xianer is my child? At noon, he was so caught up in talking to Xianer that he forgot he was in front of the company, and never thought about what others might think. The main thing was that he never cared what others thought or said. Isn't it your child? Ren Qingqing's slightly reddened eyes instantly brightened, but why were you so close to her? You even called her Xianer. Ren Qingqing didn't realize that she was jealous of a child. Since it wasn't Lu Beichuan's child, why could she be so close to him, while she was always kept out? What happened between Xianer and me is no business of yours. Anyway, she's not my child. If there's nothing else, go away. Lu Beichuan gave the order to leave. Ren Qingqing took herself too seriously. How they got along had nothing to do with her. They were even fighting like children, which made him even more annoyed. Chuan, don't always be so cold to me. In a moment of desperation, Ren Qingqing crossed the table and took Lu Beichuan's hand. President Lu, there's. Before Lu Beichuan could shake off Ren Qingqing, Qin Xia suddenly pushed open the door. She was in a hurry to deliver some documents for Lu Beichuan to sign and forgot to knock, not expecting to see this scene. I'm sorry, I didn't see anything. With a bang, the door slammed shut. Ren Qingqing had her back to the door and didn't see the other person's face, but she recognized the voice. It was Qin Xia, that woman again. Lu Beichuan, who was facing the door, saw clearly. The moment Qin Xia opened the door, he felt like he was being caught cheating. He quickly shook off Ren Qingqing and opened the door to chase after her. Qin Xia. Hearing Lu Beichuan call her, Qin Xia, who had not gone far, stopped and turned back awkwardly. That. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, I really didn't see anything just now. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Qin Xia embarrassedly smiled. It seems that she came at the wrong time today. I didn't do anything with her. Lu Beichuan himself didn't know why he had to explain. You don't need to explain this to me, it's your private business, I just came to deliver the documents. Qin Xia looked puzzled. What did the president of the company need to explain to her, an employee? They didn't have any relationship between them. Lu Beichuan's words made her feel embarrassed instead. Seeing the documents in Qin Xia's hands, Lu Beichuan held out his hand. Give them to me. In the moment he took the documents, he felt that looking at her face like this really did resemble Qin Xia. Qin Xia was staring at her, giving her goosebumps. Lu. Mr. Lu, what are you looking at? Did my makeup run? No, I just feel that a little friend of mine looks a lot like you. It's okay, you can go back to work. Lu Beichuan said. Okay, Mr. Lu, goodbye. Qin Xia turned around and left, not wanting to stay for a moment longer. Lu Beichuan is crazy, it's not the first time he's stared at her like that. If it weren't for the fact that there was no other way, and everyone was busy, she wouldn't want to come and deliver documents to Lu Beichuan. Lu Beichuan stared at the receding back of Qin Xia, a little lost in thought. From behind, Qin Xia looked like a magnified version of his heart. It was just that Qin Xia didn't look at all like a mother, so Lu Beichuan didn't make the connection. At this time, Ren Qingqing also walked out and happened to see Lu Beichuan staring at the back of Qin Xia in a daze. Sure enough, beautiful women can't stay in the company. Ren Qingqing stamped her feet in anger. Chapter 23, What does it take to skip marriage and have such a cute daughter? You like Qin Xia? Ren Qingqing couldn't help but ask. She had never seen Lu Beichuan be so mesmerized and interested in that woman before. She had even wondered if Lu Beichuan was gay at one point. She had tried many times to get close to him physically, but he had always rejected her. What does it have to do with you? Go to work, said Lu Beichuan. Do you like her? Not really, she's just a bit special. Ever since I first saw her, I've had an inexplicable fondness for her, just like when I saw Xin, I inexplicably wanted to get close to that child. You? Lu Beichuan, you know I like you. Whether you like me is your business, who I like is my business, so don't bother me if nothing's wrong. Lu Beichuan slammed the door to his office shut. Ren Qingqing was locked out of the door and looked at the closed door in a daze. In the past, even if he didn't like her, he wasn't indifferent to her, and he always let her have her way. Why has Lu Beichuan's attitude towards her changed so much since that woman came? Qin Xia, you vixen, I'll show you. Ren Qingqing thought to herself about how to make Qin Xia suffer. She wouldn't let this woman get away with it anyway. Back in the office, Lu Beichuan let out a deep breath. Ren Qingqing couldn't stay in the company forever. She had only been there for less than a year, but she had already made a mess of things. He had to find a way to give the Ren family a reasonable explanation, and he had to let Ren Qingqing go without angering her father. As he flipped through the files on his desk, the more he looked, the more annoyed he became. Lu Beichuan simply picked up his phone and opened WeChat, finding an adorable little rabbit avatar and tapping it. Xin, have you arrived home? Lu Beichuan couldn't help but smile at the thought of this cute child. I've arrived, Uncle Shuai. Don't worry, Xin won't run off. My brother is keeping a close eye on me right now. Qin Yuexin quickly replied. She then sent another photo, in which Qin Yuexin was in front of the computer, doing something. Is this your brother? Lu Beichuan asked. This back view, this little head, somehow looks a lot like his back view photo when he was a child. The other day, he saw a photo of himself at the age of 3 at home. What a coincidence. Yes, I'm in his room right now, and there's an auntie watching me too. I probably won't be able to go out for the next 2 days. Qin Yuexin also sent a helpless emoji. Uncle told you, kids shouldn't run around and should listen to what you're told. But I want to see Uncle Shuai. If you want to see him, you have to tell your mother in advance. I can send a car to pick you up, but your mother has to know where you are, okay? Lu Beichuan thought to himself, what on earth would it take to skip marriage and have such a cute daughter? Just talking to this child makes you feel good. If Ren Qingqing were even 1/10 as cute, he wouldn't be so annoying to her. I know, I will definitely tell mommy next time. Oh, yes, can I bring my mommy along? My mommy is very nice. Qin Yuexin was already thinking about letting her mother meet Uncle Handsome. Mommy just went to work at the company, which is very big and has a lot of people. Yesterday, mommy said she didn't really get to know many people, so mommy probably doesn't know Uncle Handsome yet. Okay. Lu Beichuan subconsciously wanted to refuse, but the words caught in his throat. It's better to have parents there, otherwise who would feel at ease leaving their children with strangers? After chatting with Qin Yuexin for a while, Lu Beichuan's mood improved, and he once again immersed himself in his work. In the 4 years since he took over the company, he has devoted almost all of his attention to work, and has never thought about falling in love, getting married, or having children. Apart from that one night of forced one-night stand, he has never had any other romantic encounters. After that incident, he became very cautious, afraid of falling into someone's trap again. This also helped Lu's business to flourish, and he became the richest man in Jiangcheng. It was finally the weekend, but Qin Xia felt like she was about to collapse. She had never worked this hard before, and Ren Qingqing treated everyone like they were animals. Apart from her, no one else's life was easy either. Under Ren Qingqing's arrangement, everyone had to do a lot of unnecessary work, but no one dared to rebel. The consequences of going against Ren Qingqing are definitely packing up and leaving, and you won't be able to get such a high salary elsewhere. As a cow and a horse, with a mortgage, everyone has no choice, including Qin Xia. 5 days of high-intensity work made Qin Xia so tired that she slept until noon on Saturday before getting up. She was still woken up by the phone. Lin Imobai said that he had found a suitable kindergarten and asked her to take the children to have a look. Qin Xia dragged her half-awake soul, washed her face carelessly, changed her clothes, and took the children out. As for whether the children had eaten, she didn't even ask. With her eldest son there, no one would go hungry. Lin Mo's car parked right on time downstairs at Qin Xia's house. It was a top-of-the-line grandeur. Qin Xia had always known that Lin Mo's family was quite wealthy, but this was the first time she had a visual sense of his family's strength. Wow, Dubai, your car is so cool, Qin Yutian exclaimed. His 3 great passions were cars, computers, and airplanes. He wanted to buy a car like this one, too, and he had the money to do it, but he was still too young to drive, and it would be 15 years before he could actually drive. 15 years. And he wanted to grow up to be a pilot, flying his favorite plane through the sky. If you like it, I'll buy you one when you grow up. Lin Imobai smiled and helped them open the car door. It's just a car, and he has plenty at home. He really wanted to give it to them, and if Qin Yutian wasn't still young, he would have had someone bring a new one over right then and there. Then I thank you in advance. Qin Yutian said with a smile. He still appreciated the kindness. Lin Imobai had wanted to open the passenger side door for Qin Xia, but she had taken the lead and sat in the back with the children, and he felt a little lost for a moment. Daba, where have you been the past 2 days? You haven't come to see us. Qin Yuexin asked as soon as she sat in the car. Oh, I just returned to China and have a lot of things to do, including finding a kindergarten for you. Lin Imobai said after a moment's thought. He hadn't come for 2 days, and he missed the kids. Apart from the time he had returned to China alone, they had not seen each other for so long. Thank you for troubling you again. Qin Xia whispered her thanks. Over the past few years, she couldn't count how many times Lin Imobai had helped her, and she didn't know how to thank him. She was really afraid that the more she owed people, the more she would be unable to repay them. Chapter 24 Lin Imobai confesses his love. Do I still need to be so polite? I watched these 2 kids grow up, and I'm more than willing to do something for them. Lin Imobai said with a bitter smile. Most of what he did was for Qin Xia, and he didn't expect anything in return. Even if, at the very least, Qin Xia really didn't want to accept him, he wouldn't regret these efforts. Oh, by the way, although this kindergarten is private, the overall level is very good, and the fees are not high, completely within your means. And I've already checked, as long as you have a household registration in the country, you can use a parent-child relationship verification to enroll your children, regardless of their nationality. Lin Imolbai quickly changed the subject. He didn't want to hear Kinsia thank him, it made him feel very distant. Just a parent-child relationship verification? Kinsia asked. When she first returned to China, she asked several places, and they all said that the child must have a household registration in the country or even in the urban area of Jiangcheng City in order to be admitted. Well, I have already contacted the kindergarten, and we can go through the admission procedures today, and the children can start school on Monday. Although it is a bit far away, the kindergarten has a school bus, and the children can take the school bus to school. Lin Mubai said. He had considered every aspect of this matter, so Qin Xia didn't need to worry about it anymore. In 20 minutes, the car stopped in front of the kindergarten. The environment here is really good, but it costs 5,000 yuan per month for one child, which was something that Qin Xia had not expected. The few places she had looked at in similar environments had all cost no less than 8,000 yuan. Hello, Mr. Lin. The principal warmly welcomed them. They had made an appointment yesterday, so she had waited here especially today. Hello, these two children are the ones who will be enrolling today, and this is their mother. Lin Imolbai pointed at the twins and said to Qin Xia. Hello, principal. Hello, principal. The two children greeted the principal together. Even though the principal had seen all kinds of children, she was still charmed by the two. Who wouldn't like well-looking and polite children? While handling the admission procedures, the principal reminded them, since the children are foreigners, both parents will need to produce a paternity test. Both parents? Qin Xia looked at Lin Imolbai, and the principal obviously misunderstood something. Well, that is, I am a single mother, and Mr. Lin is just the children's uncle, my good friend. Qin Xia said awkwardly. Oh, I see. I'm sorry, then please have Miss Qin submit the paternity test within a week. The principal said with a smile. The way he looked at Qin Xia obviously changed. No wonder both children have the surname Qin. She thought they would have the mother's surname, but she didn't expect them to be born to a single mother. Nowadays young girls really have a lot of nerve, getting pregnant at a young age and even going abroad to give birth. Of course, the head of the kindergarten only dared to think these things in her heart, and would never say them out loud. On the surface, she maintained the same amiable appearance as before. But the change in her eyes was still sensitively captured by Qin Xia. She had long been used to people looking at her with such strange looks, and from the day she decided to give birth to the child, she knew all the difficulties she would face in the future. She had also long since slowly stopped caring. After completing the children's admission procedures, the stone in Qin Xia's heart also fell to the ground. In the afternoon, she took her children to the hospital to do a paternity test. After dinner, Lin Imolbai asked Qin Xia to go for a walk outside. Qin Xia walked in silence for a long time before Lin Imolbai spoke. Have you? Lin Imolbai stopped walking and looked at Qin Xia. Have you ever thought about finding someone to rely on? This was the first time he had formally asked Qin Xia this question. No. Qin Xia said without hesitation. The hurt from that year was enough for her to resist all men. Lin Imolbai took a deep breath and said, but the children need a father, don't they? Hart had repeatedly expressed her envy that other people had both a mother and a father around them, while they only had their mother. These were things Hart had secretly mentioned to him, but she had never told Qin Xia. This sentence struck right at Qin Xia's heart. She had never dared to face this issue head-on. When they were young, the children relied more on their mother, and at that time, there was also Susan around. As the children grew up and became more understanding, they gradually had a concrete image of the role of a father and began to need paternal love. I know, but I don't know who the children's father is, and you know about this. Qin Xia didn't want to think too much about that. Xia, you know what I'm saying, don't avoid it, okay? It doesn't matter who the children's biological father is, what's important is who loves them. You can find them a father again. Lin Imolbai said excitedly. He still resisted the urge to hug Qin Xia. No. I don't want to. Qin Xia was still very resistant. Think about the children, okay? Lin Imolbai's eyes were a little red. After all he had done, he could not get into her heart? He was not even qualified to be the children's father? Daba, I know what you are thinking, but we are just friends, and I only see you as a friend. I know you have helped me a lot, but I cannot develop other feelings for you because of that, and and I cannot hold you back. You are still young and should go find someone to fall in love with, marry another girl and have children. I already have 2 children, we are not a good match. Jiangcheng also spoke her mind directly. She had been carefully maintaining her friendship with Lin Mobai, a friendship she could not let go of, but she did not want to hold Lin Mobai back either. Why would a young man with money and good looks waste his time with a mother of 2 like her? I don't care, I really don't care, I have always treated my 2 children as if they were my own. You may not care, but your parents definitely do. You are an only child, and your parents must want you to have your own children as soon as possible, rather than raising someone else's children. And your parents will definitely not accept my situation. I know very well how big the gap between us is. Jiangcheng refused again. No parent would want their son to marry a woman with 2 children, not to mention that the biological father of these 2 children is unknown. Not to mention a wealthy family like Lin Mobai's. Putting aside the fact that she only has friendship for Lin Mobai and not love, the 2 of them would never have been suitable for each other and would never have gotten together. Chapter 25, Defying Ren Qingqing in Public. I will convince them. They only have me as a son, and they will definitely listen to me in the end. Lin Mobai still couldn't help but grab Jiangcheng's shoulders. Xiaoya. Jiangcheng broke free from Lin Mo's hand. Lin Mo, don't be like this, you shouldn't disobey your parents for anyone. A marriage without your parents' blessing won't be happy, and a forced marriage won't be sweet. What's more, I really don't have the heart for it. It's late, I'm going to bed, goodbye. Without waiting for Lin Mo's response, Jiangcheng turned around and ran upstairs. It seems that she should slowly distance herself from Lin Mobai. As for the favor she owes Lin Mobai, she will repay it slowly in the future. Lin Mobai just sat downstairs from Jiangcheng, and he didn't leave until the lights in their house went out. This was the first time he had expressed his feelings, and although he was rejected, he would not give up. Jiangcheng, who was sitting on the bay window, sighed when she saw Lin Mobai leave. Why bother? She has no desire to fall in love right now. She just wants to earn more money to give her children a better life. Xin Yuexin, who had been pretending to sleep on the bed, opened her eyes and looked at her mother, who had been staring out the window. She guessed that today was the day that Bai failed in his confession. She knew it would be like this, and her heart had already shifted from Lin Mobai to Uncle Shuai. She just didn't know if her mother would like Uncle Shuai as much as she did. Love is a thing that either exists or doesn't exist. Children understand this, so why can't I understand? On Monday morning, Jiangcheng got up early to send the children to school. On the first day, she had to do it herself. Tian, are you ready? It's time for school, Jiangcheng urged. Her son was always quick to get things done and never procrastinated, so why was he taking so long to change in his room today? Coming, Tian said, slowly walking out of his room with a small school bag. He looked listless, as if he hadn't woken up yet. He was going to kindergarten soon, and the thought of being in the same classroom as a bunch of little kids was boring, so boring. He had nothing in common with those little brats. If he wasn't in the same class as his sister, he definitely wouldn't go. Why are you so listless? You should be happy on your first day of school. Jiangcheng rubbed her son's soft hair. She knew that her child was precocious and didn't like playing with peers except his younger sister, but he still had to go to school and follow the routine, otherwise it would be difficult for him to go to primary school later. Hey! Tian opened his mouth and gave a fake smile. Forget it, you'd better not be happy. This fake smile made Jiangcheng's body goosebumps. Compared to Tian's unhappiness, Yuexin was much more excited. She could finally go to crowded places, as it was really boring at home. The 2 siblings went to kindergarten, one extremely excited, the other listless. In front of the kindergarten. Okay, go in, mommy has to go to work, we'll be late if we don't go now, said Jiangcheng. Bye, mommy. Tian lazily waved his hand. Bye, mommy. Your heart will miss you. Mommy loves you. Yuexin gave her mother a hug before taking her brother's hand and walking inside. As she walked, she kept turning around and saying, Don't worry, mommy, I'll take care of my brother. I'll see you tonight. Yuexin made a heart shape with her fingers. Jiangcheng was helpless. The 2 children were obviously twins, but their personalities were completely different. Her brother was precocious and calm, while her sister was spoiled and clingy. After sending the children to kindergarten, Jiangcheng also felt much more at ease, at least she didn't have to worry about her daughter running away. After all, the school had security guards and surveillance cameras. She was able to focus on her work. The more Ren Xingqing tried to bully her, the more determined she was to stay put. Over the weekend, Ren Xingqing called Lu Beichuan several times to set up a meeting, but there was no answer. She even bought a gift and visited Lu Beichuan's parents at their home, hoping to take the opportunity to see Lu Beichuan, but she didn't see him either. His parents said he had gone out and never returned, and they didn't know where he had gone. The more Lu Beichuan avoided her, the angrier Ren Xingqing became. She always felt that Lu Beichuan had gone to see Qin Xia or the little girl's mother in the past 2 days. Although Lu Beichuan said that the child was not his daughter, someone in her network had taken photos of Lu Beichuan having dinner with the little girl, and it looked exactly like a biological father and daughter. If they could be so close, even if it wasn't his child, he must really like the child's mother to be so good to the child. Jealousy burned Ren Xingqing up. Early on Monday morning, she blocked the entrance to Lu Beichuan's office. She didn't believe he would still not come to work. Sure enough, just before 9 o'clock, she saw Lu Beichuan walking towards the office in a tailored suit. Lu Beichuan. Ren Xingqing stepped out from the side and blocked him. What do you want again? Where did you go over the weekend? I couldn't find you, and you didn't answer your phone. What does it matter to you? Lu Beichuan raised an eyebrow. They had paid for the things that Ren Xingqing's father had done, and it was supposed to be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Ren Xingqing kept putting on airs in front of him, and he was already doing her a favor by tolerating her bossy ways at the company. If it weren't for Ren Xingqing's father still in power, he would have gotten rid of her a long time ago for fear of being set up, and he was sick of dealing with her. Did you go to see the girl's mother, or did you go to see Qin Xia? Ren Xingqing asked unwillingly. Lu Beichuan walked up to Ren Xingqing, leaned slightly, and looked into Ren Xingqing's eyes. I said, if you're not busy, go improve your abilities and do your job well, or go fall in love. Don't stare at me all day long, doing what I do, going where I go, with whom I'm with. It's all my freedom, and there's no need to report to you. Please understand, I'm your boss. Lu Beichuan finished speaking and returned to his office, slamming the door behind him. Lu Beichuan's words and the anger in his eyes made Ren Xingqing feel aggrieved. She was the daughter of a high-ranking official, and she had already lowered herself so much as to chase after him, so how could he treat her like this? The scene just now was seen by several employees passing by. What are you looking at? Go to work. Ren Xingqing yelled angrily at the people passing by. Lu Beichuan was too disrespectful, it was too much. The fact that Ren Xingqing had been publicly confronted by Lu Beichuan quickly spread throughout the company. Everyone already knew that Ren Xingqing was bullying people in the company, and if it weren't for her father's ability, no one would look up to her. Lu Beichuan didn't like her at all and kept trying to impress her. In private, everyone had not spared their sarcasm for Ren Xingqing. Chapter 26. No way, you have a kid? After being publicly humiliated in front of Lu Beichuan in the morning, Ren Xingqing was so angry that she didn't leave the office all day, and she didn't even eat lunch, for fear of hearing people talking about her. In Lu Beichuan's eyes, she was so worthless that she was rushing to fall in love with him? Ren Xingqing needed an outlet for all these emotions, and the biggest outlet was naturally Qin Xia, who had aroused Lu Beichuan's interest. It was already past 3 in the afternoon when Ren Xingqing, wearing high heels and a haughty expression, arrived at the design department office. The people who had been goofing off immediately got back to work as soon as they saw her. It would be trouble if she targeted you, she's just here to work, not to work her but off. Ren Xingqing scanned the room and found that everyone was still as scared of her as usual, which she was quite satisfied with. Qin Xia. Ren Xingqing glanced at Qin Xia with her chin tilted upwards. Yes. Qin Xia was startled. This woman is not going to target her again, is she? Last time, she finished her task on time, but Ren Xingqing's entire face was dark. This time, she didn't know what she was going to do. Ren Xingqing threw the information in her hand onto Qin Xia's desk. New order, it's all yours, I must have it before I go to bed tonight. After saying that, she turned around and left. She just didn't believe she couldn't control this woman anymore. The whole company knows that she likes Lu Beichuan, so how could Qin Xia not know? Since she knew and still came to provoke her, she could not be blamed for being rude. Here we go again, MD. Qin Xia muttered under her breath. She knew that the person coming was up to no good. Although Ren Xingqing was nominally the design director, she didn't do any of the work herself, and she just handed it all to her subordinates. She had an independent office, and she was either late or left early, and very often, when you went to get her signature, she was nowhere to be found. Whenever she comes to the design department, she's up to no good. Let me see. Fong took the order. This is too much, there are so many requirements, how can they be finished today? This is really unreasonable. Fong spat in the direction where Rin Qingqing had left. Isn't this deliberately making things difficult for people? She's deliberately picking on me, there's nothing I can do about it. Sigh. Xia sighed, she was so tired after only 1 week at work, and there was still a long time like this in the future. If you ask me, don't do it. If she asks tomorrow, just tell her to see Mr. Liu. Don't look at her, she's always bragging around the office, but she's just riding her father's coattails. Sister Fong said with disgust. Someone else had also gone to see Mr. Liu because they were being deliberately difficult, and Ren Qingqing had indeed been obedient for a few days. Go see Liu Beichuan? Xia thought about that face and decided against it. She'd rather work overtime. And that day in Liu Beichuan's office, she saw how close the two of them were with Ren Qingqing. How could he blame Ren Qingqing just because she complained? In the end, she would probably get even more retaliation from Ren Qingqing. The loss would outweigh the gain. Forget it, I'll just work overtime today. I have to call my babies early and tell them to eat without me. Xia muttered to herself. But Fong still heard, what? Babies? Whose babies? Fong's first reaction was that Xia had kept some kind of pet, a cat or a dog. Nowadays, many people treat their pets like their own children, so it's normal to call them baby. Ah. Xia responded after a moment and whispered, they're my children. She had never mentioned her 2 children at the company, not because she was afraid of gossip, but because they looked so much like Liu Beichuan that she didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. Besides, they are just colleagues. In the whole office, she only has dealings with Sister Fong outside of work. No way, you? A pair of children? Don't be ridiculous, is it a small pet, a hamster, or a cat? Sister Fong asked. It can't be a child, although she knows that Xia has already graduated from graduate school, but looking at her appearance, she still looks like a college student, and with this slender waist, where does it look like someone who has given birth to a child? Not to mention having given birth to twins. They are my own, natural, twins, said Xia. Suppressing the urge to show Fong her children's photos and let her know how good looking they were, she knew she absolutely mustn't show off her children. Otherwise, Fong would definitely suspect that the children were Liu Beichuan's, and after all, even she herself had doubts. Xia's contract with the Liu family was only for 1 year, and she was now hoping that the year would pass quickly. When it was over, she would find a new job, take her children and leave, so that she could avoid being discovered by Liu Beichuan and avoid having to pay a high compensation to the Liu family. Although the beginning of the year had been difficult. Sister Fong's mouth opened in surprise. You have children? Or 2? Or twins? Fong looked at Xia up and down. She still had the figure of a young girl, and you could not tell that she had given birth to 2 children, let alone twins, and there was not a trace of it. Should keep your voice down, don't tell anyone, because I gave birth to them alone. Xia still told Fong the truth. Otherwise, Fong would definitely ask her who her husband was. It was better to admit it herself than to be gossiped about. Oh. Sister Fong was about to ask when Xia got married, what her husband did for a living, and how old her child was. But after hearing what Xia had said, she swallowed the gossip questions back down. It would be embarrassing if she asked, and it would be like rubbing salt in someone's wounds. But she soon understood Xia. Now that she had a little money, she didn't want to get married. There were many women who chose to have children on their own, and it wasn't a rare thing. Everyone has their own way of life, as long as it doesn't break the law or hurt anyone, there's nothing wrong with it. After thinking about this, Fong also bypassed the topic of marriage and moved directly to children. How old is your baby? 3 years old. My child is a year older. We should go out and play together sometime. Children of the same age will have more things to talk about. Fong warmly invited. Her daughter has been begging her to have a little sister, but with her marital status, she'd rather not. It's better to have the time to make money. Sure. Xia smiled. She hoped that the children would be able to play together, but her 2 brats hated playing with kids their age. She wondered how the kids were doing at school. She put her work aside for a while. She was going to work overtime anyway, so she didn't mind putting it off for a while. Then she turned on the kindergarten's surveillance camera. Sure enough, her daughter was chattering away, playing the king of the kids, while her son sat on a bench, looking at everyone with a face of resignation. Chapter 27, Forced to Go Home. Xia worked intensely all afternoon, designing and then revising the draft very seriously. It was only at 6 o'clock that she remembered to call the children, saying that she was working overtime and would be back late, and asking them to eat well on their own. She had wanted to take it home to do, but Ren Qingqing insisted on a paper version and wanted it in her office. Isn't this crazy? Ren Qingqing has already gone home late at night, so what's the point of leaving the draft in her office? The intention to annoy her was simply too obvious. Xin Xia thought about the penalty fee and finally gave in to the power of money. Forget it, she kept telling herself, you can't bite back when you've been bitten. The people in the office had long since left, and the whole building was silent, except for the lights in the design department, and Xin Xia's computer was still on. A tall figure appeared at the entrance to the design department and then disappeared. Xin Xia, who was engrossed in her work, didn't notice at all. She just felt inexplicably that someone had been staring at her a lot lately. It wasn't until 11 o'clock at night that Xin Xia finally finished her task, printed out the draft and placed it in Ren Qingqing's office before going home. She was exhausted, hadn't eaten dinner, and had been busy for most of the day. She felt like her back was about to break from sitting there. She hurried home to take a shower and go to bed, skipping dinner, as if she had lost weight that day. Xin Xia walked downstairs. A cold wind blew, and she wrapped her arms around herself and shivered. She hadn't expected to work overtime until now, and she hadn't prepared a jacket. It seemed that she should keep 2 spare clothes in the office in the future. Xin Xia stood on the roadside, trying to flag down a taxi, but 2 cars had already passed by with passengers. It was also strange that no one had picked up the order for an online car service. She was now tired, hungry, sleepy, and cold. She could hardly stand anymore. If someone appeared now to save her, she would marry them. Waiting for a taxi? A low voice accompanied by lights came from behind. Xin Xia turned her head and saw a McLaren slowly drive up next to him. A face that was familiar beyond recognition poked out of the car window. Xin Xia suddenly felt even colder. It was the middle of the night, past 11 p.m., and why was this guy here? Get in, it's cold outside, I'll take you home. Lu Beichuan felt a little sad when he saw Xin Xia shivering. Ren Qingqing had gone too far. It's no trouble for Mr. Lu, I can get a cab in a little while. Xin Xia decided to wait a little longer for a cab, she didn't want to be alone with him. She just hugged her arms tighter, and the temperature seemed to have dropped even lower. Lu Beichuan opened the car door and got out, grabbed Xin Xia's arm and shoved her into the passenger seat. What are you doing? Xin Xia didn't even have time to struggle before Lu Beichuan shoved her into the car and closed the door. Lu Beichuan got back into the driver's seat as quickly as he could and locked the door. Lu Beichuan, what are you doing? Xin Xia was a little angry. Why is he like this? I already said I didn't need him to drop me off. I'll drop you off at home. I already said no. I'll take a taxi. Xin Xia felt that it was just difficult to hail a taxi at this time of night, not that it was impossible. She tried to open the car door to get out, but found that it was locked. Lu Beichuan didn't even respond to her words, but instead put his jacket over her. Remember to leave your jacket at the office in the future, the temperature difference between day and night is still quite large in Jiangcheng at this time of year. I'm a local, of course I know that, said Xin Xia unhappily. Although he is her boss, he can't force her to go home with him. A native of Jiangcheng? A terrible suspicion sprang up in Lu Beichuan's mind. Ignoring Xin Xia's displeasure, Lu Beichuan took a cup of hot milk tea and forced it into Xin Xia's hands. Hold this to warm your hands, and this too. Lu Beichuan then forced the fresh, hot steamed buns he had just run 2 kilometers to buy onto Xin Xia, knowing that she hadn't eaten anything for dinner. You bought this for me? Xin Xia knew even if she was slow to respond that Lu Beichuan, being a man, would not be drinking milk tea for no reason, and that the milk tea was hot, clearly just bought, and that she had no idea which milk tea shop was still open at this hour. It's late at night, most shops are closed, let's just eat. Lu Beichuan didn't beat around the bush. These are the ones he bought especially for her. Why? Xin Xia asked, puzzled. They didn't interact much, so why would he, as the boss, buy her food in the middle of the night and even walk her home? As compensation for working so late at night at the request of Ren Qingqing, Lu Beichuan said. Oh. Xin Xia's mood dropped a little. So it was because of Ren Qingqing. Yes, their relationship was more than just that of ordinary friends. Don't get me wrong, there's nothing between Ren Qingqing and me, but her abuse of power is very bad, and as the boss, I'm also responsible. Lu Beichuan explained. Just now, his own words seemed to imply that there was something special between him and Ren Qingqing. Stop, don't explain anything to me, it has nothing to do with me. Xia took a big bite of the bun. I didn't feel it before because I was busy, but now that I'm free, I'm quite hungry. The key is that this bun is really delicious. After a few bites of the bun, she took a few sips of milk tea to soothe her throat. The milk tea was also quite good. Who cares what the relationship between Lu Beichuan and Ren Qingqing is? After all, as the boss, it is his responsibility to not manage his subordinates well, and it is only right to eat his food. Thinking this way, Xia felt much better. Lu Beichuan was in no hurry either, and just looked at Xia sideways until she had eaten and drunk her fill. Where do you live? I'll take you home now, it's late and it's not safe for a girl to be out so late. Biluowan number 1. After Xia said that, she felt a little sleepy. A faint fragrance of perfume drifted into her nostrils, and it smelled very nice. She slowly relaxed and closed her eyes. Seeing her fall asleep like this, Lu Beichuan looked at her sleeping face in a daze, and the outline of the woman in his memory slowly overlapped. Lu Beichuan leaned down and carefully helped Xia fasten her seatbelt. A woman's unique fragrance spread through his nose and rushed to his brain. His heartbeat slowly accelerated, and he felt his cheeks getting hotter and hotter. Lu Beichuan quickly straightened up and slowly started the car. He turned off the air conditioning in the car and slowly drove on the road. The sports car was driving at the speed of a tricycle. It took Lu Beichuan half an hour to drive the 20-minute taxi ride, and he didn't wake Xia up until they entered the residential area. He asked her which building she lived in. Chapter 28, Could Uncle Lu be our father? Xia half closed her eyes and looked at the scenery outside the window. They had already arrived at the residential compound. Had she fallen asleep just now? How could she have fallen asleep in a car with an unfamiliar man? She had let her guard down too. Which building do you live in? Lu Beichuan asked again, his voice gentle, afraid of waking her up. Just go straight ahead and it's the innermost building, number 13. Xia was still a little dazed, she was really tired. Here it is. The car came to a stop steadily under building 13. Lu Beichuan got out of the car first, then walked around the front of the car to help Xia open the door. Here's your jacket. As soon as she got out of the car, Xia took Lu Beichuan's jacket off her and handed it back to him. Lu Beichuan took it in his hand and then put it over her shoulders with his free hand. I'll just return it to you tomorrow, it's windy, and you just woke up, so you'll catch a cold easily. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for driving me home today. You're welcome. Tomorrow I'll talk to Ren Qingqing. She's been going too far lately. Lu Beichuan said. Okay. Xia originally wanted to say forget it, in case Ren Qingqing went even further. But then she thought, she's already been so humiliated, how much worse could it get? Go upstairs and rest, see you tomorrow. Yes, you should go home and rest early too. Goodbye, Mr. Lu. Xia turned around and went upstairs. Lu Beichuan stood downstairs the whole time, watching her leave, and didn't go back to his car until she had entered the apartment building. The two of them getting out of the car was seen by the twins, who were sitting in the bay window upstairs, waiting for their mother to come home. They lived on the 3rd floor and could see clearly what was going on downstairs. Brother, look. Xin Yuexin patted her brother's arm. What did she see? Handsome uncle was walking her mother home? They knew each other? And it was the middle of the night. Xin Yuexin felt that she probably didn't need to play matchmaker anymore. Handsome uncle was gentle with every movement he made, and she could see little pink bubbles. SSH, be quiet. Xin Yutian looked down in the direction his sister was pointing. He saw his mother talking to a tall man, and it seemed that she was still wearing the man's clothes. His mother was in love? That was Xin Yutian's first reaction. He didn't oppose his mother falling in love, as long as the man was a good man and treated his mother well. As for his biological father, it was a pity for him. He had secretly thought that although he and his sister were twins, they didn't look very similar. His sister looked a lot like their mother, so perhaps he looked like their father, whom they had never met. No, brother, look at this uncle's face. Xin Yuexin said anxiously. Although only the side face could be seen, it was enough to surprise Xin Yutian's jaw. This man. Why does he look so much like him? Oh, no, it's why he looks so much like that man. This is the handsome uncle I told you about. He said his name was Lu Beichuan. Look, doesn't he look a lot like you? I wasn't lying, was I? Xin Yuexin added. She briefly told Qin Yutian about her encounter with Liu Beichuan and even mentioned his appearance, but Qin Yutian simply didn't believe that there could be someone in the world who looked so similar to him. Damn it! What the hell? Qin Yutian couldn't help but swear. How could someone look so similar to him? Looking at Liu Beichuan, he seemed to see the way he would look when he grew up. Qin Yutian quickly calmed down. It was very difficult for people who were not related by blood to look so similar, unless. Qin Yue, do you think it's possible that he's our father? Qin Yutian looked at Liu Beichuan downstairs, and the more he looked, the more likely it seemed. I felt this way the first time I saw him. I just wasn't sure, so I went to find him again. Even when I went to dinner with him, I could hear someone next to me say that I was his daughter. Qin Yu thought back to the day she had dinner with Liu Beichuan. She distinctly heard someone say, "This father and daughter look really good together, their eyebrows and eyes look like they're related." And Liu Beichuan, who was not familiar with her, treated her like his own child. She had observed carefully that when Liu Beichuan talked to other people, he was cold, but when he faced her, he immediately put on a smile. Perhaps the feeling of a father she felt in Liu Beichuan was really because of the pull of blood? It seems necessary to investigate. Qin Yutian had already made up her mind. Xiaoyao was already investigating the Gao family, so it was not a big deal to investigate Liu Beichuan a little more. Hey, mommy is going upstairs, but why hasn't Uncle Handsome left yet? Qin Yuexin stared at Liu Beichuan downstairs. She thought to herself, is he looking at mommy? Qin Yuexin picked up her phone and sent a message to Liu Beichuan downstairs, Uncle Handsome, get some rest early, good night. Liu Beichuan, who had just gotten into the car, heard his phone ring. He saw that the message was from Qin Yuexin, and he didn't expect that this little girl had not yet gone to sleep. Liu Beichuan's mouth curved up, and he immediately replied, what time is it? Don't sleep, or you won't grow tall. Good night. A minute later, there was a sound of someone opening the door. Liu Beichuan thought the children had already gone to bed. Mommy, hug. Xin Xia had just entered the door when her little girl threw herself into her arms like the wind. Why aren't you asleep yet, sweetheart? Xin Xia was overwhelmed by the softness of her daughter's heart as she hugged her. Wait until mommy gets off work and we can go to bed together. Mommy worked hard today. A single sentence from her daughter made Xin Xia feel a lot less tired. Mommy will go take a bath and then stay up with you, okay? Okay. I'll be waiting for you. Qin Yuexin kissed her mother on the cheek. Tian, you should go to bed too, you have to go to school tomorrow. Xin Xia said as she walked towards the bedroom. Okay. In a completely different state from her sister, Qin Yuexin wilted at the mere mention of school. Is this kindergarten really necessary? He felt really bored all day long. The kids were so childish, chattering and playing games. And it was annoying that little girls kept wanting to hug him and saying they wanted to marry him when they grew up. The only thing that made him happy was the kindergarten lunch, which was not as bad as the food he made. Seeing that his mother and sister had gone back to their room, Qin Yutian turned off the lights outside, went back to his room, turned on his computer, logged into his account and sent a private message to Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, are you asleep? Qin Yutian thought that at this time, Xiaoyao would probably be asleep. Unexpectedly, he received a reply from Xiaoyao in less than a minute. What, in the middle of the night, do you want to ask me out to dinner? Can you stop being so self-absorbed? Okay, I'm self-absorbed, so in the future, if you have something to do, don't involve me, so I don't get any more ideas. Sorry, beautiful Yao, it's all my fault. You're a forgiving person. That's more like it. Go to sleep. What's up? If it's not important, you wouldn't have bothered to ask. How's the Gao family investigation going? I've just got a few clues. Can you also look into Liu Beichuan for me, especially his marital status? 2 meals. Forget it, never mind, just do it yourself. No, 2 meals is 2 meals. Wait for the news. After closing the computer, Qin Yutian lay on the bed thinking about the search results for Liu Beichuan on the internet just now. It showed that he was the president of the Liu Group. No wonder he drove such a nice car. Is he really the cheap father of his sister? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Chapter 29, You like Qin Xia, don't you? The next day, Qin Xia neatly packed Liu Beichuan's jacket and brought it to work. Last night, because she had worn the jacket home, her daughter had been grinning from ear to ear, asking her for a long time who the jacket belonged to and whether she was in love. Qin Xia really regretted wearing Liu Beichuan's jacket home for warmth, even though it was only a short walk from the car to the apartment building. She never expected to be questioned by her daughter for so long over a jacket, and it ended only when she fell asleep from being too tired. She would definitely never let Liu Beichuan walk her home again in the future. Although she didn't know why Liu Beichuan did it. On the surface, their relationship was just that of a normal boss and employee. She suspected that Liu Beichuan was the man from that night 4 years ago, and he had never told anyone about it. Could it be that he had seen her that night? After all, the man she woke up with was gone. Jinxia shook her head and put this matter behind her. She didn't want to think about it anymore. It didn't matter whether the man was Liu Beichuan or not. The relationship between her and Liu Beichuan was that of boss and employee, and she would not have much contact with him in the future. As for the child, she had decided to keep it from the beginning, for herself. Thinking about this, Jinxia went to the CEO's office with the handbag containing Liu Beichuan's jacket. "President Liu, here's your jacket." Jinxia placed the handbag on the coffee table in Liu Beichuan's office and was about to leave. This sense of detachment made Liu Beichuan very unhappy. "Is that it? Ha? Aren't you going to thank me?" "Thank you, President Liu, I'll get back to work." Jinxia finished speaking and left without giving Liu Beichuan the chance to speak again. Liu Beichuan stared lostly at the handbag on the coffee table. The people who could move him emotionally were Cindy and Jinxia. He really wanted to get close to these two people. "Hey, look, isn't that Jinxia?" Someone from the design department happened to see Jinxia go to Liu Beichuan's office. What was she doing looking for Liu Beichuan? She was carrying what looked like clothes in her hand. Was she delivering clothes to Liu Beichuan? Another person's attention was drawn to Jinxia's hand. It was obvious that it was clothes in there. How could a designer like Jinxia deliver clothes to the boss? Even if General Manager Liu had forgotten to bring his clothes over, it would be the assistant's job to do it. We should quickly notify Director Run about this. We'll know that this Jinxia is a flirt, thinking that she is pretty and trying to seduce other men. These two are Ren Qingqing's little followers. Very few people in the design department get along with Ren Qingqing, the deputy director, and these two are the only ones who follow Ren Qingqing around and flatter her. But they have indeed benefited from Ren Qingqing's favor, at least they are never given the hard work to do. They are also the ones who are considered for a pay rise. They will report any gossip or bad words about Ren Qingqing in the design department. As soon as Jinxia left, Ren Qingqing followed her scent and found her. "A Chuan." Ren Qingqing didn't even knock on the door, she just pushed it open. Liu Beichuan couldn't help but frown when he saw Ren Qingqing enter. "In the company, you should call me Mr. Liu." "No, I'm just going to call you A Chuan, I'm not going to be like everyone else." Ren Qingqing glanced at the handbag on the coffee table. "What's in it?" "Don't move." Liu Beichuan stood up directly. But the handbag was still opened. "Is this the suit that Jinxia gave you?" Ren Qingqing saw the suit jacket inside. "It really is this woman. She shouldn't have let her stay. She seduced Liu Beichuan." "These are my clothes," Liu Beichuan said unhappily. Ren Qingqing had actually sent someone to spy on him. Otherwise, how would she have found him so soon after Jinxia left, and know what Jinxia had brought? "How did your clothes end up with her? You were with her last night?" Ren Qingqing couldn't believe it. She had just thought that Jinxia had bought the clothes herself to please Liu Beichuan, but she never imagined that they were Liu Beichuan's own clothes that had been delivered. Jinxia has only been here for a few days, and she has already made Liu Beichuan so close to her? What does it have to do with you? Ren Qingqing, don't always try to interfere in my affairs. You know how I feel about you, and you haven't felt it for so many years? Ren Qingqing's tears were rolling in her eyes. Jinxia, what gives her the right? I already said a long time ago that it was impossible for me to be with you, so why are you pestering me? Liu Beichuan was becoming more and more impatient with Ren Qingqing. If it weren't for his parents' interference, he would have let Ren Qingqing go a long time ago. She has been making a mess of the company all day, and now she has even planted an eye on him. With his current strength, he doesn't need any help from Ren Qingqing's father. What about Jinxia? Do you like her? Ren Qingqing asked, holding back her tears. Liu Beichuan didn't say anything. Do you like her? He himself couldn't say, but he really wanted to be close to her. He even had the idea of taking possession of her. There were plenty of women who wanted to climb into his bed, but he just didn't like women who rushed him. Jinxia was the only one who was special. While other women clung to him, Xia always avoided him. While other women were afraid of him, Xia wasn't. Is that a yes? Ren Xingqing couldn't believe it. Could a woman he had only known for a few days make him fall in love so easily? Yes. You just want something new, just playing with her, isn't it? Chuan, answer me, isn't it? Ren Xingqing took Lu Beichuan's hand. Enough. Lu Beichuan shook off Ren Xingqing's hand. I'll say this for the last time, there is no way between you and me. If you can't accept it, you can resign yourself. Get out. Lu Beichuan sat directly back in his chair. He didn't want to be disturbed by anyone in his work. Chuan. Get out. The whole office has been gossiping all day about how Xia brought Lu Beichuan his clothes in the morning, and Ren Xingqing ran out of Lu Beichuan's office crying, and no one has seen her all day. Have you heard about what happened today? About Xia bringing Lu Beichuan his clothes? It's been all over the office, who doesn't know about it? I didn't think that someone who looks so pure had hooked up with the CEO after only a week. The more innocent a woman looks, the more promiscuous she is in private. Men like that. It's just a pity about Director Ren. She's been after Mr. Lu for so long and still hasn't got him. What's she got to be pitted for? She acts like she owns the company, and it's a wonder Mr. Lu even likes her. And I heard she had work done on her face. Not bad, I must say. She's had her breasts enhanced too, there's not much on her that's original. In terms of appearance, Xia is indeed better than Ren Xingqing by more than a little. No wonder Lu always likes Xia. If I were him, I would want Xia too. Forget it. If you were really a man, would you dare to want a woman like this who hooks up with people all over the place? Chapter 30, Handsome Uncle is really our father. That's true. I'll tell you what. I saw Xia hugging a little girl downstairs from the company once. They looked exactly alike. Do you think it was her daughter? If it wasn't her daughter, it was her sister. How could her parents have a second child when she was in her 20s? Did you see clearly? She's not married, is she? She already has a child? Look carefully, or else I wouldn't dare say this. Nowadays, many women have children before they get married. You could say that she's seducing men everywhere. A few people were having a heated discussion in the pantry when Xia came over with her own cup and made herself a cup of tea. Those people immediately shut up and left angrily. It's fine to say something behind someone's back, but it's rude to say it in front of someone's face. Xia had heard their words clearly just now. Not just now, but the rumors about her and Lu Beichuan had caused quite a stir in the company today. In the future, she would no longer have any contact with Lu Beichuan alone, because anything bad would happen if she stuck with this man. She was just an employee under Lu Beichuan, and she didn't want to get involved with Lu Beichuan in any other way. If possible, she hoped that they would never have any other contact in their lives. In the afternoon, Lu Beichuan's father, the chairman of the Lu Group, suddenly came to the company. Beichuan, what's wrong with you? How did you make Xingqing cry again? Lu's father angrily pounded on the table. Don't get so angry when you're old. Have some tea to calm down. Lu Beichuan placed the freshly brewed tea in front of his father. I'm not drinking it. How many times have I told you to give Xingqing some slack? There are still things at the company that need your Uncle Ren's help. Lu Beichuan knew that Ren Xingqing would go and tell on him, and had prepared the tea long ago. Haven't I been tolerant enough towards her? Just the way she acts so arrogantly and domineeringly at the company, if it were anyone else, I would have fired them 80,000 times already. Lu Beichuan took a sip of tea slowly and said, he has given the Ren family enough face. Xingqing is your Uncle Ren's only daughter, and she has been spoiled a bit since she was young, but she is sincere with you. How can you hurt her heart for the sake of another woman? Lu's father was very dissatisfied. In his opinion, it's fine to play with women on the outside, but for marriage, you still have to marry someone from a similar background. They think that Ren Xingqing is quite good. But his son is not responsive to persuasion or coercion, and Ren Xingqing, a girl, has lowered her status and chased after him for so long without any response. Dad, I've told you many times, I don't have any feelings for Ren Xingqing, and you and Mom should give up on this idea as well. Lu Beichuan protested. Do you know how many people want to marry Xingqing? It's none of my business, and I will give a big gift on the day she gets married, but there's no need for me to do so with her. You really like that Qin woman? Son, a man can be unfaithful, but he can't be confused. If you marry Xingqing, who will help you in the future if not your Uncle Ren? Lu Fu asked. The Ren family is willing to help them so much because Ren Qingqing has liked Lu Beichuan since she was a teenager. Your business with the Ren family is in the past, and I don't need anyone's help. I don't like Ren Qingqing and it's none of their business. Chuan. Dad, there's no point in discussing this. There's no way it will work out between Ren Qingqing and me. I really don't like her, that's it. I have a meeting to go to, so please leave. Lu Beichuan mercilessly asked his father to leave. You really have grown up and become hard-headed. Lu Beichuan's father left angrily. Before leaving, he secretly went to the design department to take a look at Qin Xia, who was sniffling and crying when she told the story. She looks good, but there are many beautiful women with good looks, so how can a woman who is just average apart from her appearance match his son? The Lu family will never accept such a daughter-in-law. In the following days, Ren Qingqing did not come to work at the company, and Lu Beichuan looked for Qin Xia several times, but she avoided him. The more she avoided him, the more he wanted to hold Qin Xia in his hands. In the past few days, Xiaoyao's work had progressed quickly, and on Friday evening she sent the information she had collected to Qin Yutian. Qin Yutian stared at the information on the computer. He had clearly been mentally prepared, but he was still shocked by the result. The Gao family's information showed that Gao Yunxian had a younger sister who was abducted when she was just over a year old, which would make her 26 years old. And the Gao family had never given up looking for her all these years. There was also a photo of Gao Yunxuan's younger sister as a child, and it was clearly the same as Qin Yuexin when she was just over a year old, as if they were carved from the same mold. The Gao family was most likely their grandparents' family, and Gao Yunxian was their uncle, and they were just waiting for the final step of the paternity test to confirm it. At this point, Qin Yutian was already quite sure that the Gao family were their relatives, and they would also be loved by their grandparents and uncle. The second piece of information was even more explosive. Lu Beichuan, the president of the Lu Group, was unmarried and had no romantic history, and was famously uninterested in women. However, Xiaoyao found out that Lu Beichuan had been drugged with aphrodisiacs 4 years ago, and in a panic, had a one-night stand with a strange woman. The woman was bought by a man named Wan Yuliang for Lu Beichuan on a temporary basis. The woman who was sold was called Qin Xia, who had just graduated from college, and Wan Yuliang was Qin Xia's boyfriend. After that, Qin Xia disappeared, and none of her friends or family could get in touch with her. Seeing this, Qin Yutian understood everything. He looked at the photo of Lu Beichuan on the screen in a daze. This face was like an enlarged version of his own, and even a paternity test was not needed to know that they were related. So he was their father. Qin Yuexin, who was watching all this from the sidelines, was also shocked. It really was like this, no wonder she felt so special when she saw Lu Beichuan. Brother, Uncle Handsome, he really is our father, and we are children with a father. Qin Yuexin was a little excited. Not only had she met her biological father, he had also hugged her, fed her, and they even had contact with each other. Well, we have a father. Qin Yu nodded dumbly. It had been 4 years, and they also had a father, they just didn't know when they would be able to recognize each other. These two pieces of information were sent by Xiaoyao, a member of their secret organization, and their mother, Qin Xia, had no idea what secret organization they had joined. They also couldn't tell their mother about this matter. Chapter 31, Meeting Gao Yunxian. Brother, I have an idea. Let Mom contact Uncle Gao. I think Mom also really wants to find her biological parents. Although we can't directly tell Mom about this, we can. Qin Yuexin told Qin Yutian her idea. The two little cuties agreed at once. They also have a father now. In the past few days, Qin Xia had also deliberately avoided Lu Beichuan because of the rumors flying around the company. At the weekend, Qin Xia put her thoughts aside and stopped thinking about Lu Beichuan and Ren Qingqing. She thought that she should make a decision about her relationship with the Gao family. There had to be a result, whether it was yes or no. After learning from Jiang Yingxue that she was not her parents' biological daughter, even though she knew that the Qins had never loved her over the years, she still spent a long time building up the courage to do it. On Sunday morning, after much soul-searching, Qin Xia finally summoned up the courage to call the number on Gao Yunxuan's business card. Hello, who is this? The call was answered quickly, and a young man's voice came over the line. It was completely different from the voice of Gao Yunxian she remembered, and Qin Xia thought she had dialed the wrong number. She checked the number against the card again, and it was correct. Could it be that this Gao Yunxian was a fake? Hello? Can you hear me? The young voice came over the line again. Hello, is this Mr. Gao Yunxian? Qin Xia still asked tentatively. Hold on. Mr. Gao, you have a call. Soon after, a different voice came over the phone. Hello, this is Gao Yunxian. Who is this? My name is Qin Xia. We met on the plane back to China 2 weeks ago. You gave me a business card at the time. Do you remember? Qin Xia asked. This time, she was sure that the person on the other end was Gao Yunxian. Yes, I remember. The person on the other end of the line visibly became excited. He had been waiting a long time for this call, and had even done some research on Qin Xia. He had already checked the Qin family and was even more certain that Qin Xia was his sister when he found out that the family had suddenly had a little girl over a year old 25 years ago. It wasn't difficult to get Qin Xia's contact information, but he was also giving himself some time. He just hasn't told his family about this yet. His parents are getting old and have been missing their daughter for many years, so if Qin Xia is not their daughter, his parents will be plunged into grief again. Even if the probability is very small, he will not allow this to happen. Do you have some time? I want to talk to you about your sister. Qin Xia asked. From the fact that Gao Yunxian took the initiative to talk to him about his sister and also handed her his business card, she was sure that Gao Yunxian also suspected that she was the Gao family's lost sister. So she cut to the chase. If you have time, I'll go back to Jiangcheng right now, and we'll meet in the afternoon. Gao Yunxian couldn't hide his excitement. He had come out today to talk business, but now he didn't want to talk about that anymore. He'd cancel the order and go home to see his sister. Okay, call me when you get back, I can come over anytime. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Qin Xia's heart could not calm down for a long time. Was she going to find her real family? During her time back in China, she hadn't thought about going to the Qin family's home, but she had asked people to find out what had happened to them. After she left the country, her mother had gone to her previous workplace to look for her, but when she couldn't find her, she had caused a scene and was eventually escorted out by security. Her father had also lost his job and wasn't in good health, so he wasn't working. As for her useless younger brother, he had enrolled in a private college, but after graduating, he didn't look for a job properly, just fiddling around for a while. No girl in the family would want to be with him in these circumstances, and he still doesn't have a girlfriend. The three of them still live in the old, run-down house, and buying a house is out of the question. Knowing that the Qins are now living in dire straits, Qin Xia felt a moment of heartache, but only for a moment. Before, she had thought that although she had no plans to return to the Qin family, she would still fulfill her obligations when her parents grew old. But since she learned that she was a child abducted by the Qins, she lost her original family and her biological parents were plunged into endless grief and longing. At that moment, Qin Xia only had hatred for them. If it weren't for them, she would have grown up by her biological parents' side, and perhaps her childhood would have been completely different. In the afternoon, Gao Yunxian, who had hurried back to Jiangcheng, contacted Qin Xia as soon as he entered the city to meet at a restaurant. As soon as he saw Qin Xia enter the private room, Gao Yunxian stood up. Xia. He had tried his best to control his emotions. It had been 25 years, and his sister had been gone from them for so long. From the moment he first saw Qin Xia and her daughter on the plane, he had known that the heavens were still favoring the Gao family. Over the years, they had done good deeds and contributed to the public good in the hope that a miracle would happen. And now that miracle was right in front of them. Hello? It's been a long time. Qin Xia also greeted him with a smile. This meeting was obviously a lot more tense than the last. Where are the children? Gao Yunxian thought the two children were behind him, but Qin Xia closed the door as she walked in. He didn't see the two children anywhere. He had always been single and had never married or had children. When he learned that he already had nephews and nieces, he wanted to raise them himself. The children are at home, Qin Xia replied. Sit down, let's eat and chat. Gao Yunxian asked Qin Xia to sit down and then told the kitchen to serve the food. I don't know what you like to eat now, so I ordered some food to my taste. You eat first, and then order whatever you like. Gao Yunxian ordered the most famous signature dishes of the restaurant. His sister was just a little over a year old when she left home, and at that time, the nanny still prepared the food alone every day. He didn't know what his sister liked to eat when she grew up. No, these are all my favorites. Qin Xia looked at the table full of dishes. She and Gao Yunxian even liked the same dishes. Gao Yunxian kept urging Qin Xia to eat first. It wasn't until Qin Xia had almost finished eating that he spoke to the point. You asked me out today, so you already know something, right? Qin Xia nodded lightly. When I first saw you, I felt a sense of familiarity, and I felt that you looked like me. Combined with what you said about your sister, I did have some ideas. And through an old acquaintance of the Qin family, I learned that the Qin parents are not my biological parents. Qin Xia looked up at Gao Yunxian as she finished speaking. She saw the same answer in his eyes, and it seemed that he had also found out about this matter. Chapter 32 Gao Yunxuan. Sure enough, the next second, Gao Yunxian nodded, I found out the same thing. 25 years ago, Mr. and Mrs. Li Chuanxiu, who had been unable to have children, suddenly brought a little girl of more than 1 year old home, and that little girl was you. Gao Yunxian looked at Qin Xia and said excitedly, Your name is Gao Yunxuan, you are the second child in the family. We also have a younger sister named Gao Yunrui, who was born a few years after you left home. She is 6 years younger than you and 10 years younger than me. Parents have called their schwanger by that name a million times at home, and now their schwanger is finally coming home. Qin Xia listened as Gao Yunxian explained her identity and how she had been lost. That day, they had gone shopping with their mother, and Gao Yunxuan had been with the nanny the whole time. Because the nanny had lost concentration for a moment, the young Gao Yunxuan had been taken away. At that time, there were not as many surveillance cameras as there are now, and there was no trace of her. The Gao family used all the connections they could to search for Gao Yunxuan. But there had been no news. We have searched for so many years, and we always thought that you had been abducted to another place, but we never imagined that you had been in Jiangcheng all along. We are separated by less than 10 kilometers. Gao Yunxuan's eyes were red. If they had known that their sister was in Jiangcheng, they would have found the Qin's home long ago. Li Chuanxiu and his wife had separated his parents from their flesh and blood for so many years, and he wanted them to pay the price. During his investigation of the Qin family, he also learned that Qin Xia had not been doing well in the Qin family. It was more like they had abducted a slave back to the family than a daughter. She had learned to do laundry, cook, and take care of her younger brother at a very young age. If it weren't for the Qin family, his sister would have been a wealthy family's daughter, and she would not have suffered like this. And she would never have had a child out of wedlock and gone far away to a foreign land to suffer. After you were abducted, your mother blamed herself for not watching you closely enough and entrusting you to a nanny. The happy family she had when she was a child was destroyed by the Qins. Qin Xia could not help but shed tears. She could feel Gao's mother's feelings. As a mother, she would go crazy if she could not find her child. When you were 6 years old, your parents couldn't find you and missed you terribly. To make up for the regret, your mother's mental state improved a lot and she gave birth to our younger sister. The birth of our younger sister brought back laughter to our family. Your younger sister was raised by your mother with her own hands and she never wanted to give her up to anyone else. But we still didn't stop looking for you. Until I saw you in Xin Air on the plane for the first time, I knew that my younger sister had returned. Gao Yunxian wiped his eyes with a tissue and opened a photo in the photo album and placed it in front of Qin Xia. This is when you were little. Xin Air looks exactly like you did when you were little, that's why I recognized you both at first glance. Mom still has your childhood photos as her phone wallpaper. No matter how many years have passed, our family still keeps your room exactly as you left it. We haven't stopped loving you. He really wanted to ask Qin Xia to go home with him, but he knew he couldn't rush things. He had to let his parents know first, so they could prepare themselves. His father had a weak heart and could not bear great joys or sorrows. I remember now, I vaguely remember being taken away when I was very young, and then I don't remember anything. Qin Xia recalled some images from when she was abducted by her foster parents. This incident was forgotten due to the fear at the time. Now these images are piecing together like fragments in her mind. Xuan, will you come home with me to see Mom and Dad sometime? Bring the kids with you, they miss you and will love having 2 new grandchildren. Gao Yunxian took Qin Xia's hand, which was resting on the table. This time, he would not let go. He had always blamed himself for not holding his sister's hand tightly. Perhaps if he had, she would not have gotten lost. At the time, he had ignored his sister for a toy. Since then, he had never played with those toys again. Let's do a paternity test. If I'm 100% sure, I'll go back with you. Qin Xia spoke with difficulty. She had not yet recovered from the shock of the incident. It was one thing to figure something out on your own, but quite another to have it placed in front of you. She was also eager to meet her biological parents and her sister whom she had never met, but she still wanted to seek peace of mind and confirmation. If there was even the slightest possibility that it was not possible, it would be harmful to her, the child, and the Gao family. Especially Gao Yunxuan's parents, they are old and cannot be let down after having their expectations raised. A paternity test is the safest way. Fine, whatever you say. Gao Yunxian was going to refuse, as their appearances and all the other information already confirmed that Qin Xia was Gao Yunshuang. But since Qin Xia had brought it up, he would not refuse. He would love his sister and the two children unconditionally in the future. Qin Xia nodded. Xuan, can you drink? Have a drink with your brother? Gao Yunxian asked. Except when he was talking business, he hardly ever drank, always keeping himself sober. But today he could make an exception and drink a little more. The biggest piece of good news for the Gao family right now was that his parents had found their long-lost daughter and had also gained 2 grandchildren. He could already imagine how happy his parents would be when they heard the good news. Okay. Although Qin Xia was not a strong drinker, she still agreed without hesitation. Gao Yunxian made her feel at ease. At this moment, a car stopped in front of the restaurant. President Liu, the one who invited Miss Qin to dinner, is Gao Yunxian. The assistant reported to the boss what he had just found out. Him? Liu Beichuan frowned. The Gao family, second only to the Liu family in Jiangcheng, is also a competitor. Gao Yunxian is 2 years older than him, but both in appearance and ability, he thinks he is several grades above Gao Yunxian. But he never expected that Qin Xia had been avoiding him for the past few days, but had gone out to dinner with Gao Yunxian instead. Thinking that Gao Yunxian was still single made Liu Beichuan even more angry. Was he not as good as Gao Yunxian? This woman usually didn't even look at him, but she was able to go out with Gao Yunxian. She had only returned to China half a month ago. When did she meet Gao Yunxian? Were they old acquaintances or had they met just these past few days? A nameless rage spread through Liu Beichuan's heart. Chapter 33. Liu Beichuan, you're hurting me. Qin Xia and Gao Yunxian talked a lot about her life growing up, her life after going abroad, how she raised her children, and how she met Lin Imobai. Except for how the 2 children came about, Qin Xia didn't say, and Gao Yunxian didn't ask. During this time, he also roughly investigated what happened, and Wan Yulian couldn't get off scot-free. As for Liu Beichuan, the culprit, he naturally would not let him off lightly. But since he was the children's biological father, he still had to consider the children's feelings. The 2 of them chatted while slowly drinking wine, until Qin Xia's cheeks turned slightly red. Okay, Xuan, don't drink anymore, let's stop at this. Gao Yunxian took the initiative to call a stop. He was very happy today, but he couldn't let Qin Xia drink too much. Compared to the name Xia, he would still unconsciously call her Xuan. Big brother. I'm really happy to have found you guys. It turns out that there is someone in this world who cares about me all the time. Qin Xia's tears, which she had been holding back, fell onto the table. Gao Yunxian took a tissue and wiped her tears. Silly child, you're already a mother, and you're still crying. Qin Xia's big brother made Gao Yunxuan's eyes red as well. He had waited 25 years to hear that. The scene of Gao Yunxian supporting Qin Xia as they walked out stunned Liu Beichuan's eyes, who had been waiting outside the whole time. 3 hours, she'd been in there for 3 hours, and she'd even drunk alcohol. Liu Beichuan looked at Qin Xia's reddened eyes from drinking, and the anger in his heart was about to explode. This stupid woman, going out to dinner with another man and even drinking, had no sense of safety at all. The sparks in Liu Beichuan's eyes almost burned Gao Yunxuan's hand on Qin Xia's arm. Okay, big brother, I should go home now, the kids are waiting for me at home. Qin Xia let go of Gao Yunxuan's hand. For the first time, she felt that she had someone to rely on. She believed that Gao Yunxuan's broad shoulders would always be her strongest support. I'll walk you home. Gao Yunxian said that he was not at ease with Qin Xia going home alone. No, I can manage. When the results come out, can I let the kids meet you? Qin Xia looked at Gao Yunxian. She didn't want to disappoint the children if there was a chance that they couldn't meet. Are you really okay? Gao Yunxian was still worried. Really, I didn't drink too much, it's just that drinking makes my face flush easily, don't worry. Well, then call me when you get home. Okay. I'm leaving, see you in a few days. Qin Xia waved her hand. Okay. Gao Yunxian didn't insist, and he would deliver the sample today, and the results would be out soon. When the results came out, he would be able to bring Qin Xia and the 2 children home, and the family would be reunited. After parting with Gao Yunxian, Qin Xia walked along the road. The breeze blew across her flushed face, and she felt much refreshed. Wake up and go home, don't want the children to smell the strong smell of alcohol. Qin Xia just walked along the road, just like the day she learned she was pregnant and didn't know what to do. For years had passed in the blink of an eye, and as she looked at everything along the road, she could see that the city had really changed. Just as Jiangcheng was enjoying the bustling downtown area of Jiangcheng City, the sound of a sudden brake made her sober up a lot. Ah! Jiangcheng was startled, and just as she was about to say, "Have you got eyes?" she saw a face full of anger in the car window. Liu Beichuan? Why is he here? Before Jiangcheng could ask, Liu Beichuan opened the car door and got out. He stared at Jiangcheng's tipsy face with suppressed anger and asked, "Why were you drinking? What's your relationship with Gao Yunxian? You followed me?" Jiangcheng was instantly displeased. If he hadn't followed her, how would he know that she had just been having dinner with Gao Yunxian? This man is sick. Do they know each other well? It's none of his business who she dines with. I'm asking you why you're drinking and why you're hanging out with Gao Yunxian. Liu Beichuan grabbed Jiangcheng's wrist. He had clearly seen Gao Yunxian supporting Jiangcheng's arm just now, and the two of them were talking very closely, and she was even smiling at her. All of this had just now been irritating Liu Beichuan's nerves. What's it got to do with you? Jiangcheng tried to break free from Liu Beichuan's hand, but it was grabbed even tighter. I'm asking what your relationship with Gao Yunxian is. The veins on Liu Beichuan's neck bulged. Liu Beichuan, you're hurting me. Jiangcheng endured the pain in her wrist. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Liu Beichuan let go of her hand and saw a red patch on Jiangcheng's wrist. He felt distressed. But the next second, Jiangcheng, who had just broken free from his grip, turned around and was about to leave, cursing him mentally ill. Liu Beichuan grabbed her arm again and shoved her into his car. Liu Beichuan, what are you crazy about? Are you sick? Jiangcheng tried to open the car door to get out, but the door had already been locked. Liu Beichuan, who was holding the steering wheel, finally calmed down. He was indeed sick and needed to be cured, and Jiangcheng was the one to do it. Why have you been avoiding me these days? Liu Beichuan asked. Since the last time he had walked her home, every time he met her, she immediately avoided him. He had also called her, but as soon as she heard his voice, she hung up immediately. He didn't understand why she was doing this. Why did she reject him from afar, while chatting and laughing with other men? I don't want to hear any more rumors. You and I are just boss and employee, and I don't want others to misunderstand anything. I don't want to affect your relationship with Ren Qingqing anymore either, said Jiangcheng. She still remembered the day when she had bumped into Liu Beichuan and Ren Qingqing in his office, and the two of them had appeared to be getting close. She also knew that because she had gone to deliver his jacket, Ren Qingqing had not come to work for several days. If you don't want to hear the gossip, I can put an end to it right away, and I can guarantee that no one will talk anymore. As for Ren Qingqing, my father is just friends with her father, and I have no other relationship with her, so don't get the wrong idea. Liu Beichuan hurriedly explained. He didn't want Jiangcheng to misunderstand anything. They had only known each other for 2 weeks, and yet this woman had already captured his heart. He wasn't really sure about his feelings, but when he saw Jiangcheng chatting and laughing with Gao Yunxian just now, he was absolutely certain that he was jealous. He wanted to keep Jiangcheng all to himself. You don't need to explain your relationship with Ren Qingqing to me, because it has nothing to do with me. I'm just here to work for your company and earn money. Jiangcheng didn't want to hear Liu Beichuan's explanation. There is nothing to explain. Whether he has a relationship with Ren Qingqing or not is none of her business. She is not interested. Chapter 34, President Liu is really fierce. If you want to make money, I can help you get a promotion and a pay rise. Isn't this just a matter of words for Liu Beichuan? If she needs money, he can also give her enough to last her a lifetime. Thank you for your kindness, but I would like to earn my own money with my own hands. Jiangcheng didn't appreciate it at all. Spending money that she earned herself made her feel secure. Liu Beichuan pulled the corners of his mouth in self-deprecating laughter. The more she did this to him, the more attractive she became. Then can you tell me what your relationship with Gao Yunxian is? How do you know him? Liu Beichuan asked. This is my personal business. Do I need to report to you what I do outside of work? Jiangcheng turned her face to the window. It's not the kind of relationship you think it is. She didn't bother explaining too much to Liu Beichuan. The temperature in the car had obviously risen, and the cold air exuding from Liu Beichuan just now made Jiangcheng's skin crawl. Can you let me off now? Jiangcheng didn't want to stay with him for another second. Liu Beichuan was really crazy today. Not only did he follow her, but he also went crazy at her. No, you've been drinking, I'll take you home. No need. Before Qin Xia finished speaking, Lu Beichuan started the car. He remembered where Qin Xia lived. All the way there, Qin Xia looked out the window and didn't speak to him. Until the car pulled up in front of Qin Xia's house. Qin Xia got out of the car, said thank you, and went upstairs. Qin Xia. Lu Beichuan couldn't help but call out to her. Ha? Is there anything else, Mr. Lu? Qin Xia asked. The title Mr. Lu made Lu Beichuan feel Qin Xia's distance from him. This made him very unhappy. Why was her attitude towards him so different from that towards Gao Yunxian? Can you promise me that you won't drink in the future? No, goodbye. Qin Xia turned her head and ran into the building. She even thought about having to quickly find a new place to live. Lu Beichuan already knew where she lived, and there was no guarantee that he wouldn't see Tian one day, and then this matter would be impossible to hide. Lu Beichuan stood there, fuming. This woman is really infuriating. Brother, did Daddy make Mummy angry? Mummy doesn't seem to want to talk to him. And didn't Mummy say she was going to have dinner with Uncle? Why did Daddy bring her back? Qin Yuexin looked at the remaining Lu Beichuan and felt a little distressed. Since she learned that Lu Beichuan was her real father, she felt closer to him. She sent him a lot of messages in a row. Qin Yutian's attitude was different. Even though Lu Beichuan was his father, in his heart, his mother was more important. As long as his mother was angry, it must be his father's fault. It seems that Daddy, Mummy and Uncle might not have a very happy day, especially Daddy. Qin Yutian shook his head as he watched Lu Beichuan downstairs, who still refused to leave. Sigh, straight men are hopeless. Fortunately, he doesn't take after Daddy, and he knows how to make Mummy happy. Hearing the sound of the door code being entered, the two of them quickly ran over to greet Qin Xia. Lu Beichuan downstairs was instantly thrown into the clouds. Mommy's back, she missed her. Qin Yuexin was always the first to welcome her mother home. Did Mommy drink? Qin Yuexin could smell alcohol on the air. Mommy rarely drinks. She had a little with her uncle, it's no big deal, she'll be fine in a little while. Qin Xia changed her shoes and put her two children in her arms. Mommy and Uncle have discussed it, we'll do the paternity test first, and once the results are in, Mommy will take you to see Grandpa, Grandma and your little aunt. Hearing that she would be able to recognize her real parents and go back to see them, Qin Xia was overjoyed, and forgot about the unpleasantness she had just experienced with Lu Beichuan. Gao Yunxian had shown her a photo of her younger sister, who looked 60% like her, only more energetic. Yes. We'll have grandparents. Qin Yuexin jumped for joy. From now on, she would have more people to love her. If only Daddy would always be by her side. She just didn't know if there was any chance of her father and mother getting back together. It seemed that her father liked her mother. But it also seemed that he couldn't win her over. At this time, she and her brother would need to help. Qin Xia looked at the happy faces of the two children and felt guilty towards them. For 3 years, the children had had no one else to love them but her. In the past, they had Lin Imobai and Susan by their sides, but now Lin Imobai had gone missing and Susan was on the other side of the world. Reconnecting with the Gao family would be a good thing for either of them. The next morning, as soon as Qin Xia had settled down in her office, the attention of everyone in the design department focused on the door. Lu Beichuan, dressed in a sharp suit, walked directly towards Qin Xia, put one hand in his pocket, and with the other hand, placed a small ointment on Qin Xia's desk. This ointment is very effective for reducing swelling. Take it. With that, he left in the midst of everyone's astonished stares. Some people had not even called out President Lu before he disappeared. No, what's going on? In the morning, President Lu came to give Qin Xia ointment? It's said to reduce swelling, but where is she swollen? Everyone's attention returned from the door to Qin Xia. But they had just received notice that in the future, no one was allowed to openly discuss President Lu and Qin Xia. Now that the front line had eaten the melon, they couldn't discuss it, which was really more difficult than killing them. Stared at by so many gossipy gazes, Qin Xia felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. No, Lu Beichuan is sick, right? Giving her an ointment to reduce swelling in front of so many people is even more misleading. The others didn't dare say anything, but Sister Fong was different. She had always been close to Qin Xia and asked in a very low voice, Xia, what's going on with you and General Manager Lu? Why did he give you this ointment? Sister Fong put an accent on the word ointment. The light of gossip shone on Qin Xia like a laser. Don't get the wrong idea, it's not what you think, I just have a swollen wrist. Xia even showed Sister Fong her wrist. Did Mr. Lu do this? Sister Fong asked. HM. Is it that bad? Xia? Damn it. Now the misunderstanding is even deeper. Sister, don't think anything bad, it's not what you think, oops. Xia's face turned red with anxiety. She had no way to explain, even if she said that Lu Beichuan had given her a red hand yesterday because he was angry, it wouldn't make sense. The more she tried to explain, the worse it got. I'm not thinking anything bad, we're both adults. Sister Fong gave her a look that said she understood. In her heart, she sighed that Mr. Lu was really something. It's really not what you think between him and me, you know I have a child. After Xia finished speaking, Fong Jie felt that Lu Beichuan was even more impressive. There were so many people who wanted to marry him, and yet he preferred a woman with 2 children. Xia saw that she couldn't explain it, so she simply stopped trying to explain. She just wanted to warn Lu Beichuan not to look for her in the future. Chapter 35. Chuan, did you know that Xia already has a child? The fact that Lu Beichuan had sent swelling medicine to Xia in the morning had still spread within the company. It also reached the ears of Ren Xingxing, who had just started work that day. She did go out to avoid the commotion, and even went to the Lu family to complain, but it didn't have much of an impact on Lu Beichuan. Yesterday she heard a shocking piece of news, and today she came to work in high spirits. She was now not at all afraid that Xia could hook up with Lu Beichuan, because she had received news that Xia had a child. Someone contacted her privately and said that they had seen Xia taking lunch near the company with a little girl around 3 years old who looked a lot like her. This child must be her daughter. Ren Xingxing felt that she had caught Xia in a lie, no matter how well she disguised herself. If Lu Beichuan knew that Xia already had a child and was hiding it from him, he would definitely not continue with her. The Lu family would never accept such a woman. After discovering the deception, perhaps Lu Beichuan will realize that she, Ren Xingxing, is truly devoted to him. Soon after arriving at the company, she heard a snitch from the design department tell her that Lu Beichuan had sent Xia some medicine for swelling in the morning, and he did it in public. This really made Ren Xingxing furious. Swelling? So soon? They've already slept together? Lu Beichuan's body has not even been enjoyed by her, and that rotten woman Xia, who has given birth to a child, has already gotten there first. Ren Xingxing was so angry that she couldn't sit still, and she was going to expose Xia's true colors right now. Furious, she found Lu Beichuan's office. Ah, Chuan. Hearing this voice, Lu Beichuan's tone was full of impatience. Why are you here again? He thought that Ren Xingxing was so headstrong that after he hurt her so much last time, she probably really wouldn't come back. He had already planned to find someone with outstanding abilities in the design department to replace Ren Xingxing's position. He would give Xia another big project, and once it was finished, he would promote her to the position of director. He never expected that Ren Xingxing would come back. Chuan, did you deliver medicine to Xia this morning? What did you two do yesterday? Ren Xingxing was angry and ashamed. I don't need to report to you, you can think whatever you want, Xia and I are just what you think. Fine, you can go now. Lu Beichuan was signing some documents and didn't even look up as he said. Chuan, you want a rotten woman like Xia? Ren Xingxing said anxiously. Unexpectedly, the words rotten woman directly stabbed Lu Beichuan's lung. He folded the documents together and threw them on the table. I absolutely will not allow anyone to insult her. You can go. I won't pursue this because of Uncle Ren, but don't let me hear about it again. The cold breath that burst out of Lu Beichuan made Ren Xingxing shiver. You're fascinated by a woman who has already had a child and is pregnant out of wedlock? Ren Xingxing blurted out the truth. I would like. What did you just say? Lu Beichuan thought he heard wrong. I said that Xia has a child, who is already 3 years old. Several people at the company saw her with a little girl who looks a lot like her. If she's not the daughter, then who is she? And when Xia joined the company, she was single. Ren Xingxing seemed to have suddenly seized something, and she became arrogant. Looking at Lu Beichuan's disbelieving expression, she knew that Lu Beichuan must not have known about this. Ren Xingxing was even more pleased. So, Chuan, that woman lied to you. Do you want to be with a woman like that? She had an illegitimate daughter and then hid the fact that she had a daughter from you and approached you. Get out. Chuan. Get out. Ren Xingxing never imagined that the outcome would be so different from what she had expected. She thought that at this time, Lu Beichuan would need her even more. She never expected to be thrown out. Ren Qingqing returned to her office with a pout. But it was worth it to be yelled at by Liu Beichuan for exposing Qin Xia's true colors. As long as Qin Xia couldn't hook Liu Beichuan anymore, she would have plenty of opportunities. Next, she just needed to get Qin Xia kicked out of the company. Ren Qingqing found the most difficult task on the list and gave it to Qin Xia. This client was the most difficult to deal with. As long as Qin Xia couldn't handle it, she would have to go. She couldn't offend a big client, could she? Ren Qingqing felt that everything was under her control. She just had to wait for Liu Beichuan to throw himself into her arms in a hurt state and wait for her to comfort him. As long as Liu Beichuan asked her, she could use the fact that Liu Beichuan had ruined her innocence as an excuse to propose marriage to the Liu family. Liu Beichuan's parents had always liked her as a daughter-in-law, so this matter would naturally go smoothly. Qin Xia was dumbfounded when she received the list. There were too many requirements, and they were all too complicated. What if she messed up? For the first time, she felt a sense of powerlessness at work. Ren Qingqing is getting more and more outrageous, giving you this kind of thing? Sister Fang said indignantly. Qin Xia had only been here for half a month, and Ren Qingqing had targeted her several times. But when you think about it, Ren Qingqing has been after Liu Beichuan for so many years and hasn't been able to warm the iceberg, and Qin Xia has only been here for a few days and has already gotten together with Liu Beichuan. No one's mind would be balanced. I'll just deal with it as it comes. She's targeting me, so I can only take the blows. Never mind, let's get to work. Even though she knew that Ren Qingqing had deliberately given her this kind of order, there was no other way. In order to keep her job, Qin Xia could only accept the challenge and throw herself into her work, designing it step by step according to the customer's requirements. Liu Beichuan, on the other hand, was depressed and didn't leave the office for half a day, even canceling the meeting he had originally planned. He just couldn't understand how Qin Xia could have a child. 3 years old? Qin Xia was only 26 years old herself, and she got pregnant right after graduation? He could hardly imagine Qin Xia being such a reckless person. Could it be that she was avoiding him because of the child? He still couldn't believe it, and decided to ask Qin Xia himself, and also send someone to investigate in private. It might be that Ren Qingqing was just talking nonsense. After all, she had done things like this before. For half a day, Liu Beichuan's heart felt as if it had been scratched by a cat. He was very conflicted. Qin Xia was the only woman he had ever wanted to possess, but he never expected her to already have a child. He didn't care about Qin Xia's background. As long as Qin Xia was willing to be with him, he could convince his parents to let go of their notions about social status. But if there was a child, he felt that his parents would definitely not accept it. He had even imagined in his head that if Qin Xia's daughter was as cute as Xin, would he be able to accept this child who was not related to him by blood? He asked himself, could he really accept Qin Xia having someone else's child for her sake? He wasn't sure. Chapter 36. Daddy, do you like us? Brother, this is the place where mommy works, and daddy is inside. Qin Yuexin pointed at a building. Qin Yutian looked up at the building and saw the words Lu's Group on the roof. This morning, they had taken the school bus to school together under the watchful eye of Qin Xia, and then they had snuck out of school together. Although there was surveillance in the kindergarten, these things were trivial to Qin Yutian. You can ask him to come out, Qin Yutian said to his sister. He had not yet met his father face to face, but his sister already had his contact information. Handsome uncle, do you have time right now? I'm downstairs at your company, can I see you? Xin misses you. Qin Yuexin directly sent a voice message to Liu Beichuan on her mobile phone. Liu Beichuan, whose mood had already hit rock bottom, received Qin Yuexin's voice message and heard that soft, plummy voice, and the gloom in his heart dispersed quite a bit. Don't move, I'll be right there. Liu Beichuan sent the message, put away his phone and went downstairs. He hadn't seen Xin for a long time. She said she had gone to kindergarten and didn't have time to come and see him. He didn't expect her to come running over today, which was Monday. Liu Beichuan walked quickly towards the elevator, afraid that Xin might not be safe downstairs on her own. The kid really has a lot of nerve. Handsome uncle. As soon as she saw Liu Beichuan, Qin Yuexin ran over to him. After learning that Liu Beichuan was her father, she really wanted a hug from him. Qin Yutian, who was hiding nearby, saw a tall and straight man walking out of the building. When he saw Qin Yuexin running towards him with her arms open, Liu Beichuan subconsciously also opened his arms. When they reached each other, he picked her up and held her in his arms. Why did Xin have time to visit her uncle today? Lu Beichuan always smiles unconsciously when he sees Xinye. Xinye came today to bring a gift for her uncle. I guess you will be very surprised. Xin Yuexin's eyes are sparkling. She thinks that if her father doesn't know that she is his child, he treats her so well, he will love her even more if he finds out that she is his child. She is not worried at all about seeing disappointment on Lu Beichuan's face. Ha! You brought a gift for your uncle? Show it to me. Lu Beichuan can't wait. He didn't think that a child could bring him any expensive gifts, but the thought of it made him feel very warm. It would be a blessing to have a daughter like Cindy. Brother Qin Yuexin shouted to the side. Lu Beichuan only felt the sound pleasant. But the next second, when he saw Qin Yuexin walking over, he froze. Isn't this the child he was when he was young? I wonder if he would think this is his son. No, this might be his son. Lu Beichuan remembered the night 4 years ago. The child was 3 years old, and the ages matched up. Could it be? In that instant, Lu Beichuan was certain that the child in front of him was his son. He had a son. But just now, Xiner called him brother? This is Xiner's brother? Xiner said that she and her brother were twins, so Xiner is his daughter? He has a son and a daughter? Lu Beichuan's thoughts were spinning 100 times over the moment he saw Qin Yutian. Qin Yutian was also seeing Lu Beichuan's face for the first time, and he was even more shocked than by the photos or the side view. He could completely imagine what he would look like when he grew up. But it was exactly what Lu Beichuan looked like now. What's your name? Lu Beichuan's voice trembled. My name is Qin Yutian, and my younger sister's name is Qin Yuexin. Qin Yutian replied. He had been anxious while waiting, and when they suddenly appeared, he wondered if their father would accept them. The Lu family is the #1 powerful family in the entire city of Jiangcheng. As the head of the family, Lu Beichuan should have many people willing to bear his children, so why does he need them? But when he saw Lu Beichuan pick up his younger sister and affectionately call her Cindy, he was convinced that daddy would love them. You can't lie to people with your eyes. Qin Yutian, Qin Yuexin. Lu Beichuan read the names of the 2 children and looked at Cindy's face again. Suddenly, he thought of something. Didn't Rinqingqing say that Qin Xia had a daughter? Xiner, tell uncle, does this mommy work here? Lu Beichuan asked. Well, mommy works here. Then what's your mommy's name? Lu Beichuan's heart was pounding nervously. My mommy's name is Qin Xia. You know my mommy, right? My brother and I saw you walk mommy home. Qin Yuexin smiled. This smile was more like Qin Xia's. Lu Beichuan felt like he had been struck by lightning. The woman from 4 years ago was actually Qin Xia, and his only one-night stand had resulted in Qin Xia giving birth to twins for him. Just by looking at the 2 children, he could tell how similar they were. He had been under the impression that Qin Xia was unmarried, and that was why he had attributed the similarity between Qin Xia and his children to coincidence. When Rinqingqing told him that Qin Xia had given birth to a daughter without being married, he had not had time to think about it. He should have noticed it earlier. You should know who we are by now, Qin Yutian asked. Seeing Lu Beichuan's stunned silence, his heart started to race again. Lu Beichuan nodded. Daddy, do you like us? Compared to Qin Yutian's reserved nature, Qin Yuexin was much more direct. If Lu Beichuan didn't like them, she wouldn't see him again. It's not that I like you. Lu Beichuan shook his head. Just as the 2 children were about to despair, he said, Daddy loves you. I'm sorry, my children. Daddy didn't know you existed for all these years. From now on, let Daddy love you and make up for it, okay? Lu Beichuan's eyes were red and his voice was shaking. He had once thought he didn't like children, but the sound of his heart's cry for Daddy made him realize that he just didn't like other people's children. For his own children, he just wanted to give them everything. Daddy, Qin Yue's heart missed you. Qin Yuexin, who was being held by Lu Beichuan, wrapped her arms around his neck. From now on, she could hug Daddy openly. No more envy of other children. Daddy loves you too. Lu Beichuan rubbed Qin Yuexin's little face and then held out his hand to Qin Yutian. Come, son, let Daddy hug you. Qin Yutian had always felt that he was a boy and could not be as spoiled as his sister, but in the embrace of his real father, he couldn't help but snuggle in. Lu Beichuan held his 2 children on his left and right, looking left and right, unable to take his eyes off either one. He regretted not knowing about the children's existence earlier, and that he had been absent from their childhood for 4 years. Chapter 37, We Can Live Together, as I'm Single. Lu Beichuan took the children to a private room in a restaurant near the company for dinner. He ordered a large table of dishes for them to choose from, and they could eat whatever they liked. He would also inform his parents of the good news as soon as possible. The children also needed to acknowledge their family roots as soon as possible. And Xia is also not out of his hands. It is said that daughters are little cotton padded jackets, and his heart is a down jacket. If it weren't for Xian'er coming to him in the first place, he might not have had the chance to meet them. Xia's actions clearly show that she doesn't want him to know about the children's existence. Lu Beichuan tried to call Xia, but she still didn't answer, so he sent his assistant to invite her. "Assistant son, what did Mr. Lu ask me to do?" Xia asked as she walked. She just wanted to work hard and didn't want to have any more contact with Lu Beichuan in private. But since assistant son had already found their design department, she had no choice but to go. "Don't worry, it's definitely something great," assistant son said with a smile, even using a respectful form of address with Xia. He had always been by Lu Beichuan's side, and everyone else in the company treated him politely. But now that Xia was about to become the boss's wife, he naturally lowered his own stance as well. Xia thought to herself that there could be nothing good about what Lu Beichuan wanted with her. She never imagined that her two children had planned a big move for her. She almost fainted when she pushed open the door of the private room and saw the two little snobs enthusiastically calling Lu Beichuan daddy while they ate. Is it not too late for her to faint now? "Xian'er, Tian, why are you here?" She had seen the two children get on the school bus in the morning before going to work, so how could they be here? Was the kindergarten management so lax? She had been so anxious to send the children to kindergarten because Xinyu had run away twice. She had never imagined that the kindergarten would fail to keep her in, and that this time, Tian had also run away. Xia took out her phone and glanced at it before realizing that the teacher had already been calling her non-stop. She had turned her phone to silent mode during the meeting. "We came to see Daddy." Yuexin carefully observed Xia's expression. If her face changed, she would be beaten, so she threw herself into Daddy's arms for protection. "Forget about Daddy, let's go home with Mommy." Xia's head ached. How did these two kids find out about this? She thought as long as she didn't tell anyone, no one would know. After all, even Lu Beichuan himself didn't know about this. But now that the kids have come forward, it's hard to explain. "Xia, how long are you going to keep this from me? You knew they were my kids, didn't you?" Lu Beichuan stood up and locked eyes with Xia. He was a little resentful, but he couldn't bear to blame her. After all, she must have had a hard time raising the children on her own over the past few years. He had just sent someone to check, and it turned out that Xia had cut off contact with her family before leaving the country. And the time she left the country was just over a month after their one-night stand. He thought that Xia must have left to keep the children. "Come outside and talk to me." Xia glanced at the children. Some things couldn't be said in front of the children. She couldn't tell the children that their parents had had a one-night stand and had them, and that they didn't even know each other at the time. It would have a bad influence on the children. Lu Beichuan followed Xia into the next private room. Lu Beichuan had booked the entire restaurant so that no one would disturb them, and even his assistant had been asked to leave after delivering Xia. At the moment, there were only the two of them in the private room. "I didn't know you were the children's father until I saw you after I returned to China. I didn't even get a good look at your face that night." Xia blushed when she mentioned that night. She was exhausted from all the tossing and turning that night. The only difference was that she was basically forced to do it that night, and she didn't enjoy it at all. The pain and fear made her afraid to remember that night for 2 years. It wasn't until the children grew up that she slowly let go. Otherwise, it would be hard for her to face Lu Beichuan calmly. "I'm sorry, that night I was drugged with aphrodisiacs, I didn't mean to hurt you," Lu Beichuan said with great embarrassment. He had always felt guilty about the girl he hurt that night. And he didn't find out who drugged him at that time. Xia was also very surprised. It turned out that there was still a hidden reason for this matter. No wonder she felt that this man was torturing her like crazy that day. "It doesn't matter what it is." Xia turned her head away from Lu Beichuan's face, "But I gave birth to the children, and they have my surname. I don't want you to bother them too much. But I'm their father, and the children need me. As for the children's surnames, I don't care. If they have Qin, they have Qin. If you gave birth to them, they have your surname," Lu Beichuan said, stepping back. Whether it was Qin Xia who didn't want him to see the children again, or whether it was him who took the children away, he didn't think about it. He just wanted the four of them to be able to live together. He had always wanted to own Qin Xia, and now he wanted her even more. But learning that Qin Xia was the woman from that night also satisfied his sense of ownership to a great extent. She is the biological mother of his children, isn't she his wife? No, Liu Beichuan, listen carefully, I said I hope you won't disturb us. Qin Xia felt that Liu Beichuan was acting strangely. Is this a matter of what the children's surname is? I'm the children's biological father, do you want to find a stepfather for the children? Liu Beichuan thought again about when Qin Xia was drinking with Gao Yunxian yesterday. She's not thinking of Gao Yunxian, is she? But then again, it's unlikely. Gao Yunxian is the eldest son and heir, and the Gao family will never let Gao Yunxian marry a woman with a child, let alone a child that is his Liu Beichuan's. In short, Qin Xia can forget about running away with the children. He wants to keep them both by his side. What are you talking about? I'll be the one living with the children. And the children are mine, so don't even think about it. Qin Xia was a little angry. She wasn't going to give either child to Liu Beichuan. They were both her heart's desire, and she had gone through a lot of trouble to give birth to them. But before she had acknowledged her relationship with the Gao family, she didn't want to make a big deal about her relationship with Gao Yunxian. Not to mention that it has nothing to do with Liu Beichuan who she is with. He is only the biological father of her children, not her husband. Don't worry, I won't compete with you for your children. We can live together, it's just that I'm single. Liu Beichuan said without blushing. Qin Xia? What did he bark just now? The president of the Liu group should have some face. There are plenty of women who want to give birth to your children, so stop eyeing my children. Qin Xia gave him a big dirty look and said unceremoniously. Chapter 38, I only want to have children with you. I only want to have children with you, I don't want your face, I just want a wife and children. Liu Beichuan leaned closer to Qin Xia. Qin Xia backed up step by step and was squeezed into the corner by Liu Beichuan's tall body. The warm breath hit her face, causing her to blush. The box was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Qin Xia didn't know that the always cold-looking Liu, in private, was actually so flamboyant. Get out of the way, I need to take the kids back to school. Qin Xia tried to push Liu Beichuan away. But this pushed open the door to Liu Beichuan's heart. The soft hands tickled Liu Beichuan's heart, and he couldn't help but embrace Qin Xia in his arms. Don't refuse me, okay, even if it's for the kids, give me a chance to spend time with you. Qin Xia was wrapped in the broad chest, feeling Liu Beichuan's fast and strong heartbeat, which made her feel very at ease. Somehow, she gave up resisting and let Liu Beichuan hold her. It wasn't until she felt Liu Beichuan's body getting hotter and hotter, and even felt a bulge pushing against her, that she struggled. Liu Beichuan, you rascal, let go of me. But her little fists hitting the sturdy Liu Beichuan were like tickling. The more she struggled, the more excited he felt, but fortunately his senses were still in check. Apart from that night when he had no choice, he still hoped that she would willingly give herself to him. Then you have to have lunch with the kids with me, I can't eat by myself. Liu Beichuan made a condition and hugged her a little tighter. So this is what a woman smells like. In the past, he was not interested in any woman who leaned on him, and he would even get annoyed. For example, Run Qingqing. Okay, I promise, let go of me. Qin Xia whispered. From what she knew about Liu Beichuan, if she didn't say yes, he would do something even more outrageous, and she couldn't take that. Liu Beichuan reluctantly let go of the woman in his arms. Qin Xia straightened her clothes and hair, which Liu Beichuan had messed up, before walking back to the next booth. And the corner of Liu Beichuan's mouth had never dropped since he had recognized his child. He would soon be a man with a wife and child. Hey! Why is mommy blushing? Qin Yuexin looked at Qin Xia, who had just entered, with a face as red as a tomcat. Qin Xia touched her cheek, which was still a little warm to the touch, and blamed Liu Beichuan. Your mommy isn't feeling well and needs to rest. Daddy will take you home in a little while. Liu Beichuan looked at Qin Xia's face with ambiguous eyes. Qin Xia bit her teeth secretly. Was this man trying to help her out? It was obvious that he wanted to take advantage of the situation. Mommy isn't feeling well. Eat more. We're home. I'll make you ginger tea every day. Qin Yutian said this while wiping his sister's face with a tissue. This family really can't do without him. During the meal, Qin Xia watched the two children get close to Liu Beichuan and couldn't be angry with the children for sneaking up to them and recognizing them. Was she being selfish? She already knew who the children's father was, and she still wanted to hide it. That wasn't fair to the children. The children needed their father more than she had thought. It was time for her to strike a proper balance with Liu Beichuan. As long as Liu Beichuan didn't compete with her for the children, and occasionally let them see each other and have dinner together and let him take the children out to play, it would be good for both sides. After the meal, as Qin Xia had promised, Liu Beichuan naturally drove them home. They didn't go to kindergarten, and he had also given Qin Xia leave. While in the car, Qin Xia called the teacher back, apologizing profusely and promising that the children would not do it again in the future. Every day, Xaner, today mommy still has to criticize you. How could you hide from mommy and sneak out to find? Qin Xia glanced at Liu Beichuan, to find your daddy. Do you know how worried the teacher was? Mommy is sorry, we won't do it again. The two children said in unison. Tomorrow morning mommy will take you to apologize to the teacher and give her your word. Qin Xia said. Although it can be said that the kindergarten did not provide adequate supervision, but she knows her mischievous children well. The kindergarten didn't watch the children properly, so why should the children apologize? It's better to not go to such a kindergarten and transfer the children to school. The noble kindergarten will ensure the safety of every child. Liu Beichuan said while driving. He is lucky not to pursue responsibility with the kindergarten. If something happens to his two children, he will trample the kindergarten. I can't afford a noble kindergarten, okay, Qin Xia said. With her salary level, if she sends one child to a noble kindergarten, she will be left with no money left, let alone two. In that case, she would never be able to save up for a house in her lifetime. With me around, do you even need to spend money on your children? My money belongs to the children anyway, Liu Beichuan said with a heroic air. His money would never run out even if he spent it on kindergartens until the end of the world. What's more, in the future, when the two children came forward to claim their heritage and their identities were revealed, safety would become even more important. The two children looked at each other, wondering what it was like to suddenly become rich. They were definitely in the best position to speak. I can raise the children myself. I'm their father. I have more than enough money to give my children the best. Liu Beichuan looked at the two children in the rearview mirror. He wanted to give his two treasures the best in the world. It was already a pity that he had not participated in their growth in recent years, and he must make up for it. Liu Beichuan's words left Qin Xia speechless. She could not compare with money, and the money in Liu Beichuan's casual list was enough for her to work like a horse for a lifetime. Seeing that Qin Xia was silent, Liu Beichuan made up his mind to transfer the children to a new school. He would do it tomorrow. They could start school the following Monday. When they arrived downstairs, Qin Xia said, "Okay, we're home. You go back to work. Take care." No invitation to come up and visit? Liu Beichuan immediately gave his daughter a wink. Daddy, come up and sit. Before Qin Xia could say anything, Qin Yuexin took Liu Beichuan and walked straight up the building. Qin Xia suddenly felt as if her little cotton padded jacket was letting the wind in from all sides. They had only recognized him as their father a few hours ago, and already he had forgotten her hard work as a mother. Qin Yuexin took Liu Beichuan and ran inside to press the elevator button. Daddy! The father and daughter gave each other a high five in tacit understanding. Don't worry, Daddy, my brother and I will help you win back Mommy. I want our family of 4 to live together. I don't want Mommy to marry someone else. You are the only daddy for me. Qin Yuexin said firmly. Before, she thought it was okay if Lin Mobai was nice to Mommy, but now that she has a real father, she doesn't think Lin Mobai is good enough anymore. In every way, her real father is better. Chapter 39. Oh no, the leather jacket is also letting in the wind. You really are Daddy's little cotton padded jacket. Liu Beichuan pinched his daughter's little face. His son is his armor, and his daughter is his cotton padded jacket. He has lived a worthwhile life. Qin Xia and her son arrived late, and by the time they arrived, the father and daughter had already gone upstairs. Mommy, it looks like your little cotton padded jacket is letting in the wind, Qin Yutian said. He often saw people say online that daughters are closer to their fathers, and it seems that it is true. He knows that Daddy loves him, but it is obvious that his younger sister can make Daddy happier. It's okay, I still have my leather jacket. Qin Xia said with gritted teeth. Her precious daughter was just bought off by Liu Beichuan. That, Mummy, a leather jacket is hot in the summer and not warm in the winter. Qin Yutian reminded. Qin Xia. Okay, both siblings are the kind of guys who forget their mothers when they get a father. When the mother and son came up, they saw Lu Beichuan waiting for them at the door with Qin Yuexin on his back. Qin Xia helplessly opened the door. Come in and have a seat, leave early in a while. Lu Beichuan responded with a mouthful. It was impossible to leave, so they first entered the door and talked. Lu Beichuan surveyed the small 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house. It seemed that they needed to buy real estate for the mother and son. This house was too small and the decoration was poor. Qin Xia took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and threw them in front of Lu Beichuan. Wear them for now. Lu Beichuan changed his shoes. A bit small, but for now. Why do you have men's slippers here? Lu Beichuan's alarm went off. And judging from the size of the shoes, this man should be over 1.8 meters tall. They're my friends. Qin Xia said nonchalantly. Why does this man have so many questions? Does he come here often? Not often, but he comes to see the kids. He's my neighbor from abroad, and thanks to him, you 2 kids are well taken care of. Qin Xia didn't want to explain anything. She and Lu Beichuan were now just one level above the biological parents of the children. Lu Beichuan's heart felt even more uncomfortable. It seemed that this man was often by Qin Xia's side when he was abroad, and often came into contact with their children. Would friends do this? He would have to find an opportunity to ask the children who this man was. Lu Beichuan took off the slippers that didn't fit him anyway and went barefoot. Qin Xia didn't say anything when she saw his actions. After all, he often went crazy, so these actions were not strange at all. Do you want some water? Qin Xia asked. Yes. Lu Beichuan sat down on the sofa as if it were his own home. Only he could be the man of the house. Daddy, Cindy will pour you some water. Qin Yuexin diligently poured Lu Beichuan some water. Then she chatted with him, talking about many interesting things from her childhood. Qin Yutian just listened, rarely interrupting. Until Qin Xia said, You've rested enough, it's late, you should go. I'll go to work on time tomorrow morning, and I hope you won't talk about the kids. Qin Xia was speechless at the thought of Lu Beichuan's big-mouth antics. Lu Beichuan just grunted in response and didn't move. He deserved only the last sentence. For the time being, he had no intention of leaving the 2 children in public and wanted to cultivate a relationship with the children's mother. Go. Qin Xia once again gave the order to leave. Mommy, I'm sleepy, Qin Yutian suddenly said. Go back to your room and go to sleep. I want Daddy to sleep with me. I'm scared if I sleep alone. Qin Yutian said seriously. Qin Xia, huh? Even the leather jacket lets the wind in, from all directions. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Yutian has been sleeping on her own since she was 2 years old, she would have believed him for a minute. You see, it's not that I don't want to go, it's that my son needs me. Lu Beichuan also shamelessly chimed in. With his leather jacket and little cotton padded jacket, he'll be warm this winter. These kids really know how to please. They're worthy of being his children. There are no slippers or pajamas for you here. Qin Xia glanced at Lin Mo's slippers, which were still lying on the floor by the entrance. I can have someone bring them right away. After saying that, Lu Beichuan called his assistant. Qin Xia was stunned by this series of actions. Why did it feel so surreal today? How did the 2 children she gave birth to herself manage to rebel so unashamedly? A few minutes later, Lu Beichuan's pajamas and slippers were delivered. I'll take my son to take a nap for a while, you rest too. Good afternoon. Lu Beichuan picked up his son and ran, afraid that he would be swept out of the door by Qin Xia the next second. When they arrived in Qin Yutian's room, Lu Beichuan put Qin Yutian on the bed and lay down next to him. He couldn't wait to ask, My dear son, tell me who is that uncle who often comes to our house? His name is Lin Imobai, he is our neighbor abroad and also a native of Jiangcheng. My sister and I were often taken care of by him. We returned to China together, but we haven't seen him recently. Qin Yutian told Lu Beichuan about Lin Imobai. Although he also prefers his real father, if his mother wants to choose to buy, he will also respect her choice. Lin Imobai. Lu Beichuan searched his mind, and the name seemed to have been heard somewhere. Does he like your mommy? Lu Beichuan asked again. He didn't think that any mere friendship could make Lin Imobai take care of the 3 of them for several years. Well, but mommy doesn't like him, Qin Yutian explained. Does your mommy like anyone? No. Daddy, just go after her, mommy has no one else in her heart except me and my sister. Xin Yutian patted Lu Beichuan on the shoulder. If daddy and mummy can be together, that would be the best outcome for them. What child doesn't want their parents to live together in love? Hearing his son's words, Lu Beichuan felt much more at ease. He must win Qin Xia's heart. Are you sleepy? Daddy will hug you to sleep, okay? Lu Beichuan gently wrapped his son in his arms. It was as if he was hugging a rare treasure. Okay, daddy will sleep too. Xin Yutian found a comfortable position in Lu Beichuan's broad embrace and fell asleep. Lu Beichuan stared at his son's sleeping face, and before he knew it, he too fell asleep. He slept soundly, and he hadn't slept so comfortably in years. This was probably the sense of belonging. Chapter 40, I'm warning you, don't mess with my woman. Lu Beichuan stayed at Qin Xia's house until the evening before Qin Xia finally drove him away. As he got into the car, he muttered, I'll be back tomorrow, and I want the wife and kids. After Lu Beichuan left, Qin Xia sat on the bed and thought about the events of the day. She didn't expect that she would still be unable to hide from him no matter how she tried. She thought that if she kept the kids from Lu Beichuan, she would be fine, and she could get through the year without having to pay the penalty fee and then leave with the kids. Unexpectedly, the children found Lu Beichuan on their own and recognized him as their father. She still doesn't know how the two children knew that Lu Beichuan was their biological father. Just thinking about the way Lu Beichuan held her in his arms at noon made her cheeks flush. This man is a demon. Mommy, why are you blushing? Are you thinking about daddy? He hasn't gone far, I can call him and tell him to come back. Xin Yuexin climbed onto the bed and looked at Qin Xia, who was gradually blushing in a daze, and said, Xin Yuexin. Yes. Sit properly. Qin Xia's face changed, and Xin Yuexin immediately obeyed and sat properly. Being called by your name means that mommy is going to get angry, and needs to be appeased quickly. Let me ask you, was this your idea? Qin Xia looked serious. The problem must be with Xin Yue, she went to the companies downstairs twice to look for her. What idea? What are you talking about, mommy? Xin Yuexin looked like she didn't know anything. If Qin Xia wasn't her real mother, she would have fallen for her innocent expression. Don't pretend. Did you suggest that we go find Lu Beichuan with your brother? Well, okay, it was me. Mommy, don't be mad at Xinxin. Xinxin just wants her daddy to hug her. Xin Yuexin began to pout in a dejected manner. No matter how many times she used this trick, it always worked on Qin Xia. As soon as she saw her daughter like this, she softened again and felt that she had been too harsh on her just now. Everyone else has a daddy, but my brother and I don't. Xin Yuexin's fake grievance turned into a real one, and big tears welled up in her eyes. Qin Xia couldn't stand it anymore and immediately hugged her daughter in her arms. I'm sorry, Xaner, mommy was too harsh on you just now. But it's not right for you to skip school with your brother, and it's even more wrong to go find your daddy by yourself. You should have told mommy about these things in advance, okay? Her daughter's words also pierced Qin Xia's heart. The two children had always been sensible. She had never mentioned who their father was, and the children had never asked. She had been selfish, always thinking that as long as she gave them enough love, they would be happy. But a father's love could never be replaced, and she should not have made decisions for them. That was why she had let Lu Beichuan stay with the children even though she knew he was a rascal. Mommy, Xana knows she was wrong, so don't be angry. Xin Yuexin put her arms around her mother's neck. Mommy's not angry. But I want you to tell me the truth, how did you find daddy? The first time I went to see you was because I missed you so much, and I ran into daddy downstairs. When I saw him, I felt very close to him, and he looked just like my brother. Then I went there again, and he took me out to dinner, cut my steak for me, and we exchanged contact information. Later, my brother and I both felt that he should be our real father, so we decided to go find him. We didn't tell mommy because we were afraid she would object, but we really want daddy and want him and mommy to live with us. My brother just does, but he really wants daddy too. Mommy, I'm sorry, it's Xinya's fault. Xinya didn't tell the truth, please forgive me. Qin Yuexin narrated the whole process intermittently. Qin Xia then realized that the children actually needed their father more than she had thought. Hearing this, she would not prevent Lu Beichuan from contacting the children. But the children still hoped that they could live together. She was in a difficult situation. Lu Beichuan's intentions were obvious and strongly expressed, but what about her own? She didn't know, and she didn't dare to believe in love anymore. Should she stay with Lu Beichuan for the sake of a complete family for the children? Even the Lu family would not accept it, even if the two children were the Lu family's grandchildren. But given Lu Beichuan's status, his family would probably prefer a match for him from a wealthy family, like Ren Qingqing, who could help him in his career. She, on the other hand, was just an ordinary person. Even if she were to be adopted into the Gao family, it would be difficult for her to be accepted by the wealthy circles of Jiangcheng. Besides, she liked an ordinary life, and she could not live the life of a wealthy person. Qin Xia was very torn. The next day, when Lu Beichuan came to work, he was in a good mood and had a smile on his face the whole time. Everyone in the company thought that Lu Beichuan had been possessed. Was this still the same ruthless Lu Zong they knew? He even gave Qin Xia a bright smile when he saw her. "Good morning." "Good morning, Mr. Lu." Qin Xia nodded hurriedly without expression and walked away. This smile once again stung Ren Qingqing's heart. He actually smiled at Qin Xia? He never even gave her a smile. How could this be? Ren Qingqing followed Lu Beichuan to the office. "Ah, Chuan. Call him Boss Lu." "Ah. Do you have something on your mind? If not, get out." Lu Beichuan immediately interrupted Ren Qingqing's address. "No matter how many times you say it, you won't listen, it's annoying." "Ah Chuan, don't you know that Qin Xia has a child?" "How could you?" "I know, of course I know." Mentioning the child, a smile once again spread across Lu Beichuan's face. He has both a son and a daughter. A set of twins. He really wants to show them off to the world. You know that you're still smiling at her? Ren Qingqing couldn't believe it. Lu Beichuan must not have been put under a spell. She needs to talk to Uncle and Auntie Lu and find a master to have a look. There's definitely something wrong with Lu Beichuan. He knows that Qin Xia already has a child, but he's still smiling at her and so happy. Yesterday, when Lu Beichuan learned of this, he was clearly very angry and rejected it, and he didn't leave the office for a long time. In the afternoon, he ran out again. Why did he change his face so quickly? In the afternoon, Qin Xia also took leave. Could it be that the two were together yesterday? How capable is Qin Xia after all? She was able to make Lu Beichuan accept the fact that she had a child in such a short period of time. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. Foxes like Qin Xia are seductive to the core. Ren Qingqing hated her with a vengeance. What? Can't? Thinking of how yesterday Ren Qingqing had deliberately provoked him by telling him that Qin Xia had a child, Lu Beichuan immediately put a stop to the smile on his face. "Ren Qingqing, I'm warning you for the last time, don't mess with my woman. Do your job properly, or I won't give a damn about your uncle's face." What did he say? His woman? Did he mean Qin Xia? Lu Beichuan must be crazy. How could he accept a woman with a child so easily, and that child too? Chuan, have you been bewitched? How could you be so confused? Chuan, tell me, and I'll find someone to help you. Ren Qingqing panicked and tried to get close to Lu Beichuan. She was willing to use her body to help Lu Beichuan. Get out. Ren Qingqing once again ran out of Lu Beichuan's office crying, once again becoming the laughingstock of the entire company.